On August 5, 2006, 41-year-old mother of three Renee Pagel was brutally stabbed to death in her own bed. She had been recovering from surgery after selflessly donating a kidney to one of her nursing students. The level of overkill suggested the crime was deeply personal. Police learned that Renee had recently separated from her husband Michael, and the pair had been going through a messy divorce. Police served a search warrant on his home, but found no incriminating evidence. Investigators also learned Michael's brother Charles, known as Beau, had disapproved of the relationship with Renee, and had even refused to attend their wedding. This made him a suspect, until Charles provided an alibi that was corroborated by friends and family members. The case goes cold, until in March 2007, when Michael is subpoenaed to give an interview under oath and makes a stunning revelation about Renee's sister Michelle.
Can I put something on the record here?
Right ahead.
I had asked to speak with Ms. Konski separately because there was one question that Mike answered earlier today about Michelle. And I'm not saying for one moment I think Mike was being untruthful about it, but it triggered something in my mind of a discussion you and I had about Michelle. And while I don't think you intentionally misled Ms. Konski, I wanted to verify what you had told me. And if I remember correctly, the context of this discussion was your fear of Michelle. In essence, do I have your permission to place a confidential communication between you and I on the record, at least as this narrow subject?
Yes.
Okay. You were sharing with me your fears that Michelle is waiting to pounce on you, my term, not your term, that you have this ongoing custody dispute with the children, and that you think she would love to have you out of the picture, so to speak, so she could gain access to the kids. You speculated with me that she certainly had a lot to gain because she was the black sheep of the family, was not close to her father. Renee was close to her father, and of all the people that came out of this, that Michelle perhaps gained the most, that she's now closer with her family. And prior to your wife's death, you made a comment to me, and I didn't recall that until you spoke with you in the corner. Ms. Konski is going to give you a chance to ask that. She's going to ask that question again, and I'm instructing you to answer that question with a clear understanding. And Ms. Konski, if you disagree with me, and you and I both know, and I trust you implicitly, Michael, what have I told you about Ms. Konski's reputation? I told you she's an excellent lawyer, did I not?
Yes.
I told you she was trustworthy, did I not? She had good judgment. I told you that, didn't I?
Yes.
Ms. Konski is assuring me that no information about this investigation leaves this room, that no other witness or suspect will be told about what you say. Is that correct, Ms. Konski?
It is correct.
And I say that to you to reassure you that you don't need to worry about Michelle, and if her assurances and the officers are integritous and they do what they're instructed to do and what the law requires them to do, that statement won't be repeated. But she did make an off-the-cuff comment to you that I think might technically mean that an answer Ms. Konski asked you earlier was not accurate, so I'm going to ask her to ask you again.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Mr. Pagel, I had asked you I have assured your counsel that any concerns you have about any statements going to other people involved in this investigation, whether it be Michelle or other family members or neighbors or whomever, nothing said in this questioning of you can leave this room by law. If the detectives share it, it's a felony. If I share it, it's a felony. It will not happen. And the detectives know that while they can share information that comes out of the investigation, if they choose to, on informal interviews, anything from investigative subpoena cannot leave this room, and we can't share with other people being questioned on investigative subpoena. So even if we brought Michelle in or someone else in on investigative subpoena, and we're not saying we are, but if we did, we cannot say, well, Mike said this. We cannot do that. Okay, it's prohibited. You understand that?
Yes.
And the detectives understand that, correct, detectives? All right. So So, with that said, I had asked you, the last question I had asked you, is there anything you want to tell us that may help convince us that you are not involved in this crime, and perhaps there's someone else that may be involved in this crime? Do you have an answer to that question?
Yes.
And what is your answer to that question?
During a conversation that I had with Michelle prior to Renee's death, she made the comment that it's too bad that there's not a magic bullet that could take care of this problem.
She said the words magic bullet.
Yes.
Did she ever say anything else in that conversation about Renee?
Other than what we were talking about at the time, which I don't recall the specifics, other than I recall that statement.
How long prior to Renee's death was the statement made by Michelle to you?
Probably a month or so, sometime in July.
So when I asked you earlier if you had any reason to believe that Michelle might be involved in this in some way, were you being truthful, or, you know what I mean? You can't get in trouble for it. You didn't share that with me at that time. And why was that?
I didn't recollect it.
Has Michelle said anything else to you that seemed inappropriate regarding Renee or Renee's safety or what she would like to see happen to Renee?
No.
And when she told you too bad there's not a magic bullet that could take care of Renee or whatever, do you know why she was saying that? Was it with regard to getting custody of the children for you? Or was it with regard to getting the property, or just getting her out of your life? I mean, what was the context of that statement?
I would imagine that it was pretty much all of that.
Was Michelle she talked to you a lot about the divorce and children, things like that, when that all was pending?
Yes.
And did she, I'm not going to ask you any more about the divorce other than, Michelle, would it be fair to say, encouraged you to get a divorce? Was in favor of you divorcing her sister?
Yes.
Did she ever say why? I mean, she had to have a reason,
Prior to filing for divorce, I would confide in Michelle, and we would talk about various things that were going on, and we did talk about Renee and the kids in general terms, and she would indicate that things weren't fair. She shouldn't do that to you, or that shouldn't be done. Those kinds of statements.
You're being very polite and formal with Mr. Pagel, but I'm going to just be very direct with you.
Okay.
Did she ever say, Renee's a bitch, I hate her, I wish she was dead, I mean, come on, did she use hateful words about her sister?
I recall this specifically. She asked me one time, she said, I don't know how you live with her. After that was at around a kitchen table, she said to me, I don't know how you live with her. Do you know where Michelle was the night Renee was killed? No.
Did Michelle ever tell you where she was the night Renee was killed?
No.
Did Michelle do or say anything after Renee's death? You find out on Saturday. Did Michelle do or say anything to you since Renee's death that seemed suspicious to you or seemed unusual to you?
The timing of some of the things that she's done immediately after Renee's death seemed calculated. For example, right away, she came in and offered to take Hannah on Wednesdays. She seemed very she was very helpful. We went and had very good ideas as far as the steps that we should go through as far as explaining to the children what had happened, and how to explain this in 7 and 3-year-old terms to the children, and it just seemed that she moved right into a parental role. That is, she wanted to, at the time, I thought that it was being very nice and helping the children with the grieving process, that she would come on Wednesdays and help with Hannah, that the children would go with her and be with, let's just say, the DeMag family.
Sure.
on the frequently, so that the children would have continuity with both sides of the family. And that happened pretty much immediately after her death, at her prompting and request.
Since it's, because I know now that the relationship has changed a little bit between you and Michelle in recent months or something, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And as I said, this isn't even anything she can gain access to, Mr. Pagel, unless or until someone's charged with the murder and then it becomes discovery. But, and it may never happen. So when Michelle finds out that, in the course of the funeral and Michelle helping with the children and all those things that go on in the family when someone dies, Michelle ever expressed to you that she was glad that she was gone? And I don't want you to be politically correct here. I really want you to tell me what you're thinking. I don't think Mr. Stanley thinks you have to be careful about what you're saying at this point, and unless I'm wrong. I just want you to be candid with me about,
Yes.
She did say that.
She didn't say that, but from her actions, it seemed that she was. It sounds cold, but it seemed that she was glad.
Has Michelle ever, I know I've asked you this before, but I want you to think about it. Has Michelle ever made any statements to you or give you any indication that she knows who did it or she thinks someone else did it? Has she ever tried to say, well, I think it was probably so-and-so, or they should look at so-and-so? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
What has she said to you on that front?
The tenant that was staying at the property.
So she points the finger at him, or
Right.
she's suspicious of him most?
Yes.
Has she ever accused you or said she's suspicious of you?
No.
Has she ever tried to advise you as what you should tell the police or not tell the police, or, things like that? Has she tried to counsel you with regard to that?
I think initially, but I don't recall anything specific.
Is there anything else that you think would assist in the investigation into your wife's murder?
No.
At the end of questioning, I'm required to read you this. The testimony which you've just given was under oath is subject to criminal prosecution if it was false and you knew it was false. However, if any of the testimony which you have given was false and you knew it to be false, you may avoid any criminal prosecution for such statements by telling the truth at this time. Do you wish to change anything any part of your testimony in any way from today or the first time we met?
And you can answer that question yes, no, or I'd like to talk to my lawyer to make sure I understand something if you think we need to talk about anything.
I'd like to talk to my lawyer.
Do you want to change anything about your testimony?
No.
I asked this last time, but no one has threatened you in any way prior to testifying today, have they?
No.
The detectives did not question you in between when we took breaks or anything like that, and they haven't intimidated you today in any way. Fair?
No. Fair. Yes.
And I haven't made you any promises or threats other than what's been put in the record, correct?
Correct.
And your answers that you've given both times are your truthful answers, correct?
Yes.
You're not just making the answers you're making because your attorney has told you. I don't want you later to come back and say, well, yeah, I didn't tell the truth, but my lawyer told me not to tell the truth. I know that's not happening, no, Mr. Stanley, but I want to hear from you. Your answers that you gave these 2 days are your truthful answers, correct?
Yes.
You did not answer untruthfully or incompletely simply because your lawyer told you to. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. That's all I got. Remember that you cannot talk to anybody about the fact you were here today, why you were here, or what you said, what we asked, and we will do the same. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Pagel. If there's anything that comes up later, let me know through Mr. Stanley. You know, if you want to change anything or there's additional information that comes about, let Mr. Stanley know.
Okay. That's fine. You got my fax number.
Despite Michael's allegations, the case goes cold for over a decade. Police and Renee's loved ones fear her killer may never be brought to justice. In 2020, the case is reignited when investigators get an explosive new tip. Renee's best friend Chris Crandle tells police she'd recently received a phone call from Charles Pagel stating that Michael was losing it and that he was afraid of becoming Michael's next victim. Investigators bring Charles in for an interview under oath.
Okay, let's start with this. Today's date is January 14, 2020. It's now approximately 10:25 a.m. This is a testimony of, could you please say your name for the
Charles
record?
Pagel,
Could you spell your last name?
Pagel,
And what's your date of birth?
5/11/61.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes,
Thank you. We're taking Mr. Pagel's testimony at the Kent County Courthouse in Grand Rapids, Michigan, specifically in courtroom 11B, as in boy, Judge Chusak's courtroom. Present is myself, Kelly Konsky with the Kent County Prosecutor's Office. Also present are
Dan Helmer, also with the prosecutor's office.
William Marks with the Sheriff's Department, Kent County.
And Pavel Fabian here with Mr. Pagel. I'm sitting to his left.
and Mr. Fabian, you're his attorney, correct?
That's correct.
In an investigation of this type, Mr. Pagel, it's a policy of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office to advise everyone of his legal rights before testifying. I have to do this with everybody. The Kent County Sheriff's Department, in conjunction with the Kent County Prosecutor's Office, are conducting an investigation into possible violations of state criminal laws involving the August of 2006 murder of Renee Pagel. You know who I'm talking about, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you've been subpoenaed to testify today. Did you receive a subpoena?
yes,
And you have any problem reading or writing English?
no,
And so you had an opportunity to read the subpoena, correct?
yes,
And I'm assuming based on that, that's how you got in contact with Mr. Fabian, correct? I call him Pablo all the time, so I hesitate. Mr. Fabian. So in the course of getting the subpoena, you exercised your rights and chose to bring your attorney, correct?
yeah, I first contacted Jim Piazza, and then somehow he got me in touch with Mr. Fabian.
Okay, great. All right. Because you've been subpoenaed and you're under oath, and this is something called investigative subpoena, I know you've been through this process one time before, at least, correct?
Yes,
And I did share with your attorney, and I think he shared with you the informal transcript. It wasn't certified, but the informal transcript we have of that initial testimony back in, I want to say it was April 11, 2007, it looks like. Maybe like 8 months or so after the murder. Does that sound about right, time-wise? 2007?
yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you have the same rights now as you had then, but there has been a change in circumstance, which I'll explain to you.
Okay.
And for the record, I did have some initial discussion with you and your attorney here in the courtroom before we started the investigative subpoena. Is that correct, Mr. Pagel?
Yes.
And I didn't ask you any questions, did I?
I don't remember asking.
Okay. I mean, I didn't interrogate you in any way.
No. Oh, no.
Okay. With your attorney present and everyone else in the room present, I just kind of laid the groundwork for you to tell you where we're coming from. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And the fact that because so much time has passed that although you took the Fifth Amendment before, we have since that time, your new attorney has filed a motion, as your old attorney did. A judge has ruled, you understand, that you don't have a Fifth Amendment with regard to anything unless you truly believe that a truthful answer would tend to incriminate you in a crime. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. A big part of that, as I explained to you before you took the stand, Mr. Pagel, is that the statute of limitations is run on everything other than a murder. So I know there was some concern about aiding and abetting, which could also be considered an accomplice in a murder. I think I explained to you at that time that, first of all, I have zero evidence that you aided and abetted in any way in this murder. Okay? You're here simply as a possible witness. Now, was there some information that we thought perhaps that you, because you're his brother or of one of the suspects, Mike Pagel, that you may have an assisted after the fact, or you may have covered for him, or you may have assisted in some way after the fact, or you may have unknowingly assisted prior to the murder, not knowing or having any idea what was going to happen. All those things, statute of limitations is run on. That means I could not charge you even if you admitted to them. You understand that? The only way you can get in trouble here today really is if you lie, mislead us, withhold information, which would amount to perjury. You've heard of perjury, haven't you, Mr. Pagel? And what does it mean to you, Mr. Pagel, when you hear someone's perjury?
They've lied.
They've lied, and they've done it under oath. If you do that in the course of questioning an investigative subpoena into a murder, which is what we're doing here today, that's what this is called, then the law says that the maximum for just lying about it under oath is, if you're convicted, is life. It can be up to life. And that's as bad as if you did the murder. And as I said, I had zero evidence you killed this woman. So with that being said, I tell you that because I want to remove any barrier between you feeling comfortable or at least being able to tell us anything that you know, whatever it is. Okay?
Okay.
If you have any questions about that along the way, you stop and tell me, or you say, I need to talk to my lawyer for a minute. That doesn't mean anything to us. We don't imply anything or infer anything from that. We just turn off the recorder. We give you time to talk with your attorney.
Okay.
Fair?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I also want to say for the record that I've talked with your attorney. We did give him a copy of the transcript from the first investigative subpoena, as well as just now the first statement that you have. To my knowledge, those are the only statements that you've made. If there was a follow-up investigative subpoena of any kind where questions were answered, irrelevant too, because if we do locate, I'll give it to you. But I've already represented, other than the statute of limitations, I've said, I don't care what you said in prior statements, even if it was chargeable. You don't have to fear anything you've said in the past. The last thing we want is for you to try to conform your testimony today to what you remember saying back then. I don't care what you said in the past. You can't get in trouble for what you said in the past, even if you lied the whole time. Okay? I'm not saying you did. But I don't want you to worry about that, because we will not be prosecuting you for perjury because something you said earlier is different than what you said today.
Okay.
As far as the statements you've made that we're aware of. Okay?
Okay.
So I don't know how else to say. Just be straight with us, okay?
Fair enough.
All right. All right.
Kelly, do you mind if I just put a couple of things for him on the record? All right. So, Charles, I just want to make sure that you understand the law does allow, if the prosecutor asks you a question that you think you need to consult with me on, or you just have a question in your mind, it may not be a long discussion, but you can always pause and we can take a break and talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Really, as Ms. Konski kind of pointed out, I kind of previewed for you that I thought three ways you could be criminally in trouble. The first way was by committing perjury today, which we discussed. The second is if you just fail to comply with the subpoena, the court could find you in criminal contempt, and you'd be guilty of a misdemeanor that could carry a penalty of up to 1 year, right? The third way, and Ms. Konski obviously talked about this too, is this the only thing that the statute of limitations has run on. I think Ms. Konski said there's zero evidence, but that you aided and abetted, okay? So when these questions are presented, for specific reasons you and I didn't talk about some things, I may ask to take a minute, okay? So just make sure to think about the questions, answer them truthfully, of course, and then if you have a question in your mind, you can always stop and you can talk to me, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Anything you do say may be used against you in a subsequent legal proceeding. I also want to tell you something else that's important is investigative subpoenas, who's testifying and what they say are confidential, secret by law. That means no one knows you're here today unless you've told them. Yeah. So I want you to know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, and I also want to tell you, I can't reveal what you said during the course of the investigation. So just like what happened before, if it turns out that it was charged or anything like that, this information doesn't go anywhere, ever.
Oh, okay.
Okay? I'm sure that's important for you to know too.
Okay, but I didn't know it was supposed to be a secret.
You can't get in trouble for telling anyone. We can.
Oh, okay. Great.
Okay?
Okay, because
All right. So
like
you're
my
fine.
sisters were there and stuff when
No
they served
problem.
us subpoena. So.
No problem. And I think you probably already heard, you may have heard that other people in the family have been subpoenaed more recently. I don't know if you've heard
I
that.
have not heard
Okay.
anything.
All right. No big deal. I just want to know that you to know that we're being confidential about it.
Okay.
Okay. You do have a Fifth Amendment right. The only time you can refuse to answer truthfully, the only time is if a truthful answer would tend to incriminate you,
Okay.
not incriminate someone else. You can't refuse to answer because you don't want to get involved. You can't say, I don't remember if you do, or I don't know if you do, because if we can disprove it, and there are ways to disprove it, and I think your attorney knows that, then you're right back to a perjury case and you're locked up on an offense that is mandatory prison. So that's not, I know, nothing you're interested in, so, or should be. And I also want to encourage you, if there's a time in the questioning that we ask you, if there's something along the lines and we ask you a question and the answer, sometimes answers are embarrassing. Sometimes answers are difficult. I want you to know no one is judging anyone here. I told you flat out beforehand, all we're interested in is finding the person that stabbed this woman. That's the only person we're interested in. Okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. Do you have any questions about your rights, Mr. Pagel?
No, I wouldn't know what to ask anyway. So.
Okay. We have an attorney here to help you on that. So, all right. Anything else I need to cover, gentlemen?
I just thought of one more thing.
Yes.
So Charles, when you answered the questions, obviously we did briefly look at your previous statements and the testimony for whatever it was worth. Make sure that you're answering not based on what you read, but based on what you know sitting here in the seat now. Okay.
Okay.
So because those statements aren't really your statements; those are detectives' interpretation of what you told them. Okay.
Okay.
So if that jogged your memory, that's good, but you want to rely on your own memory when you testify here. Okay. All right. That's all I've got.
All right. Great. Okay. So I have your name and date of birth. What is your current address? And you stayed there for quite a long time, correct?
Yes, since my wife passed away.
How long have you lived there? Approximately.
Well, on and off all my life.
Was it a family home originally?
Yes, it was one that my parents built.
And then have you been married more than once?
Yes,
How many times have you married?
3 times.
And what's your first wife's name?
Sherry.
Last name before you got married? Okay. And then I know you had one wife at least that's since passed away. Is it more than one wife passed away since?
Just one.
Okay. Is she still alive, Sherry?
As far as I know, I haven't
Okay.
seen her in years.
All right. And then what was your second wife's name?
Rosemary.
Last name before you got married? And is she still alive?
As far as I have not spoke with any of these ladies in forever. I don't know.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
And so your third wife is the one that passed away, correct, while you're married, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And what's her name?
Becky
Last name?
Wozniak.
All right. And do you have any children, biological?
I may have one from Sherry, but I don't. When the child was, I don't really remember the sequence of events, but we were getting a divorce, and her parents adopted the child. So I don't know.
Okay. But you don't have a relationship with this person, it sounds like.
No.
All right. Now, you do have like a stepdaughter or someone I think you're close to.
Yes.
And
Kayla.
what's her name?
Oh, I'm sorry. She's married now.
And who's her mother?
Rebecca.
Okay. And do you still have a good relationship with her?
Absolutely.
And does she live in Saginaw?
She lives in Big Lake, Alaska.
Do you still communicate with her and stay in touch with her?
Oh, yes.
All right. What type of vehicle do you drive? Like, what kind of vehicle do you normally drive?
My passenger vehicle?
Yeah, like, are you still driving over the road? Truck driver?
I'm driving my truck, yeah.
Truck,
So
okay. So I want to know, like, what your personal vehicle is.
I have a Chevy Silverado 3/4 ton,
And what color is it?
black,
And how long have you had that vehicle?
since 2013.
Sometimes people keep their trucks a long time.
Yeah.
So, what type of vehicle did you have at the time of the murder? It would have been back in 2006. Personal vehicle.
A Blazer, a Chevy Blazer.
What color was the Blazer?
It was red.
And did you have any pickup trucks at the time?
I had a Ford F-150,
What color was that vehicle?
black.
Any other vehicles that you had that would have been parked at your home, or that you would drive on it for any reason other than your work vehicle?
Well, I do remember, but I had bought my stepdaughter a car. I think it was an 06, somewhere in there.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was, Mr. Baker?
Yeah, it's a Chevrolet Cobalt.
And what is that? Is it SUV or is it
It's just a little compact car.
Okay. All right. What kind of vehicle did your mom drive back then at the time of in 06?
A Buick, the Sabre, maybe?
Remember what color it was?
White.
Would that have been the vehicle that she would have driven over to Mike's when she spent that time with him while
Yes,
Renee was in the hospital?
yes.
Okay. Because I do think we have pictures of her vehicle that she had then, so I
Okay.
was just wondering if you recall. All right. And you had a home phone number at the time, correct? Like you lived with at the time of the incident, it was the address you're in now, correct?
Yes.
And who lived there at the time of the homicide in that home?
At 4800, my mom and I.
And did you have any pets?
Beagle Lucy.
And you had a home phone, and in looking at the statement that I showed you that you made to the police on August 11th, they had on there that your home phone was. But I think that was actually your cell, your next cell.
Probably, that sounds like it would have been my cell.
And then it looks like your home number was.
That's the home number.
Is that still the home number?
It is, but it's been switched to a cell phone now.
So you still have that number?
Yes, the number is still active.
Okay. I think I need to know what that other than that.
When did that switch from a landline to a cell phone? Roughly.
I can't remember because the phone was goofing up. She couldn't get good reception. And they wouldn't fix it. So I had it switched over, It's been, well, whenever she had her last knee done, I think around 2015 or something like that. I got her the cell phone because she was in a rehab and they didn't have phones in the rehab, so I got her the cell phone. And then her home phone was just screwing up and they wouldn't fix it. So we just had that number transferred onto the cell phone.
What provider is that for? Verizon?
Verizon.
And whose name is it in?
Mine.
Now, the cell you had back then, it's like Nextel, do you still have that cell number? Yes, no?
No. No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No. When did you switch over your cell number?
I don't remember, but that was with Sprint, and Sprint canceled my service. I never missed a payment or anything like that, but because I travel so much, I was roaming so much, and they said they weren't going to continue to pay roaming charges, so they just canceled my contract. And that was when I was going out to the Dakotas a lot, and then I got Verizon. So
you got a new number?
I got a new number, yes.
And you still have that number?
Yes.
So you've only switched over once, your cell phone, not once since the murder. Switched from Nextel to Sprint.
Right.
Different number. And what's your current number then?
It's area code 989-280-9009.
Say it one more time for me, Mr. Pagel.
Am I not speaking clearly?
No, you are. It's just that when it comes to numbers, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Area code 9.
Okay.
Sometimes I mumble, so I apologize.
Yeah, me too. All right. So you stop me if I get going too fast here, okay? All right. So where are you currently working?
Short freight lines again.
Oh, so that's the same people that you're working for, the same firm you worked for at the time of the homicide, correct? That's what you told us in the first statement, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, I worked for them, then I quit, then I'm back to working for them again.
And did you have a significant other at the time of the homicide? Like, were you dating anyone at that time?
No.
And who would you say you were closest to back when the homicide happened, friend-wise or family-wise? Who would be someone that you would talk to, or who you were close to? I know you travel a lot, so it makes it hard, probably. But
well, my mom, and because we talk pretty much every day, if not every day. And then I had a real good friend up till recently, Jim Konichka. I talked to him.
Has he passed away?
No, we had a falling out.
Okay. And describe for me the relationship you have with your brother Mike Pagel back then, when this around the time of the murder.
It was just kind of normal, I guess. We hadn't really spoken a lot in recent years since he was married, and he was just kind of starting to work his way back into the family, kind of. So it was just kind of like old friend or something like that, getting reacquainted.
And what had caused the rift between him and the family?
Well, it was kind of like the whole marriage thing was kind of weird. So I don't know how to really explain it good to you, ma'am. It was just It was different.
I know in the past you indicated that I think originally you were supposed to be the best man in their wedding. Then there were some type of issues that occurred, and then you stepped down from that, as I recall.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Sure.
And was it because he was married to Renee? Did it negatively affect your relationship with Mike?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess, I don't know. I had been married twice, and it just, I don't know what to say. It just didn't work, and so I kind of thought I saw him heading for the same kind of ending, and I just didn't want any part of it.
And did you tell him that? Did you warn him?
I'm sure I did, yes.
What's your relationship like now with him?
We don't talk.
Tell me why.
He lies a lot.
What makes you say that?
Because I've caught him in numerous lies, and he's used my mom a lot. And recently, my sister, as she's been trustee going through it, we're finding all these massive amounts of money that have gone from my mom to Mike.
And is there an estate, or tell me, when did your mom pass? I know she passed.
In September.
Of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And did she have a will, or is there issues with the property? I know she owns some property.
There's a trust.
Okay.
Everything's in the trust.
And is there someone who's in charge of the trust?
Yes, my sister Nancy.
Is that Fulbrook?
Yeah.
And how many siblings do you have? I mean, there's Nancy, you, Mike.
Susie.
And has that been all resolved now? Is that all done?
No.
Okay.
God, no.
Is the court involved, or probate, or anything like that involved in any way with that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't.
But what's the status of the distribution of the trust or the administration of the trust? And I may not be using the right words here because I'm not.
It's kind of, Mike is making it difficult, okay, for my sister. And I don't know why. He's insisting on things like an inventory and stuff like that. Initially, my sister just wanted to, everybody come and take whatever they would like, we agree, whatever, back and forth. And no, along comes Mike and wants inventories and this and whatever, and just making it more difficult on my sister than is really necessary.
I mean, everyone's been through this, sometimes it goes smoothly when a parent dies, when you're an adult, and the kids have to figure it out, and sometimes it doesn't. So are you at the stage now where an inventory has been done or not done?
Inventory has been done. I think Nancy is just waiting for it. Okay. For the inventory count, whatever they do.
Okay. And how much money or property, what's the value of the trust? How much do you think is there to be divided? I'm assuming it's supposed to be divided up equally amongst the siblings. Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know about approximately, like how much is there?
As far as the land goes, the farm is worth somewhere around $850,000. The home is 130, maybe, and then whatever cash mom whatever will be left. I don't know.
And is the farm you're talking about, is that attached at all to your the residence? Is that the same area? Is the farm separate from the residence?
The farm is separate. It's on the same land, but the farm is different.
I understand what you're saying. They're different parcels or different.
Right, yeah.
All right, but they're right there near each other.
Yeah.
Connected.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have, you talked to Mike around the time that this happened. I know we have phone records and things like that. We know you had conversations with him prior to the homicide, particularly the night before, and then the next morning. Tell me what Mike told you what was going on the night before and the morning of her homicide. What did you talk about?
I don't really remember. I did nothing remarkable. I don't know. I can't remember back that far.
Well, let me ask you this. Has Mike at any time ever said anything to you about what happened to Renee?
One night, he called. I think we'd been canoeing that day. And he said they found Renee dead, is what he said.
And then you said, what happened?
I had said, what?
And what did he say?
I don't remember his response. It was, I just don't remember his response to it, but I think it's something like, I don't know, or I can't recall the conversation that well.
I'm not asking for exact words. I'm asking more for impressions, state of mind, things like that. I'm not asking you to quote. Certainly, there's too much time has passed for you to be able to remember that, Mr. Pagel. You know what I'm asking you. I'm asking you is, at any time prior to the murder, let's start with that, did Mike ever say or do anything to indicate that he wanted to kill her, wanted to hurt her?
I don't think so. I don't remember. I just
remember that, Mr. Pagel.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I just don't talk in those conversations, or I don't.
What does that mean?
I don't. I just talk about other stuff. I would never think to talk with him about anything like that.
Well, let me ask you this. You knew that it was a very contentious divorce, correct? You knew that.
I knew they were having problems, yes.
Well, do you have any information or knowledge about a break-in at the home prior to the murder? It had been several months before, where some pictures and things were taken. I know it came up in the course of the divorce proceedings.
I think I remember something about that.
Well, what do you know about that?
Well,
and who's ever involved in that, I can't charge anyone with breaking, entering, or home invasion right now. The time has passed. I don't care if you did it, but I need to know what you know about it.
I remember going to a hearing.
Mm-hmm. You testified, didn't you?
I don't think so. And I remember there being some guys from an alarm company there.
What were you called to testify about with regard to that? That is exactly what I'm talking about. There was a hearing connected with the divorce proceedings in which the judge wanted to hear about this break-in and whether or not Mike was involved in any way. You were called as a witness. Why?
I don't remember testifying.
Well, why were you brought there? Why were you brought there at all for that? With the alarm companies? Why would you be a witness in that? Tell me.
I'm really drawing a blank here. I think I just can't recall accurately. I remember being there. I can remember watching the guys. I don't remember taking the stand. And I don't remember if I was there just as support to Mike or whatever. But I do remember that hearing.
I want you to think back. Did Mike at any time ever indicate in any way that he had gone in the house to get his kids' pictures or whatever on that date? The break-in I'm talking about. Did Mike admit to you?
He did not mention it to me.
You never asked him, well, did you do it? Did you go in there? Because that's what you were at that hearing for. That's what that whole hearing was about, whether or not he did that. And you're telling me that you came all the way from Saginaw, but you never said, did you do it, Mike? And he said, yeah, but I just want to get the kids' stuff. It's my stuff. She wouldn't give it to me. I mean, he had to have said something to you.
I could have said something like that.
I don't care the exact words. I think you're getting hung up in that for fear that you might say the wrong thing. I don't want you to worry about the exact words. No way can I expect that. But you have to know as you sit here today whether or not Mike did go in and get some stuff out of the house at that break-in. Or you did, or you know who did.
If he did, I don't know for a certainty.
So you're testifying under oath that he never told you he did?
I don't remember him telling me he did.
Don't you think you remember if your brother admitted to you that he did a home invasion, a break-in?
I would think I would remember that.
Okay. And you're telling me that you have no idea why you were called there to that hearing?
I don't remember why I was there. I honestly don't, ma'am.
Did you ever, I know that years ago you did tell us that the only time that you had ever even been in that home where Renee was killed, you know the house I'm talking about, is it 13 miles?
13 Mile Road, okay.
Was when you helped him move out.
Hmm.
Now, don't care if it's true or not, but is it true? Is that the only time you were in that house before her death was when you helped him move out?
No, I was in the house before that, once or twice, with my mom.
Before her death?
Yes.
Okay, and was Renee there at the time?
Yes.
And what were you there for?
Was there with my mom. And the one thing I do remember is Renee asked me if I wanted a piece of pie. And that's why we were there. I don't remember. It was probably to visit the kids or my mom do something with the kids or something.
How long before her death were you there? Because before you said you were just there that one time you helped him move. You're not in trouble for it, but I'm trying to figure out, right after she died, you said you're only there once, and it's when you helped him move. And now you remember you were there a couple times with your mom. I'm just trying to figure out now why you have this memory.
Why I was there before?
Yeah, why didn't you tell us that before? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
I guess I thought maybe I did. I don't remember. I remember being there with my mom. I remember Renee asked me if I wanted a piece of pie. I think we were basically in and out or whatever. I don't think we stayed that long. And that's about it.
And so you think 2 times other than moving? 2 times when Renee was there, you were there with your mom?
I think so, yes.
How long before the murder? She's murdered in August of 2006.
Oh, I don't remember.
So Mike never told you, said anything about taking stuff out of that house or being at that house when he wasn't supposed to be? He never shared anything like that with you?
Not that I recall.
Do you have any information or knowledge from Mike or any other source that Mike was ever at Renee's house? I'm going to call it Renee's house. The night she was killed.
No.
He's never said anything about I went over there to get stuff for the kids. I went over there to get, and he never told you he went over there.
No.
Did he ever mention that he had to go over there to get some prescription or for one of the kids, or that Renee didn't give him enough of one of the kids' prescription, so he was upset about that? Did you ever say anything about that happening?
I mean, that night?
Ever? Do you have any memory of him ever saying he was upset because Renee didn't give enough medication for the kids, prescription?
That could be.
How could that be? I mean, anything could be. What makes you say that?
Well, because I think both Joel and Hannah took some kind of medication. I think Hannah had seizures maybe at the time.
Okay.
And so that's possible. That's possible that.
But you're saying you don't have any memory.
I don't remember it.
Have you ever seen Mike be violent?
I've seen him get upset and throw things, yeah.
Okay. At you or other people?
Basically just not at anybody, but just pick something up and throw it or hit something with a piece of wood or something like that.
And what instance are you talking about? Is that the only time you ever see him be violent, is when he threw a piece of wood or something at someone?
He didn't throw at anybody. I mean, he would more or less, like blow up and throw, get upset and throw stuff up, and things like that.
Well, did you ever see him strike anyone or touch someone in a negative way? You know what I mean? Grab anyone, push anyone?
No.
Okay. All right. I want you to describe to me, obviously in his adult life, any specific instances where you've seen him be violent or threatening in any way? Threatening or violent in any way?
Recently?
No, I'm saying since the time he married Renee till today. Have you ever seen him threaten or be violent with anyone?
Well, he's getting to be that way. He's carries a handgun with him all the time now.
How do you know that?
From my sister.
Nancy?
Nancy.
Have you ever seen him with a handgun?
No.
In your lifetime?
Yes, in my lifetime, yes, of course.
Have you seen him with a handgun or any gun from the time he married Renee till today? Have you seen him with any firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me the circumstances.
Recently, he is making these wild claims, and where they come from, nobody knows, about me. One when Mom was in the hospital, I came back up, I came home, and he's in Mom's house going through the house.
How long ago?
It was when Mom was in the hospital with her cancer surgery.
Okay, was that in September when she passed, or was that prior to that?
It was prior, was probably August or July or August. And I asked him what he was doing in Mom's house. And he said he was looking for the carpeting for the porch, which I know is a lie because he was down towards my mom's bedroom, and the carpeting for the porch has always been in the same place forever on the steps down into the basement.
And he would have known that?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody knows that.
Okay.
And I told him, I says, you need to get out of here. You're not supposed to be here. You know?
Why is he not supposed to be there?
Well, it's where I live, and Mom is in the hospital. There's no reason for him to be there.
All right. And what happened?
And then he took some plant or something like that. He took some kind of plant, and he left with my mom's car.
Did he have permission to have your mom's car?
I guess so. I don't. That's kind of a gray area because my sister and him took my mom down to the hospital for her surgery, and Mom wanted to go in her car. And then Mike just kept the car from that point.
Was there more than one instance where Mike showed up at you and your mom's house uninvited in recent years?
He could have. I'm gone. I don't know. I'm gone most of the time, so I
Did he threaten you in any way when he was there?
Has Mike ever threatened me?
Did he threaten you that when he was at your house that time while she was hospitalized? And you said he took the plant. Did he threaten you in any way?
No, he just said, get out of my way, and left.
Why were you already not in good terms with him at that time? I mean, she hadn't died yet. There was no problem with his estate at that time, you know. Why were you already, it sounds like, on bad terms with him? Or not great anyway?
He owes me some money that he refuses to pay.
How much does he owe you?
It's a considerable sum.
How much?
Over 100,000.
Did you pay for some of his legal representation years ago?
I guess.
Well, what makes you say I guess?
Because now we don't know, because we're finding he asks for money from me, and then he took money from Mom. So how many things, how much do you need, you know? And so Nancy's finding where Mom wrote checks to Frank Stanley. Then he's telling me he needs a bunch of money for Frank Stanley. Then he's telling me he needs money for duplex payments. Mom's making duplex payments, plus he's already collecting rent, so that should be supporting the duplex payments. And it's just stuff like that we're finding out that just is, you know.
He misrepresented to you, it sounds like, all of you.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. When did you first loan him money or give him money or a check or whatever form it was in to help with his legal defense?
We've been in 2008 around in there. 2007, 8, somewhere.
Was it about the time that you came in on your investigative subpoena, or was it after that?
Would have been after
So
that.
you had not loaned him money up to that point? Given him any money?
How was that?
Had you given him any funds prior to you coming for your investigative subpoena?
I had given him some money. He had gotten a DUI,
Yeah.
and I gave him some money for a car.
That was in a different county, right?
Midland, maybe, and I think Midland.
Wasn't that before the murder, right before the murder?
He's shaking his head yes, so I assume yes.
Yeah. Okay, well,
I'm sorry.
that's all right, that's all right. I'll ask him later.
Okay.
Yeah, I think our records show it was not long before.
Okay.
So you did help him out on that circumstance.
Yes.
And then, but when she had been killed, he hired Frank Stanley like almost immediately, correct? It was pretty quick.
Okay.
Well, isn't that what you recall, that he had an attorney pretty quick?
What I
After the
do
murder?
what I do remember is he called he's got so many attorneys. I guess these guys went out to his house, the deputies or whatever, went out to his house, and he was going to call an attorney but couldn't get a hold of him. So I guess he got a hold of his drunk driving attorney. And I don't know, he told him not to answer any questions or something to that effect.
And is that how he found Frank Stanley, through his other attorney, or do you know?
I have no idea how he found Frank Stanley.
All right. But at some point, he does ask you to help pay for Frank Stanley.
Yes.
Do you do that initially? Like your investigation subpoena is until April of 2007, but his was before that. His and your mom, they were in there maybe a month or two before you.
Okay.
Does that sound about right to you? You remember they went in before you?
I remember Mom.
Yeah.
I think Mom went on Good Friday? Or?
She went in March.
Okay, I don't. Okay.
Let me see.
It was a religious holiday, I think, that Mom went.
Well, that probably, it was all in the spring. She was in February.
Ash Wednesday, maybe.
So, tell us specifically, is it $100,000 or more that you specifically gave to him in whatever form, overtime, whatever it was, because he said he needed it for Frank Stanley?
Well, no, he wasn't just that he needed money for Frank Stanley. Is that he needed money for duplex payments, Frank Stanley. Then he needed money to pay off credit cards, which is another lie. Because what he had told me, and Nancy said this isn't true, is he lived with Nancy and Bob for a while. And what he told me was, in order for him to be able to live with Nancy and Bob, that they made him give them his credit cards so they could charge him up at will. And that Nancy had run up these fantastic bills, which then we found my mom paid and I paid, and who knows, you know?
In the course of this investigation, it sounds like Nancy is on top of most of this investigation into the finances. Is that correct? Is she the one that is doing most of the investigation into the finance issues here?
On the
Credit card payments, the inconsistencies with what who might pay, what he's paying for. Who's discovering that?
Nancy and my sister sued to some degree.
Do you know specifically how much money you gave him or that he got from you for Frank Stanley?
He needed $70,000 from me for that Frank Stanley.
And you gave it?
Yes.
In what form?
In
Check?
cash.
In cash. $30,000 in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you're probably a saver. I mean, you're a single man now, right? And you were single then.
Yes.
Was that in a savings or investments? I'm not going to ask you much more about it. Was that under your bed?
Oh,
I mean, that's
yes.
a lot of money.
Yes, ma'am. I always have these banking collapse type things, so
I
I keep a lot of cash. Yes.
No, I don't think you're with the cartel or anything.
Okay.
I know some people, especially people my age or older, are less trustful of the financial institutions.
Well, I guess I've always been that way, so I've always kept most of my money in cash.
Okay. So you loaned him $70,000 in cash under the guise of he said this is for Frank Stanley. I need $70,000 for Frank Stanley.
Yes.
And you gave him $70,000.
Yes.
And then you gave him other amounts, it sounds like, for a duplex, credit cards, other things he said he needed.
Yes.
Did he have anything, and I don't know the answer to this because I haven't been able to ask you these before, okay? So be patient with me, I'm not trying to be accusatory, okay?
Okay.
Did he try to extort money from you? Did he threaten you, or did he say he was going to get you in trouble for anything? Did he have anything hanging over your head which made you feel like you had to give him this money or he was going to get you in trouble for something?
No.
Because understand, whatever it was, tax evasion, and I'm making these up, tax evasion, embezzlement, blah, 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 whatever crimes, everything's run unless you killed somebody, okay? So what we need to know is, did he have anything hanging over your head? Was he able to get you to give the money because you were fearful or concerned he might get you in trouble for something?
No. He just has this way about him, the whole poor, pitiful me type thing, until you finally see right through it and he's lying, well, you think maybe I should help the guy out, It's
a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Well, when he had the conversation with you, I can't believe he just called and said, hey, give me $70,000. He had to sit down with you, I would think. Explain to you, did you ask him things like, well, did you kill her? Tell me what's going on. He had to confide in you to get that kind of money out of someone. He owed you at least that.
Well, he had said that Frank Stanley, in order to continue his services, needed $70,000, and that he had to have Frank because Frank was the best.
Did he say why he needed Frank?
To defend against this murder investigation.
And you said at some time, did you kill her? Correct?
I probably did. I don't know if I would put it just like that. I don't know.
See, that's my concern for you. And I'm talking to you and your attorney. I'm concerned that you're hung up on the exact words that I'm saying. Like, did you kill her? You may have not used those words. That's not the question. Did you ever ask him in any way whether he was involved in any way in his wife's death?
I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. I didn't. I guess I wouldn't believe he did it at that time.
So you never thought he did it? You've never thought he was involved in her murder?
At that time, no.
Now?
Now I'm not sure.
Why? What's changed? Other than he owes you money.
Other than he owes me money. Because what he's saying about me, his behavior towards me, is the same thing he was saying about Renee. You
In
know,
what way? Describe it to me specifically. What's happening that's changed your opinion?
okay, well, for instance, he had said about Renee that she's trying to poison him with buying him sandwiches, and that they are poisoned, so she's trying to do that, and you know, just being just being mean. And lately he's saying the same thing about me, that he's so terrified of me that he has to carry a handgun. And I haven't done anything to him, so I don't believe Renee did anything to him. I think this is just what he does.
So has he accused you then of poisoning him, trying to poison him?
No, but he accused me of assaulting him, and I didn't. And he accused me one time, he accused me twice of assaulting him. The one time was when I caught him at my mom's. He said I had thrown him up on the sink and knocked his glasses off.
When did he make that accusation in relation to when he was at the house, your mom's house? At the time, did he all of a sudden say, stop hitting me, you're not touching me?
No, I heard this through the grapevine.
From whom?
From my sister Nancy.
So he's told Nancy.
Well, I think what it was is I think he told Hannah, and then I think Hannah told Nancy.
Have you asked Hannah, did your dad say that?
Yes.
And what'd she say?
She said, yes, he did say that.
So she confirmed it.
Yeah, because we do this, her and I do this thing, like when we see each other, that we kind of go like this, you know, and we laugh.
Remove the glasses and look down like you're...
Like they're being knocked off my face.
Oh, I see. Okay. So Hannah specifically shared with you what her dad had accused you of.
Yes.
And did you tell her it was untrue?
Yes. And she told me, she says, I just can't imagine you doing that to anybody.
Okay, so the question is, did you assault your brother Mike in any way when he was at your mom's house back when she was in the hospital?
No.
Did you grab him and say, get out of my house? You have every right to.
I didn't grab him. I told him to get out and not
Did
to
you
come
touch
back.
him?
No.
What's the other time that he accused you of assaulting him?
Was when my mom had a doctor's appointment, and I don't remember, it was close to when she passed away. She had a doctor's appointment, and he was supposed to come and take her. Well, Hannah was staying with my mom to help her, and she had to go to school, and my load canceled that day. So I just came back home, and I was getting mom ready. I was putting her shoes on and, you know, getting her ready to go. And I was helping her down the steps into the garage for her to get into her car. And Mike and his girlfriend, I can't remember her name, were there, and they had come up to the garage, walked up to the garage, and then they had walked back to the car, and then they had pulled up around my pickup and pulled up to the garage, and Mike started, I guess, Bo, everybody calls me Bo. Bo's gonna take you to your appointment. I guess you don't need me. Have a good appointment. And then they just drive off. And my poor mom, she's just going like this because she can't talk, and she just wanting him to come to take her to this appointment, and he's just driving away. And then we're at the appointment, and my sister Nancy calls me and said, what did I do to Mike? And I said, I didn't do anything to Mike. And he says, you assaulted him at Mom's. And I said, this is not what happened. I was helping Mom down the steps, and they drove up and left. And she said, well, he's saying that you knocked his glasses off. I don't know why he's got this glasses fixation. That I knocked his glasses off and went for his throat or something like that.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Have you, since the time Renee was killed to the present, at any time have you assaulted Mike?
No.
Have you ever touched him in any way that was unwanted? He obviously did not want you to touch him.
No.
Are you a touchy-feely family? Do you hug a lot? Do you?
Not really.
Okay. Has he ever assaulted you? Since the time of her death till today?
No.
Has he ever verbally threatened you in any way? With words? Since her death to today?
He's said, not threatened me, but he's called me names and stuff like that.
My point is, have you been in fear of him at any time from the time of her death till today?
Recently, yes.
I'm saying, listen to my question. From the time of her death till today, have you been in fear of him at any time?
Yes, recently.
Okay. Describe the circumstance, please.
Because he's carrying these guns, or a handgun around, and according to Hannah, he has multiple guns in the house, and that's all that according to her, he's gunning for me. If I were to show up, and I think he's trying to set up a self-defense. Like if he ever saw me, he would shoot me and say that I had come at him.
But you're coming up with this in your head because you know he has a lot of guns.
Yes.
Nothing's really happened, though.
Nothing's happened.
Okay. And you haven't heard of any specific instances happened that's threatening to you or threatening to anyone else?
According to Hannah, he almost shot her through a door.
Are you getting all the information from Hannah regarding that instance?
Yes.
Okay. What did she told you?
One time, she had come home from school, and the house was locked, and Mike was in there, and she was trying to get in the door somehow, and she went around to the back to get in, and she came in the house, and then she heard a clunk on the dryer, and Mike opens the door, I guess, and says, "Don't you ever do that. You never know what's on the other side of a door." And Hannah took it that he had the gun and was going to shoot through the door.
So you were not present at the time of that incident.
No.
You've never told anyone you were present for that incident.
No.
Have you seen any of the guns that he has now?
He has my dad's rifles and shotguns. I don't know. Oh, that's another thing. He claims there are a bunch of handguns missing that he had given my mom a bunch of handguns to hold on to, and those are missing. So I don't know what he has for a handgun now.
When's the last time you saw Mike face to face?
Probably at Mom's funeral.
Yeah, I want you to think about it because, that's not been that long ago. But you should know if you've seen your brother since the funeral.
I'm going to say that at the funeral.
Okay. And have you talked with him on the phone since the funeral?
Called one time,
He called or you called?
I called. Do I know why?
Yes.
Okay. He had left a canoe at a mutual friend's house, and his name is Jim Clark, and he called me up and asked what could be done about the canoe because he didn't want to get messed up in the trust and blah, blah, blah. He just wanted anything that didn't belong to him, belonged to us, off of his property. So he couldn't get a hold of Mike, so he asked me if I would come and get the canoe. So I called Mike, and I told him that I was going to get the canoe, and I was going to charge him because the lady who is the trust attorney said you could charge for whatever you have to do for Mike if you won't do it.
Who's the trust attorney?
Her name is Susan.
Her last name? Did you have her number on your phone, or you know her name?
Her Zoltan Law Office. I don't know her.
Right.
I don't know
Nancy's
her.
got to know.
Nancy knows, yes,
All right.
absolutely. And
What do you say?
I just left a message. He didn't answer the phone.
So since if you actually talked to Mike on the phone.
Say that again, ma'am?
So I asked you, since if you have you talked to Mike on the phone?
No,
Have you been over to wherever he's staying?
no,
Since the funeral? Has he been over to your home since the funeral?
not that I know of.
Do you have any information or knowledge that he has come over without permission since the funeral? To your mom's home?
Not that I know of.
Do you have any surveillance video or anything at your mom's home at the time that this alleged assault occurred when he came over? Is it you have a surveillance video inside your home
No,
or outside?
no.
Have you ever called the police on him?
Have I know?
Has he ever called the police on you?
Not that I know of.
Well, they've never responded and said to your house and said your brother called.
No.
Is he accusing you of taking any monies or any property of your mother's or anything like that? I mean, is there going to be some information that he's pointing the finger at you for mishandling property or taking what you shouldn't take? Is there some of that going on too?
Yes.
And is anyone on his side? I mean, your sisters, are they agreeing with what he's saying, or are they
No.
on your side on this?
No, they're not agreeing with him at all.
Is there any documentation to support what he's saying? You know,
No.
bills or anything? It sounds like you're pretty financially stable, you.
Me? Yes.
And it sounds like he's never been.
We thought he was. He has every opportunity to be that. So why isn't he?
How much money, look at this, was he in debt to you or your mother or sisters before she was killed?
He had, Nancy has found where mom was paying for divorce attorneys, and of course she bought him a house. I don't know what else. And Nancy would probably know better what the amounts and the dates, but a lot of the amounts are pretty significant that he's taken from mom.
Well, I mean, at the time that she was killed, were you aware that the court had ruled against him on him getting the house or him getting the kids?
Yes.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that, Charles?
He had said that, well, because he was wanting, and I don't know, do they pay alimony anymore?
Yes, there's still alimony, I believe.
He was wanting the house and the kids because he wasn't working. She was the
breadwinner.
Yeah, good. The breadwinner. And so he thought he should get the house, the kids, and she should pay him. And it didn't work out that way.
So he shared that with you?
Yes.
He was pretty upset about the fact. In fact, it wasn't long before the murder that that the court had ruled that he wasn't going to get what he thought he deserved. Is that fair to say?
Okay, I don't know the timeline, but.
But obviously, he did tell you he's not getting what he thinks he deserves. He was upset about it.
Right, yes, he was very upset.
How much did he get when she was killed? Didn't he inherit all of it?
Did he inherit?
Well, when she was killed, whatever assets were in the marriage, he got it all, correct? Didn't he? Was there a trust for the kids? Was there? Do you know?
I think it went to a trust.
Okay.
Right?
Do you know that?
I don't know it, but I think.
What makes you say that?
He said it, I think. I'm pretty sure he said that there was. I'm pretty sure he said that he wasn't going to get the house. And there was something about the payments for the house after she passed away.
Did he ever move back into that house after the murder?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay. And they eventually sold the house, correct? He did.
Did he?
I'm assuming.
I don't know. I guess I thought her attorney did.
Okay. All right. It could be. I don't know either, Ms. Pagel. I'm just wondering what he shared with you about the house. Did you go over there, for instance, and help him take any property out of the house after she was dead?
No.
Did you ever, so it sounds like the only times you were over there were 3 times. I'm not holding to exactly 3, but the 3 times, twice with your mom while Renee was there, correct?
Yes.
A long time prior to the murder?
I don't think they were there that long. I don't think they had that house that long.
I can tell you that, at least according to my information, they bought the house, moved in the spring of 2004, approximately.
Okay.
And then she's killed in August of 2006.
Okay.
So, 2 years-ish or a little less.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
I would say so.
Okay. Did you ever meet Mr. Decker, who was a renter who lived in the barn?
Did I ever meet him?
Yeah.
No, I never met him.
Did you ever talk to him?
No.
On the phone or otherwise?
No. I saw him from a distance
When did you see him?
when we were moving stuff out.
And Renee, was Renee there when you were moving stuff out?
Yes, her and maybe a friend or two of hers was there. Maybe at least one.
And when you moved Mike out, was there any arguing or discussion that you were aware of between her and Mike about things he wanted to take that she didn't let him take?
I know they were arguing. What it was about, I don't know, because me and Brian Duve was over there helping us.
Was it just the two of you helping Mike?
Yeah, just me and Brian Duve.
What vehicle did you use?
Mike and Renee had a pickup, a Ford pickup maybe, and he had rented a U-Haul trailer. And me and Brian were just we weren't paying any attention to whatever they were doing.
So I wanted to go back for a minute. So you're testifying under oath that Mike has never threatened you in any way, either verbally or with a gun or assaultively in any way. You just are assuming because he has the guns that he may hurt you.
Yes.
Has he ever said anything to anyone that you're aware of that he wants to hurt you?
Not that I'm just getting this from my sister, that he's, Nancy, yes, that he's carrying a gun in case I show up.
That your sister has told you that?
Yes.
Has anybody else told you that?
No.
Hannah?
No, I don't think Hannah has said that, no. Because I remember Nancy said he came over there when Mom was at her house And she said, Mike's packing. I'm like, what? You know, I thought he was packing stuff for Mom, but she admitted that he had a gun.
Well, why does he want to, what I'm not understanding is, why does he want to, why do you think, why is he saying those things, and why does he have it out for you versus if Nancy comes over, I have a gun, or if Sue comes over, you know what I mean? Why you? Why is he upset with you?
I don't think he wants to pay me the money back, which he's not going to, you know.
Does he admit he owes you the money?
The only thing he admits that I've heard to Hannah is the money for the car when he had gotten his wreck and had to have another car. And other than that, he says something about I gave him money for favors, but he doesn't say what favors are.
Wait. Who said, who's I? I don't understand. Is Mike saying I gave him money for favors, or is he saying that you said I gave money for favors?
Mike is saying that I gave him money for favors.
Mike saying he gave you money for favors?
No, that I gave him money for favors.
Okay. I see. So Mike is saying that you were just paying him for whatever service he provided for you or whatever favor he did for you.
Right.
And what would those be? You have no idea? Yes or no?
No.
So you never said what those favors were?
No. He only said that, and I'm getting this through my sister Nancy.
Okay. So she would be the one who would have heard Mike say that.
No, she's getting it from Hannah.
How old's Hannah now?
Oh, she's driving, so.
She the youngest?
Yeah. Maybe she's going to college, but she's supposed to be in high school, but she's going to college.
Okay. I asked you earlier about, I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but it's just, you have a lot of information that we're not aware of before. So have you ever been anywhere on that property, in the back of the property, outside, not inside? It sounds like you've only been inside into a vehicle to move stuff, correct? Or inside to visit, correct?
Well, we were inside, and then we had gone into the barn. There was a barn there.
Okay.
We'd gone in the barn to move some stuff out, which was where one of the arguments did take place.
Okay.
Right.
Did you move stuff out of the barn?
Yes.
But you didn't walk around the outside of the house or walk around the outside of the barn. You had no reason to, correct?
No.
Correct?
Right.
Have you ever parked anywhere when you've been to that residence or in the area of that residence, anywhere other than in the driveway?
No.
So you've never parked on another road and walked to the house?
No.
You've never cut through the back? There's no reason to, correct?
Right.
And have you ever been with anyone, or are you ever aware of anyone parking anywhere other than the driveway, but going to the house, whether it be Mike or your mom or your sister, anyone?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you've never drove into that area with someone and then they get out and they walk to the house?
No.
And have you ever done any repair work or investigated anything that needed repairs at the house?
I don't remember doing anything like that, no.
Well, would Renee ever ask you to come over and fix anything?
No.
And did Mike?
No.
Okay. How did you find out Renee was dead?
Mike had called me.
And did he tell you that she was killed or murdered?
No, I believe he said they found Renee dead.
And did you ask how she died?
I probably asked what happened. I don't recall the exact conversation.
Well, did he ever tell you what evidence we have against him? Like why he needed this attorney? Like why he was concerned enough to spend, sounds like a heck of a lot of money, over 70,000, at least 70,000, to defend himself when we hadn't even charged him. Did he tell you what he was afraid of?
No.
You didn't say, you really need this money, this much money now? What's he doing for you? You haven't been charged yet.
I don't think I did, no. I had watched these TV shows where attorneys, they take a bunch of money up front, and I just assumed that's what was happening.
Mr. Pagel, what I'm asking you is, at any time before or since her death, up till today, has your brother Mike ever said anything at all that's suspicious concerning her death?
He doesn't say much at all about her death.
My question is, has he ever said anything, whether it's a little or a lot, that's suspicious about her death?
I don't recall him saying anything that sticks out in my mind that would be
So it
suspicious.
doesn't sound like that you ever suspected that he was involved in this.
No.
Okay. Who did he think was it killed her? Who did Mike say he thought they should look at so-and-so, or have they looked at so-and-so? I mean, who did Mike think that was involved in this?
I don't think he knows. I mean, he said maybe the guy in the barn, what was his name?
Mr. Decker.
Decker. And then I think she was seeing somebody.
Who told you she was seeing someone?
I don't remember who told me, but I guess some guy showed up at the funeral.
Who said that?
I don't remember who said it.
Did you see some guy?
I didn't go to the funeral, no.
You didn't go to the funeral?
No.
Why not?
I was probably working.
I know people can get off work for a funeral, especially if it's that close.
I don't take time off like that.
Did you ever meet with Mr. Stanley at any time?
No, I've never seen him.
Okay. Did you ever talk with him on the phone
I talked with him on the phone once.
before your investigative subpoena? Before we talked to you?
Think so.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I remember talking to him, but I can't recall. I assume it was in regards to this.
How did you get Mr. Piazza? I mean, I don't want to know what you said to him or he said to you, but did you get him through Mr. Stanley or some other way?
No, he's just a local. No, I mean, he's an attorney in Saginaw,
Okay.
and so I went to consult with him.
Did he meet with Mr. Stanley? To your knowledge, or talk with Mr. Stanley?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned because I know, like, your mom had Mr. Phelan. I'm sure that was through Mr. Stanley, I'm guessing.
Okay.
And I just am a little concerned that, you know, that you haven't gotten any advice from Mr. Stanley or anyone that's really looking out for Mike and not looking out for you. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, what did Mr. Stanley tell you?
He said, when I talked with him, I remember him saying, is there an attorney over here named Dodge?
Yes.
He suggested to call them, and I think I did, but then I decided to go with Jim Piazza.
Okay. But did Mr. Stanley tell you what to do or not to do if you were questioned by the police?
Not that I remember, no. I don't remember that.
Did you tell Mr. Stanley, hey, I'm scared that I am afraid that my brother may have been involved in this. I'm scared that I'll get him in trouble. Nothing like that?
No. I'm more concerned about having to take time off work than
were you aware that your brother was a big journaler, like writer, wrote down a lot of things?
No.
Not aware of that? Yep, no?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Have you ever seen any of his journals or either on the computer or in writing?
No.
Were you aware that your mother put together an extensive handwritten log or account of what happened on the night of the incident, or the week before or the week after? You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Did your mom ever say anything to you? I mean, you were pretty close with your mom.
Yes.
I mean, my parents were divorced. My dad lived with my mom. We're from Boston. Most of his adult life after they got divorced. I mean, they were very close. I mean, you're around someone a lot, you tend to talk to that person. Did your mom ever tell you what happened that night of the murder? I mean, she is his alibi. You know that, right?
Yes. Yes, I do know that.
What did she tell you?
What did she tell me happened? Her version of events? The night of the murder, she was there with the kids. I think Mike had gone to an AA meeting maybe, or something like that. And I don't know, they were just there.
Did she say Mike ever left? Did you go to the AA meeting?
She said he had gone to, I think he went to an AA meeting.
Okay. Did she ever indicate in any way by her words or actions at any time that she was concerned that he might be involved?
No.
Never.
No, mom would defend Mike right. She would never. No.
Did she think he was capable of killing her?
I don't think so.
Did she ever say or do anything to indicate that she thought he was capable of killing her?
No.
Or that he might hurt her because of how ugly the divorce was?
No.
Did your sisters think he would ever indicate in any way by their words or actions that they thought he might be involved in this?
Nobody even considered that for a minute.
Not back then, not now.
Well, now I kind of do. I think Nancy does, but
You think what? What do you think now?
I think he's capable of it.
Why?
Just the way he's acting with these guns and lies and all this massive amount of money that is gone. I mean, nobody knew he was capable of that either, or suspected that he would have done that. But yet, all these things have happened.
Have you ever confronted him and said, you killed Renee, didn't you?
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
Has he ever denied killing her to you?
Yes.
How did that come about? Describe to me and what circumstances he would say that. He didn't just come to you and say, I didn't kill her. You say, what happened? You say, tell me.
I believe we were talking about the divorce and how upset he was. And he said, but I would never do anything like that.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Something's going on this afternoon I have to cover. You did? No, I've got something else this afternoon, yes, but it's just quick. It's arraignments for the grand jury. Just a break. Because we may be here a while. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Yes, go.
Owed a lot of money to you, owed a lot of money to your mom, correct? You said over $100,000 to you.
Yes.
And how big did you say roughly your mom's estate was? You said at least, I heard 800,000.
Well, the farm was appraised around 850,000, and then the house was around 130 some thousand.
Presumably to be divided up between you and your siblings.
Yes.
Has his debt to you or his debt, I mean Mike, his debt to you or his debt to your mom come up during discussions on how that's going to be divvied up, saying maybe, hey, you owe Charles a lot of money, we're going to take that out of your inheritance?
Well, I guess it's written up in the trust that if he owed my mom money, it comes out of his share of the trust.
What about if he owes you money?
That's my tough luck.
Has that come up
What's that?
during the trust talk? Has it come up that he owes you money?
Yes.
Did that upset him?
He's never been around for any of these talks. He says he shows up, he was going to show up, and then he wants to phone in. So he has never shown up.
Okay. Did you come to court with your mom when she did her investigative subpoena? She had to come to court?
Nancy did, I believe.
All right. I know someone came with her. Other than the attorney. When she was done, did she indicate in any way to you or anyone else, to your knowledge, that she was afraid she'd be charged with perjury?
No.
She didn't?
That mom would be charged?
Correct.
No.
Did she indicate in any way that she withheld information or lied about anything or misrepresented anything?
No.
Were you present, or did you hear about any preparation that went into her testimony? Like that the attorney met with her and prepped her for it, that Mike met with her, that anyone did?
No, I wasn't around for any of that.
But you weren't present for any of that, or you didn't hear about any of that?
No.
Were you concerned at all that she was going in to testify? You weren't afraid? You said yourself she would do anything for him. She would say anything for him, probably.
Yeah.
Were you concerned that she might go in there and get herself in trouble?
No, I don't. I didn't know what was going on, ma'am. I mean, I don't.
Well, how about after? Afterwards, certainly you knew because you got subpoenaed. Did you talk to your mom about her testimony?
I guess we did talk about it, yes.
What'd you say? What'd she say?
She said it was very long and that she answered everything the way she believed.
Well, but then she did do a written statement after that contradicts what she testified to.
Did she?
Uh-huh.
I did not know about that.
Yeah. She never mentioned that to you?
No.
Did Mike ask for your advice or consult with you in any way during the whole investigation at any time?
No.
Ask your opinion, anything like that?
No.
Did Mike come out and stay with you and your mom in Saginaw at any time during the course of the investigation, from the time she's killed to now?
I'm sure he did. I can't remember, but I'm sure he did.
Well, during the investigation itself, did he come to Saginaw? You remember him coming to Saginaw at any time?
Ma'am, I'm gone most of the time, so if he did come, it's possible.
You, were you there when he came at any time?
I remember him coming there, but I don't remember him staying or anything remarkable about the visits.
Charles, was your vehicle, any of your vehicles, or you, let me start with this, were any of your vehicles in Grand Rapids the week that Renee was in the hospital prior to her death, or the night that she was killed?
Mine? Not that I know of.
Well,
I'm going to say no.
and were you in Kent County the week that Renee was in the hospital leading up to the night that she was killed in August of 2006? Were you in Kent County?
I think I was.
For what reason?
I think I just came over to visit Mike.
Okay.
I think I had bought a lawnmower or something like that.
Okay. You bought a lawnmower or you brought one with you?
Bought.
You bought one here
No, in Saginaw.
and brought it to Mike?
I think Mike brought it over in his pickup, and I don't know, we're just looking at it or whatever.
I'm confused. So is this correct? She was killed on, it would have been the early morning hours of a Saturday, I believe, August 5th, 2006. So a Friday night, Saturday morning. When in relation to that, were you in Kent County at my time?
It says in the report, I remember being over, because I remember telling them about I had the newspaper in the car.
You said before that, now the dates are, I don't think the dates are correct on here, but you said that you worked Sunday through Thursday, is that correct?
At that time, it would have been Sunday through Friday.
Then Friday morning, you drove your truck to Flint. Is that what happened? This is the Friday that she's last seen alive. She was dead Saturday morning. You get a call on Saturday, I'm guessing. So Friday morning, our understanding is that Friday, you told us before that you were off work, you parked the truck in Flint, someone picks you up, or either in Flint or Detroit, I don't know where you parked your vehicle, but you get done with your job, someone picks you up and takes you home. Who was that person?
I don't believe that happened.
You don't?
I typically did not go to Flint, so that may be a mistake.
Friday morning, you drove your truck to Flint, Detroit, then back to Saginaw. You got back sometime Friday afternoon. You parked your truck at Junction Garage located in Bridgeport. Is that inaccurate?
I would park my truck at Junction, yes.
But you didn't drive to Flint.
I don't remember doing much in Flint. I would come to Saginaw, yes.
Let's start with this. You read this statement, correct? The August 11, 2006 statement to the police. It's the first time the police ever talked to you, they came to Saginaw, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
I remember them coming. I don't remember the date.
Did you make any statement to police other than that initial statement that you made in Saginaw?
No.
That's the only time the detectives interviewed you other than your investigative subpoena in court, correct?
Right.
Okay. You read through this. Don't care if you lied the whole time, but I need to know because I don't want you to get perjury. Is everything in this statement that I've shown you, this 3-page statement, true, other than the phone numbers being reversed?
Could you have a chance, I guess, to review that again? I think we were looking at it pretty briefly.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? I'm going to run and get some more water and go to the restroom. And you can take a time to look at this because I know you only briefly looked at it, okay?
Okay.
I'm just trying to put together a timeline of where you were and what was going on at the time the day before she was killed, the Friday and the Saturday morning, okay? So you look at this and see if that helps you refresh your memory.
Okay.
If something's wrong, you just tell me something's wrong in there. Yeah, we took a break. Well, we did not discuss anything amongst ourselves or with your client, did we, counsel?
I'm sorry?
We did not talk.
No, I'm sorry. It was just me and him in here.
And at this point, is there anything that you want to, I don't know if we've explained this part to you yet. We usually do this at the end, but since we took a break and you had time to talk to your attorney, the law says it doesn't matter if people lie for a second on one thing, on 10 things, or something that has nothing to do with the investigation. You could have lied the whole time in here up to this point. If you make sure you clear it up before you walk out those doors, you can never be charged with perjury. Bottom line, it's about getting to the truth. So after you've talked with your attorney, is there anything at this point that you want to change about your testimony so far?
I can't think of anything, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you had an opportunity to read the statement you made to the police, the initial statement on August 11, 2006, correct?
Yes, we looked it over.
All right. Because looked it over. You know the content of it, correct? You've read it.
Right.
All right. Because I don't know how long the break is. How long did you say the break was?
20, 30 minutes.
Okay.
That break, at least.
That we just took?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. All right. It's only like 3 or 4 pages, I think. All right. So does that refresh your memory as to what you told the police?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite like I remember it.
Okay, good. I want to know, how do you remember the timeline for you for the week that she was in the hospital leading up to the night she was killed?
I don't exactly know when she was in the hospital.
Okay. Well, let's put it this way. tell me where you were and what you did on August 4th. That's a Friday. And August 5th, which is a Saturday. I do believe we've confirmed that you have told us in the past that you went on that Friday. She's killed sometime in the early morning hours of that Friday, that Saturday, and that Saturday you go on some kind of canoe trip.
Yes, I remember going
Right.
canoeing.
So in that framework, Friday and Saturday.
Well, I would have worked, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I would have worked Friday, but the location, the route doesn't seem right to me.
Okay.
On here, it doesn't sound like one that I would have been doing at that time.
Anything else about that statement that seems inaccurate or different than your memory?
About the times at Renee's house in here.
Okay, and it says you only, back then you told them, according to that report.
It said I was only there once.
Right, when you moved her.
Yes.
And now you recall that there were at least a couple other times you were there with your mom when Renee was home.
Yes.
But you were never in the home, correct? When Renee was not on the property.
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Every single time you've been there, Renee's been on the property.
Yes.
And have you ever been there at night? Dark?
No.
Always in the daylight?
Yes.
Okay. So where were you, tell us where you were on Friday, August 4th, 2006, and Saturday, August 5th, 2006.
Well, I would have been working on the Friday. According to this, I don't remember going to Flint, but there may be, I don't, it said so much time has passed, there may be a dispatch sheet that would show where I went to, but from what they're saying in here, I would put it that I had gone to pick up a load of steel shot and bring it up to the foundry in Saginaw.
Okay.
And
That's what your memory is of it.
That's if that's what I did that day, I would have gone to Adrian to pick up steel shot.
Okay. All right.
And then I would have unloaded and gone to Junction Garage.
And what happens once you drop the vehicle off there at the garage? Your work vehicle.
Yeah, I would typically drop the truck or the trailer off there.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
How'd you get home?
I usually parked my Blazer at Junction Garage.
So you did not need a ride from the garage to home?
No.
So if there was some information that your girlfriend or Kayla or somebody picked you up and someone picked you up and took you home, that's incorrect.
Yes.
In fact, Kayla wouldn't even been old enough to drive back then, correct? Or was she in? How old was
No, I
Kayla?
think she was driving.
Right. Did Kayla ever pick you up from the garage and take you home?
Not that I recall.
All right. That would seem unusual to you, correct?
Very unusual.
You think you'd probably remember that?
Yes.
All right. So you drive your Blazer home, correct? That night on Friday?
I would, yes.
And then what'd you do next?
Probably ate something and went to sleep.
Okay. In the past, you've informed us that you went out to dinner with a couple or with some people.
On that night?
On the Friday night before she was killed. This is Friday night in Saginaw. There was someone that you had us even check with them, and we did. But you went out to dinner with.
I don't remember doing that.
Who it was?
Jim and Barbara.
Say the names.
Jim and Barbara. Did you go to dinner with Jim and Barbara?
We would go to dinner. I don't remember going to dinner with them
In
then.
Birch Run?
I don't remember going.
I mean, we did verify that through them and other sources, so.
Okay,
And who were they to them to you?
just friends.
Did anyone else go to dinner with them, or just the three of you?
I really don't remember going to dinner then, ma'am. So I don't know who all would have been there, but I don't remember. I don't remember going to dinner on that Friday.
How often is he going to dinner with Jim?
How often would you go to dinner with them?
Once a month, maybe, you know?
Do you ever remember going to Birch Run with them?
Yes.
So you went there more than once, or just once?
I remember going there once and being very disappointed.
So you probably wouldn't go back, is my guess.
Probably would not.
Do you remember where you went in Birch Run? What restaurant?
At that time, it would have been the bus stop. Because they had good walleye, and they did not have good walleye.
And you only went to that bus stop with them once?
That I remember, yes.
I wonder if they have court at 1. They just have, he said he better too, so we're okay. All right. So the information was you went to dinner with them, and then you never left Saginaw that night.
No,
Is that accurate?
I never left Saginaw. You're talking about the night of the 4th.
Yeah.
Never.
My question is, a minute ago you couldn't remember going to dinner. I get that. You couldn't remember some other things, but you know for a fact you didn't leave Saginaw that night.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave.
Why not?
Where would I go?
Well, to Mike's, to see your mom, to get the dog. Your mom had the dog, correct?
Yep.
You remember that?
I remember Mom having Lucy.
Mm-hmm. You know, you mentioned earlier something about going out there to coming to Grand Rapids or coming to Kent County to Mike's about some kind of lawnmower issue.
Mm-hmm.
Was that on that night? Did you happen to drive out Friday night to Mike's house?
On that night?
Uh-huh.
No.
How do you know?
Because we were going to go canoeing the next day. So I wouldn't go.
Did Mike ask you to come to Grand Rapids? Come to see him that night?
No.
You had a significant phone call with him on that night. It lasted several minutes.
Okay.
Okay? This is a night, Friday night. She's killed somewhere between midnight on that Friday night and, right about midnight and early morning hours.
Okay.
And you talked with him for the longest of anyone on that night. Not long. One of the last calls he has before she's killed.
Okay.
What was his state of mind? What were you talking about?
I don't remember, ma'am. And my mom was also there too, so I probably talked to my mom for a good portion of that call too.
I would buy 100% that you're being straight with me if this was just, I'm asking you this many years later to recall one phone call randomly. Let's say, for instance, that you didn't know about the murder until like weeks later, days later. But literally, this is the night, just hours before you find out this woman's been killed. You find out on Saturday afternoon, evening, that she's been killed. You said your brother informed you, correct?
Yeah, I think it was the next night.
Right. Not even 24 hours have gone by since the death. The last time you talked to him is the night that she's killed for a significant period of time. And then you can say you talked to your mom too. Perhaps you did. But you talk on your cell phone to him because I believe he has his credit card. He calls you on the credit card the next morning. I'm not positive, but I think it's on his long distance card. So we know you talked to him the morning after the murder, like 9 o'clock in the morning, whatever time it is.
Okay.
He talks to you for a significant period of time. The morning she's killed. So is it 2 or 3 in the morning she's killed? And by 9 o'clock he's talking to you. Longer than anybody. What are you guys talking about? And you should remember this because you find out from him just a few hours later she's dead. So
You're
I say
making
that,
me
Mr.
very
Pagel.
nervous here, ma'am, because I don't know what you're wanting from me. You're wanting something that I just can't recall the way you want me to recall it. I don't remember anything remarkable about any of these phone calls. I don't know if we talked about the weather or fishing or what was said. I just don't, and you're making me very nervous. So I don't know what
I would
to
be
say.
nervous if I was you at this point. I would be nervous too, because I'm trying my best to give you our opportunity to tell us what it is you know that you weren't willing to tell us years ago. You came in there and you took the fifth, and you didn't want to answer because you had information that might hurt your brother or yourself or your mother, whoever. There was no other reason for you to take the fifth. You have no fifth anymore. Okay. I've been patiently waiting, trying to ask you as slowly as I can so you have an opportunity to say, look, this is what I didn't want to say. So why don't you tell me now what it is, for what reason you would assert the fifth back then if you had nothing to do with this? Go ahead.
Ma'am, I was going by my attorney's advice. I don't know what you want me to say.
True.
I'm telling
There's
you the
no
truth.
way, I'm just telling you, and I'm being strong with you because I do not want to see you walk down the path. I can tell by the way you're looking at me now, okay? I know so much more now than we knew then.
Okay.
And I'm trying to give you a chance here because I want the stabber.
About what?
The person that stabbed her.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you this, is that I'm being firm with you because, Mr. Pagel, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your attorney knows the hard way because he's been representing people that have been in your position. Is that we can go through this charade where you pretend like you don't know a thing about what your mom was saying or feeling or going through or what your brother told you about the murder, what really happened. Because nobody turns $70,000 in cash without a paper trail to someone without an explanation. No one. Okay?
Okay.
And there's no one closer to him than you at the time and his mom. You live with his mom, with your mom, and you've lived with her over the years, and there's no way you don't have information about this murder from him or from her or some other source. There's no way. And you can sit here and tell us that, and I thought, well, I'll just hold his hand and walk down the primrose path, and then we'll charge him perjury. I'd be nervous too if I was given the answers you're given. And I'm trying to be as honest with you as I can. Because we will get to the truth in this time. And we're halfway there now based on the new information we have and evidence we have. So I'm just telling you, you either come in, it's your story to tell right now. If you wait, it's not going to be your story to tell. It's your story to tell at this point. You either tell us what happened, what you know, or you risk getting charged with perjury and then negotiating it and then coming forward and tell us because you don't want to go to prison. We can do it one of two ways. So we're going to stop for a minute and you're going to I'm going to just give you like 3 minutes and we're going to come right back. If you don't change your testimony, I'm great with that. We'll finish this up and I'll be nice as pie to you because I'm not going to try to save you from yourself. I'm trying now. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes or so to talk to your attorney. If there's nothing there, great. If you don't want the break, let's keep going. What do you want to do? Do you like to just continue? I can do that.
Do you want a break to talk with me for a few minutes?
I guess a break.
Okay. We'll stop and get for 5 minutes.
Charles and I had a chance to go outside. I talked to him. Obviously, I gave him my best legal advice about, being forthcoming in this to what he can be truthful about. I'm not going to counsel him to say something that isn't true. So with that, I'll just get back to the question.
Okay. Thank you, counsel.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Pagel. Is there anything you want to change about what you've testified so far?
No.
Okay. So tell me your whereabouts then on the Friday of August 4th, 2006, the night before she was murdered.
To the best of my recollection, I worked and I went home. Ate something and probably went to sleep. to get ready to go on our canoe trip the next day. That's how I remember it.
Okay. And did you go to the bus stop in Bridgeport with the, is it
Kanichkas.
Kanichkas?
Yes.
Did you go to dinner with them at the bus stop?
I do not remember going to dinner with them.
You actually told us we could contact them. You saw that in here, right? And you gave us their number.
Okay.
And then you said you went to dinner, and then you woke up Saturday morning and met your stepdaughter. It says Kelly, but
Kayla.
Kayla in Mount Pleasant. Is that accurate?
Well, no, I would have probably went to her house and got her, and we all would have went to the canoe trip.
And is it correct that the Jim is his name? Kanichka? What's his first name?
Both the father and son are Jim.
Oh, okay. So when you say you would have gone to dinner with them, you're talking about a father and son, not a husband and wife. Who would you have gone to dinner with at the bus stop?
That would have been Mr. and Mrs. Kanichka if we did go.
What's his name?
Jim.
What's her name?
Barb.
Are either one of them deceased?
Was that?
Are either one deceased?
No.
And was there ever any money exchanged between you and the Kanichkas for any reason?
I borrowed Jim's, the son, I borrowed him some money.
What does borrow him some money mean? You loaned him some money?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you loan him some money? And what for?
He had gotten into trouble with the IRS, and his wages were garnished, and he asked me to loan him some money to help him get through until he could get his IRS problems straightened out.
Was that before Renee was killed?
That was after.
It was after.
Yes.
So you loaned him some money after Renee was killed?
Yes.
How long after?
Would have been around 2011, 2012, somewhere in there.
Okay. Did you ever ask them to give you an alibi or lie to the police or tell them something that didn't really happen?
No.
And they were not indebted to you in any way back then, in 2006?
No.
Did he ever repay you?
Did Jim ever pay me?
That's the question.
Yes, I had to sue him and garnish his wages. And so, yes, I got repaid that way.
And where did you sue him at? What court?
Midland County.
Back in what year?
It was just last year.
Last year?
Yes.
For money that you loaned him in 2011?
I think that's when it was. It was 2011, 2012,
How
somewhere.
much money?
It was $18,500.
Cash?
Yes.
Did you win?
Yes.
Did he pay you? Or you garnished his wages?
His wages were garnished tonight, and so I was paid that way.
You can talk to them again. Okay. And so you're saying now that you met Kayla and everyone and you went to Mount Pleasant together?
Well, typically because
I don't want to know typically. On the day of the murder, it would be the morning, Saturday morning after she's killed, this has always been your story. So on that day, where did you meet them?
I would have picked Kayla up. We would have went to the Kanichka's house in Sanford, and then we would have went to the canoe livery.
So you did not meet them in Mount Pleasant to go canoeing?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. No.
Did you, in your lifetime, did you ever go to Mount Pleasant and meet anyone to go canoeing?
Yeah.
Who?
Well, the Kanichkas.
So sometimes you'd meet them in Mount Pleasant, sometimes you would.
Yeah.
Well, why would you tell them? I'm trying to get to. I need an accurate timeline. Why on August 11th would you tell the detectives? This is closest in time to when it happened, much more so than now. On that day, you told the police, yeah, I woke up Saturday morning and I met my stepdaughter in Mount Pleasant to go canoeing. So you must have done that, right? There's no reason for you to lie 3 days later or whatever it is. Correct?
I think they wrote it down wrong. I think I picked her up because I would have picked her up.
Okay. And that's your testimony then. Okay.
That would be what we would do.
Okay. So it sounds like even though you sometimes would meet the Konitschkas in Mount Pleasant, you would always pick up Kayla if she was going to go.
Right.
Right? Correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay. With regard to the last time you were in Grand Rapids area, at your brother's or anywhere else in Kent County,
Okay.
you told the police August 11th that it was July 28th. What day of the week would that be? Right, you look. And you said you remember that date only because you had a Grand Rapids Press in your vehicle. So it was a Friday. Was it the Friday before she was killed? Like a week before or so that she was killed? Yeah. That's what you told the police. You were there and you remembered it because of the newspaper in your vehicle and the date of the newspaper. Does that sound accurate?
It sounds right, yes.
Okay. And so your testimony is you were truthful with the police at that time about that, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so from July 28th, that's the last time you were in the Grand Rapids or Kent County area. You were not here any time from after July 28th till the time she was killed.
Right.
No time.
No time.
Back to the
Yeah.
canoe trip. What time did you leave for the canoe trip? Do you remember? What time did you go to Kayla's house to pick her up?
Mid-morning?
What do you mean by mid-morning? Roughly. I don't need like the exact time.
I probably would have left somewhere around 10 o'clock.
You said the Konitschkas went with you?
Yes.
And do you remember talking to the Konitschkas that morning around 6:30 a.m.?
On the phone?
Yes.
Probably.
Why would you talk to them that early in the morning?
Jim worked third shift, and he would have gotten off.
Even though it's a Saturday, he would have worked the night before?
Yeah.
What time would he go in for work?
He worked third shift, so he would probably have gone in 10:30, 11
At night?
at night, yeah.
Any reason why Jim would have called you 4 times the night before?
Just to talk? I don't know.
Let's say you did go to dinner at the bus stop that night.
Okay.
You went with the Konitschkas, you said, right? The only time you ever went to the bus stop, you went with the Konitschkas.
Right.
Okay. And do you remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missed calls from Jim in about a 45-minute period that night, Friday night?
I don't remember, no.
Can you think of any reason why he would have called you 5 times in 45 minutes?
We typically talked. I don't know why he would call, no.
All right.
So, Mr. Pagel, there's going to be zero evidence that you came back here to help your brother. He was freaked out. You had nothing to do with the murder, but you just came here to help your brother.
Came
to Grand Rapids area on the 4th or 5th because your brother needed you.
I came to Grand Rapids when now?
I'm asking you, is there any chance there's any evidence out there that on that Friday, August 4th, or that Saturday, anywhere from midnight through the time she was killed till the morning hours before you went canoeing, that you ever came here because your brother or your mom needed you?
No.
No chance there's any evidence.
I did not come over here.
Did anyone ask you to come here?
Not that I remember, no.
I think you remember if your mom or brother called and said something bad happened, I need you. You
Right.
talked to him for half an hour. That's the
Nobody,
troubling thing.
nobody asked me to come over, ma'am.
But you talked to him for half an hour on the night before he killed her. He had to share with you his state of mind, like, I'm so mad at her, or I'm not mad at her, everything's going great. You had to have heard something.
I don't remember anything standing out, ma'am. I just don't. I can't guess at what you're wanting me to say here. I don't. I just don't.
I'm asking you to tell you what his state of mind was the night that she got killed.
I don't know. I don't remember. I just don't remember.
So the dog's name was Lucy?
Yeah,
Beagle?
Beagle.
How old was Lucy in 2006?
Lucy was a stray.
All right.
So
Whose dog? I know he lived with you and your mom, but whose dog was Lucy?
Lucy
sounds like a name that a guy would name a dog, but whose dog? Who named Lucy?
Lucy was a stray.
Okay.
Okay, and Becky was still alive at the time, so we had Lucy, Sky, and Sheldon.
Who took care of Lucy most of the time when it was just you and your mom?
Mom took care of her all the
Did you ever
time.
take care of Lucy? Like when mom was gone or anything like that?
A few times.
How old was Lucy? Roughly. Don't remember.
She at the time
Yeah.
when Renee was
2006. 2006.
somewhere around 6 to 7, maybe 8.
And your mom had Lucy over at Mike's house?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I know you're pretty close with Hannah, you said. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know how.
Did you talk?
We, not often, but we do talk.
Okay. And has Hannah, and what are the other kids' names?
Joel and Sarah?
Have any of Mike's children ever said anything to you or to anyone else to your knowledge indicating that they're suspicious or afraid their dad might be involved in their mother's death?
No.
Has Hannah or any of the other kids ever expressed any time from the time of the murder to right now that he's violent or they're afraid of him?
They say his drinking.
I want you to answer the question, then you can explain it. Has
Okay.
Hannah or any of Mike's kids said to you at any time from the time of the murder to today that Mike is violent or they're afraid he could be violent? Not in those words, but you know what I'm asking you, Mr. Pagel.
Okay, well, I guess he's hollered at his current girlfriend. I don't know if that's what you mean by violent or
I mean, hurt somebody.
physically.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that they've said anything like that.
Well, you know, if that kid
Okay,
told you, don't stop saying thing. Have they ever said to you, I'm afraid of Dad. I'm scared he's going to be violent. He's anything like that.
Okay, well, Hannah did say after the gun thing. Why are you frustrated with me, ma'am? I don't.
Because I'm now asking this question 4 times and I'm finally getting, oh yeah, Hannah, go ahead.
After the gun thing with through the door, she said she was concerned
About what?
about her safety.
What else did she say?
That she didn't want to live there anymore. That she wanted to live with Grandma.
Which grandma?
Well,
Your mom at the time? Or
my mom at the time.
Okay.
She had said that.
Okay.
And that's.
Did you do anything to try to help her?
I don't know what I can do, ma'am.
So because you didn't know what to do, you didn't do anything. I mean, I'm not accusing you, I'm saying, there was nothing for you to do, it sounds like.
Right.
That you could do.
Right. My sister Nancy would be more in that charge.
But she reached out to you, it sounds like, Hannah.
Well, this would have been a conversation when I am around and my sister is around. Hannah is much more open when Nancy is around.
So are you saying that Hannah said these things about what happened? She said them to you face to face with your sister present?
I believe so, yes.
What does that mean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any phone conversations with Hannah about anything about Mike and guns or any concern she has about Mike?
No.
So it's always been in front of you, face to face.
Yes.
And maybe other people, but in front of you also.
Right. Hannah and I don't typically talk on the phone.
Okay. Right. Did you ever call the police?
No, I never called the police.
Well, do you know if anyone did call the police?
Somebody called Child Protective Services. Who?
Yeah. You know the answer, Mr.
My
Pagel, just tell
girlfriend,
me.
Kathy.
Okay, what's her full name?
Kathy.
Now, why have you waited till, I don't know how long we've been here, to tell me this information? We've talked about this incident, haven't we, with Hannah and the door and the gun for hours.
Ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying my best here. I'm doing my best with you. And
why haven't you told us that 2 hours ago when we first talked about him doing this to Hannah, and because of that, my girlfriend called CPS, or why haven't you revealed this? It's like pulling teeth.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't know if I would
do it on purpose, correct? You purposely did not want to reveal unless you're directly asked, correct?
I thought that's what I was supposed to do here.
You're supposed to tell us everything you know truthfully when we ask you about something.
Okay. I thought I was doing my best, ma'am. I really am trying to do my best here.
Did you share with your girlfriend the information you got from Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. Did she get it from Hannah at all, or just from you?
I don't know if she got it from Hannah.
You know whether or not she talked to Hannah?
I did what?
Did your girlfriend ever talk to Hannah about this incident with Mike?
She may have. I don't know.
Does she talk to Hannah? Does she have her number?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she's talked to Hannah about this incident?
No, I don't remember her ever telling me that she has talked to Hannah.
How did your girlfriend come to call CPS? Describe what happened from beginning to end.
I had told her the story that was told to me. Okay? She was very concerned and very scared. And she went into where she works, and she was talking to the ladies there about it, and they all decided it would be best if she called the Child Protective Services.
Did she consult with you before she made that call?
Yes, I think she said she was going to call them.
Did you support her on that initially, or did you try to talk her out of it?
I supported her.
Were you present when she called CPS?
No.
She called from work?
I don't know. I wasn't calling.
Do you know where she called from?
No, I don't
Do you
know.
know what phone she used?
I would assume she used her phone.
And what's her phone number?
I don't know the
Take
number.
your phone out. You have your phone on you?
It's in my pickup.
You don't remember her phone number as you're sitting there today?
No, because it's just her name comes up, and
I understand.
so I don't remember the number.
And does she pay that bill or do you?
She does. It's hers.
How long have you dated her?
Since 2016.
So you tell her what Hannah told you, and then she calls CPS.
Yes.
Why were you hesitant to tell us who it was that called CPS?
I don't feel I was hesitant about it.
Did you speak with anyone at CPS?
No.
Why didn't you call CPS? My niece tells me that this is going on at her house. My brother, not my brother. I'm calling somebody to get her help. Why didn't you do it?
I didn't. Why didn't my sister Nancy do it? Why didn't somebody else do it? Kathy's the one who did it.
You know why you didn't. You don't know why they didn't. Why did you not choose to report your brother for this clearly threatening behavior to his kids?
Why did I not do it?
Yes.
Please, ma'am. I just didn't. I don't know why I didn't. I guess I just felt somebody else should do it other than me.
Because it's your brother?
No, because, I don't know, I just don't like to get involved.
But clearly she consulted with you before she made the decision to do it, correct?
Kathy?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after she talked with them, did she tell you how it went?
She said that they were going to meet at a McDonald's in Saginaw.
Who was going to meet?
Her and, I don't know. No, the CPS lady was supposed to meet Hannah at the McDonald's. And I think my sister Nancy went as well.
Did you talk with Nancy about the CPS report at any time?
Yes.
When?
Probably would have been directly after that, probably, when the day of.
And what's Nancy say?
Nancy said it went good, and the lady listened to Hannah, and she was going to pay Mike a visit.
And did she?
As far as I know, yes.
Where did you get your information from? How'd you
Nancy.
know?
Nancy.
Have you talked, has Hannah said anything around you since the CPS investigation?
About the CPS?
About Mike or the investigation?
No.
She hasn't said anything about, well, let me ask you this. Has Nancy or anyone shared with you what Mike did to prepare for the CPS investigation or their visit to the house or how it went?
Yes.
Who would that be?
Ma'am, I'm trying my best.
Who would that be?
Nancy told me.
What did she tell you?
She told me that Mike told Hannah to clean up the house, buy some food, and told her to lie about the guns and lie about his alcoholism.
Did he get rid of the guns before the CPS came over?
I don't know if he did. I would imagine he did.
So from Nancy, you have the statement from Hannah saying that Dad told me to clean up the house, get some food in there because CPS is coming, get rid of the guns and lie about the guns and his drinking.
Yes.
And so you heard that and you thought, that's not right.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
And you did what?
Listen to my sister.
And then did you contact CPS and say, look, he did this, he had the kids lie?
No, I never did.
You understand why I'm asking that, Mr. Pagel? You have information that your brother is essentially lying to get out of trouble and dragging his kids into it, for God's sake. And you don't do anything.
I don't know what I can do, ma'am.
Call CPS. Hey, he's got all these guns. Why don't you stand up and do that?
I don't know why I didn't. I didn't.
Is it because you're not? I mean, maybe I'm reading this wrong. Maybe you're not really afraid that he is going to kill or hurt anyone with the guns. You just think that he just is.
I just kind of leave that stuff up to Nancy.
So do you think that are you afraid that he is going to kill the kids or you or anybody? I mean, you have that fear at all? Or you just think that it's just him? You understand what I'm saying? That he just keeps guns because he's paranoid, but you don't really think he's going to kill anyone? I don't know your brother.
I don't either anymore. Do I think he would shoot me? Yes, I do. Okay, am I afraid? I'm not afraid. But do I think he would shoot me? Yes.
Do you think he would shoot the kids?
Well, I don't think so. I would say no. That would be very bad.
Well, you already knew about an incident where he pulled a gun on Hannah.
Yes.
So whether he would mean to kill her or not, he certainly has the capability as far as the weapons and the state of mind, it sounds like, to fire a gun at somebody. Maybe he wouldn't think it was her, but that's what it sounded like happened. He thought it might be someone else.
Yes.
I can't remember, did Hannah say who her dad said she thought was at the door?
He thought it was me.
And he's prepared to shoot you?
Yes.
Why haven't you told the police that? I mean, why haven't you reported that to the police? That he's got guns and he thought it was you and was going to shoot you. I mean, why haven't you?
I don't just run. I'm not. I don't know. Why?
So you're not. It sounds like you're not the kind of person that would reaches out to let anybody know any of this stuff. You rely on your sister or someone else to do it. It's not really your personality.
Yes.
Okay. Have you? So you haven't contacted any of the authorities or anyone about his outrageous behavior lately?
No.
You just shared with family members or your girlfriend, correct?
Right.
All right. Do you know anything about whether or not he had a girlfriend or significant other at the time of the murder? Mike?
I don't think he did.
What? Do you understand what I'm saying? Ask me what you think. All right. And earlier, I'm just going through my checklist now. Earlier, we had asked you if you had ever seen him be assaultive with anyone or threatening with anyone. And other than the instance you heard from Hannah, you said something about a stick and a log. I never got the full story on that. What was that circumstance? I know one of the, Mr. Helmer had asked, he didn't get that whole story. When was that and what happened at that incident?
I don't remember when it was, but he would just throw stuff, get mad and just throw something,
More than one time?
A few times.
In his adult life?
Yeah.
Since the murder or before the murder?
Probably a little both.
Okay. And was he mad at you in these instances?
It seemed like he was just mad at situations.
Did he ever express to you his frustration or anger or whatever his feelings were about the fact that the judge in the divorce case was not ruling in his favor on the things he expected?
Yes.
I need you to think as best you can. I know you don't know exact words. Exactly what it is he told you.
He was upset and complaining that he was going to have to get a job and go to work, or he was working, but I think he was going to have to get something that paid more than what he was doing, and he was going to have to pay Renee, and and he was upset at that because he didn't think if the situation was reversed and it was a woman and a guy, that the judge would have ruled the same way. Do you understand?
I do understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Thank you. And he never, Mr. Pagel, during the course of that divorce, said that he wishes she were dead or would like to get her killed or anything like that.
I don't remember hearing him say anything like that.
If someone told you that if you say I don't remember, that's the best thing to do?
What's that?
You keep saying I don't remember that. I gotta think if my brother, listen, if my brother or sister said something like that about their spouses, you know, people are married, they say crazy stuff. But if then one of their spouses end up dead, I'm gonna remember if they ever said, I want him dead, or I'd like to get him dead, or I'd like to kill him or have him killed. Are you saying that you don't remember him ever saying that, or he didn't?
I don't remember him ever saying anything like that.
And you've never told anyone else that he ever said anything like that?
I don't think so.
Well, why would you? You can't remember.
Yeah.
You understand why it's hard for me? Because it's difficult for me to believe your brother would never say. If he said something like that, I gotta believe you remember.
I don't remember him, so I don't remember a conversation where he would have said that.
Did he ever have a conversation where he said after Renee was dead, well, now I don't have to pay her this alimony. Now I don't have to pay for these kids. Now I don't have to get a job. Did he ever say anything like that?
I remember him being very glad that he was going to get money from Social Security.
Because she was dead.
Huh?
Because she was dead.
Because she was dead. Because it was a substantial amount per month. And he would collect that while the kids were in school.
Did he ever say he was glad she was dead?
I don't think he ever said she was.
Go ahead, Dan.
They weren't divorced when she died, though, right? Divorce wasn't final.
I don't believe so, no.
So he never had to pay her anything, right? As far as alimony, child support, anything like that.
I don't know. I don't know if there was anything in between there or not. I don't.
Did he ever make any comments about that after Renee died?
No.
How is it that you can remember with absolute certainty, no, he never said that when you just answered my question? But when Ms. Konski asks you something like, did he ever talk about murdering Renee? Your answer is not yes or no, it's I don't remember.
I don't remember.
But
why we're struggling, Mr. Pagel, is because you remember that it was freaking Ash Wednesday on the day of.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted.
13 years ago, whatever it was.
I remember that because my sister just made a big point of that recently.
Did Mike or your mom ever say anything about having to do any mopping at Mike's house on the night of the murder or the morning of the murder?
Nobody said anything about mopping to me.
Okay. Did you ever see any injuries on Mike after the murder? Scrapes, cuts, bruising?
No.
When the police came out on August 11th and interviewed you in Saginaw, you had a big scrape on your arm.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And where did that come from?
Lucy.
And did you ever hear Mike threaten Renee in any way, either to her face, or did you ever hear of any instances from him or anyone else that he was threatening to her in any way?
I don't remember hearing him threaten anybody.
Never? You've never heard
Renee, I guess I should say.
Well, what's your answer? You don't hear him threaten anyone other than this Hannah thing, or what?
No, I don't remember him threatening anyone. Renee or...
Anyone other than the Hannah incident.
Right.
And before her death, at no time in her life did your mom ever say anything to you about what really happened on the night that Renee was killed? What happened? Where she was, where Mike was? She never shared any of it with you?
Just that they were at the house.
Did you ever say, How do you know he didn't leave and come back, Mom? I mean, your mom sleeps,
Oh, yeah,
right?
very well.
And is she a pretty good sleeper?
Yes, she was. She was
Okay.
very good.
Did she have any kind of an apparatus or anything she used when she slept, or anything medication she took for sleeping?
No.
Okay. But she slept pretty solid, it sounds
My
like.
mom was a very sound sleeper.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. You know your mom, you know your brother, and with all this going on, Mr. Pagel, that's why it's tough for us, you know, and is that, you know, you're close with your mom and really close, and your brother maybe not as much, but, you know, your mom's your brother's alibi, and you know that.
Yes.
And for that to be a true alibi, you know, she had to have known every minute of his time on the night, you know, late Friday night, early morning hours of Saturday, until she gets up in the morning. Now, you don't really believe that she saw him the entire night, do you?
No.
Were you ever, you know, worried? I mean, I know you're spending a lot of money, and so was she, you know, back in that time period, maybe since then. You know, knowing that, I got to believe you got to be concerned for your mom. Your mom, like Hannah, could have been put in a spot where you understand what I'm saying? I know you do. Where she's put in this position, she loves her son, obviously, that she's gonna lie for him if she had to. And what mom wouldn't? Okay, I have a 26-year-old and a 16-year-old, so, and I've seen a lot of this stuff go on, and I think, I don't know what I would do. You'd like to think that you would be straightforward, but it's your child. No, I don't know what I would do, in all honesty. But, you know, Hannah lied to the police or the CPS people for him, I'm sure, you know, put on staged it, you know, so it looked like it was something it's not, doesn't talk about this or that. And I don't think any less of Hannah for that. She's manipulated by her father. I think the same thing about your mother.
I don't disagree with you, ma'am.
Okay. What I want to know as the onlooker, as the person who lives with the woman at the time, certainly has got to be something that you can share with us to help enlighten us, either one way or the other, that knows solidly, you know, my mom never thought he was involved, there's no way because of this and that, or you saw some red flags, you had some concerns. That's really all I'm looking for, Mr. Pagel. You know, you were with her. Did you have any concerns along the way during this that your brother might be using her a little bit to cover for him when she really couldn't?
That is always a concern because Mike could always get my mom to do whatever he wanted. I mean, none of us, I'm thinking myself, Nancy, or Susie, had that same deal with mom. Okay, mom would, like she gave him the massive amounts of money. She just had a different relationship with Mike. She's always like a protector of Mike for whatever reason. So I don't disagree with you, ma'am. I truly don't. And may I say something?
Yeah, sure.
And this is an incident, and Kathy helped me remember this, okay?
Kathy, your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, I just remember that's who you're talking about, okay.
Yeah. Is many years ago, my sister Sue had filled out a list of things that she wanted to inherit from my mom. Okay, and this is going back many years, okay? And one of the things on that list was the Mid-Forest Lodge membership. Mike had lived in Mid-Forest Lodge. I don't know if you know that or not. Okay, it's a hunting lodge that my grandfather was a charter member of developing. Okay. These memberships are quite valuable. $80,000 to $100,000 for a membership. Mike found out about that Susie wanted the Mid-Forest membership. And he said, I'll give mom a couple highballs and I'll have that membership.
Who did he say it in front of?
Said it to me.
Okay.
And he did. And the next thing you know, he's got the membership. And then mom dies and he's got the membership. So
Did he have her write something out or something?
They were both on the membership. I'm not sure exactly how it's turned out. I'll try the best. Rights of survivorship, something like that.
Okay.
Nobody knew that was like that. But how did he get Mom to give him something like that that rightfully should be in the trust? But he did it. And not only that, and maybe I'm going off on something that's totally irrelevant here,
maybe something that's helpful,
is the agreement is that dues had to be paid on this membership every year to Mid-Forest. Mike was supposed to pay those dues in order to use the hunting rights of the membership. Nancy is finding where Mom was paying him the whole time, so
he was not above manipulating your mother.
No, not at all. He always had that way with Mom, and
So that's what I'm going through. That's helpful. Thank you. It's insightful. So if I apply that to what? So let's just say hypothetically, that he does leave the house at night and he goes over maybe to get something to the kids. I don't know. Maybe because he's frustrated, wants to argue with them, whatever it is. He's got all the kids, and it's not really expected per se because he's, his surgery and all that. Okay, it's disruptive. So he's got the kids. Your mom's there. Let's just say hypothetically he leaves and does go over to her house, and it goes awry. Okay. Like I said, I think before we started, we don't have the evidence he ever planned this or anyone planned this. Okay, and that it just. People lose it. And people lose it with spouses and loved ones more than anyone else. Not with, you don't do that with strangers normally. It's someone you love or you have a relationship with, okay? So just say that happens. And he comes back and then, he convinces your mother or whatever, maybe without even telling her. I'm not even saying your mom knows, okay? I'm not sure if it was my mother, I'd tell my mother either, but I might just make sure she covers for me, okay? Because she's fearful. They may accuse him, which they did, This is all going on, and you're a smart person. You had to think that this is a possibility. Whether you believed it or not, you had to have thought at the time, this is a possibility that he's manipulating mine to cover for him.
That's fair.
That's fair?
Yes. I didn't finish my story.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got off on a tangent.
All right. I'm glad that you're
Sorry.
Go right ahead.
Kathy, my girlfriend, said, well, how do you know he didn't give Mom a couple of drinks and put her to bed?
The night of the murder?
The night of the murder. I don't. I mean, she just was.
Exactly. She's doing what I'm doing, which is, well, that's how we would do with this situation with Mom. There's nothing to prevent him from doing in the situation of the murder.
Right.
Right?
That's what she was.
Yeah.
That's what she was getting at.
Women are smart that way.
Kathy is very smart.
You said your mom was a sound sleeper.
Yes.
I'm a dog guy.
Yeah.
Dogs sometimes have to go out in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
If your mom's such a sound sleeper, beagles aren't very big. How would you know to let Lucy out?
Lucy never had to go out at night.
Is that right?
Lucy could. Mom always said Lucy had a bladder like an elephant. She could hold it forever.
So Lucy maybe would go out once a night, but never twice or three times a night.
Lucy would never go out until the next morning.
Okay.
And then it was weather dependent.
It was weather dependent?
If it was bad weather, Lucy would stick her head under a blanket and maybe not go out until noon.
Kind of spoiled.
Lucy was very spoiled.
She had this. Your mom knew her eating habits and all that because you lived together, right? I mean, she
Mom knew what?
Lucy's eating habits.
Yeah, Mom fed her.
Yeah.
Right.
So whether she was at home with you or over at Mike's, the dog's on the same schedule.
Right.
Because Mom's in charge of the schedule.
Yes.
Right.
Well, and Lucy probably knows mom's asleep, might as well not even try to go back till morning.
Right.
Is your mom a pretty detailed person? Would you describe her as a detailed person?
As a detail,
Yeah. Like, did she pay attention to things?
yeah, I guess I would say so. She was aware of, Mom was sharp.
Okay. Thank you. You said that he had a lot of guns. Do you know for how to verify whether he has multiple guns in his home? I mean, do you know if you've been with him, he's purchased some guns? You mentioned something about your father's rifle or something he has.
He took all my father's guns. Probably a half dozen, maybe. Took my father's shotgun, several rifles, and my grandfather's, my dad's gun, shotgun. He took that, and some handguns that my dad had.
Did he have any knives, like hunting knives or sporting knives, anything like that?
I'm sure he did.
Okay. Do you know what he had military training, didn't he? Was he in the military?
2 weeks.
What happened
weeks.
after 2 weeks?
He dropped out.
Okay.
Does that sound
Knocked
right?
out or got kicked out or, you know?
I don't know. He was in about 2 weeks in Pensacola.
So was it the Navy? You don't know.
I don't know. It was so fast. He was in and out. It was like a officer type reserve something. I don't know. It was many years ago.
Okay. What about, other than the drunk driving you talked about, is that the only time that he had any run-ins with the law, to your knowledge, Mike?
He told me of another incident in Columbus when he was going to college.
What was that about?
He, for whatever reason, ma'am, and I don't know, so don't.
I won't beat you up over it.
He had my dad shot.
On this one thing. I won't beat you up on this one thing.
Thank you. He had my dad's shotgun down there. Why on earth he would have my dad's shotgun at college? I don't know. I guess the story I got, he got drunk and he went outside and he shot it outside of his apartment complex into the air. And he got charged with firing a gun in city limits, maybe, or something like that. And he had to get an attorney to get out of that. And I paid for that.
I heard you. I come from a farm family too. Land is important, hunting's important, guns are important, especially guns that are passed down from generation to generation. Safe to say that's the same case in your family?
Yes.
You know, like the hunting membership, another important tradition that's been passed down, correct?
Yes.
Does Mike feel entitled to all of those things, even though he's got a bunch of siblings?
Yes.
Does he get angry when he doesn't get what he thinks he's entitled to?
Yes. Which is why he's causing the problems in trust or whatever. No, because there's several items. One is a shotgun from my mom's dad and the other is my dad's beer stein.
Okay. Those are
And,
expensive. Those are valuable sometimes.
what's that, man?
You just say beer stein?
Beer stein, yes. But it's just what my dad had. Who knows if it's worth anything or not? Yes. And then he keeps going on about these handguns that he says are missing.
Well, would you say Mike's somebody that's willing to lie, cheat, or steal to get what he feels he's owed in this situation?
That's pretty fair.
Manipulate other people to get what he feels he's owed?
I don't know that he could manipulate Nancy or anything like that.
What about your mom?
Sure. But he certainly is trying legally to do it, with his demanding of the inventory, and I forget whatever Nancy else has told me that he's trying to do.
But if legal means didn't work, would he go outside of legal means to get what he thinks it is?
Such as?
Property, money.
I mean, like just go take it?
Take it or have it disappear or manipulate your mom. I mean, do whatever it takes.
Well, Mom is gone, so.
Right, but do whatever it takes if the legal way doesn't work. Break into your house when you're gone and Mom's in the hospital.
I would not put it past him. We have our speculations of what he was doing in the house, too.
It's safe to say if legal means didn't work out for him, Mike's the kind of person you feel would go to other means.
Yes.
I mean, he's going right to the thing, and your poor attorney here now, but it's been a long time, I'm sorry. We just don't want to have to take a second shot at this.
No, that's fine.
I'll go find the transcript and everything from that hearing in the divorce court that you showed up for when the alarm people were there, and they're talking about whether or not he had broken in and taken some of the pictures or things like that, sentimental stuff. But as you're sitting here now, we've talked about it for a while, and has it come back to you about why he would have you there? If it was just for support, or if he thought you might have to give some evidence for him?
I don't remember testifying or anything. I believe I was just there for support. I had actually forgotten about that till you brought it up.
He had to tell you that he went in there to get it's the exact same situation. He probably might have been entitled. It was just pictures and things that we're taking. No one breaks into a house and just steals family pictures.
Well, I don't know that anybody ever decided he did it or not, or if it was ever.
But I'm asking you, didn't he ever tell you he did it?
No.
And you're telling us your mom never expressed to you or any of your siblings any concern that she might be in trouble because she's covering for Mike?
No.
The kids have never said anything to you or to your knowledge to anyone else, your sister, anyone, indicating that they're suspicious or Dad might be involved in their mom's murder?
They've not said anything to me. If they've said something to Nancy, I don't know.
Okay, so you've never heard that they've been suspicious about the murder?
No.
Never even heard that? Really?
No.
Okay.
How many siblings? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
How many siblings do you have again?
Do I have?
Yeah.
Nancy is the oldest. Then there's me. Then there's my sister Sue. And then Mike, the youngest.
Who's Mike the closest to on all that?
Out of all
Your siblings.
Not close to anybody right now.
Does he have anybody that he confides in your family?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has he ever had anybody that he confides in your family or that he's close with?
At one time, years ago, it would have been me or my mom. But recently, nobody's had anything to do with Mike that I know of.
That leads me to this. Back before the divorce and up until the time of the murder, at least, and maybe shortly thereafter, Mike was very close with Renee's sister. Were you aware of that?
Mm-mm.
Yes, no? Yes.
No, I'm sorry, man.
Have you ever
I
met
apologize.
any of his siblings? Have you ever met any of Renee's siblings?
I met Michelle.
Okay. And did you ever communicate with her in any way after the murder, for any reason?
No.
About the kids, about the house, about anything?
No.
And did Mike ever say anything to you about whether or not he was romantically involved with Michelle?
Was he?
I'm asking you.
Oh,
I'm not saying that. I'm just asking you.
oh, okay. I said, wow.
No.
I thought she was different.
She may be different.
Okay.
Different orientation as far as who she's sexually attracted to, correct?
Right.
Yeah. She may be, okay? I'm just asking you, I know they were close, and I'm asking you, and I also know that she did not like her sister very much back then, which might have been part of the bond that she had with Mike. So what I'm asking you is did Mike ever say anything about Michelle to you? Anything?
There was something about the kidney that he had talked to, I think Michelle's a nurse too, is she?
I can't recall, but
But anyway, there was some concern about the kidney, that it's awfully odd that Renee was a match.
okay.
And that is about that they had discussed that.
So they thought perhaps they were speculating maybe she had had an affair or something, or what? Or she was related some way to the.
Nobody ever expanded on that. It's
But that's
just
what they're implying, correct?
I don't know. I don't know what they're implying. I just remember something about it was awfully odd that she matched this person to, and I don't know why. I'm not a medical person. I don't know.
But you've never heard, have you ever even talked to Michelle before?
I was at her house one time after they got married.
After Renee and Mike got married?
Yeah,
You were at Michelle's house?
yes,
Okay.
for like a little,
Did you ever talk to Michelle on the phone in your life?
no.
Okay. And do you have any information or knowledge that Michelle is involved in Renee's death, or has any knowledge about who was involved in her death?
No, I'm sorry, no.
And did Mike ever speculate that her sister might have been involved?
No,
You said you were only at the house a few times. Certainly you never bled in the house, right? I mean, it was your blood to be there, correct?
I shouldn't have bled if, no, I guess not.
And did you ever have a code, security code to the house, or a key to that house
No,
at any time?
no,
You never knew what the code was.
no.
Did Mike ever talk about being able to bypass the code or anything like that? Or get into the house without Renee knowing?
Mike was very clever, or is very clever with electronics, so possibly,
But you don't recall him ever talking about
no.
it was proven in the divorce case that he was doing surveillance on her, recording phone calls, recording, videotaping things like that.
Really?
Yeah, did you ever hear about that?
No.
Did you ever hear whether or not he had paid for a private investigator to follow her?
Wait a second. I do remember there was a television show. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
No.
You? They did one of those.
Go a little bit more. Give us a little bit more clue.
They did one of those like 2020 type things.
You talking about
You're talking about
catching people in the act of stuff or whatever?
no, like
Documentary.
a documentary on Renee's case, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Okay.
And in it, one of her friends said that Mike was recording her phone calls. So that, okay.
Had you
But-
heard anything about that from Mike or anyone else prior to that show that you watched?
No,
Did Mike at any time ever put any property of any kind, clothing, knives, any other kind of weapon, any vehicles, anything? Did he ever leave anything like that at you and your mom's home after her death?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Like, why is Mike storing this stuff here? This is not our stuff. What is this doing here? Anything like that?
I can't think of anything that he would have there.
Okay. And
but also got to understand, man, I'm gone a good portion. If he brought something, he may well have. I don't know it.
And when you worked back then, were you physically gone from the home most of the week and then just home really on the weekends?
I was gone all week, never came back. Well, every once in a while something would come up and I would have to come back. But I was gone all week and I'd be home for about a day and a half and then I'm gone again.
I mean, that's what your mom had kind of conveyed to us back then. So it sounds like Monday through Thursday-ish, you're gone. You might be home on Friday, you might be home on Saturday, Sunday. That was kind of your schedule.
That was my schedule back then.
Now you don't have that schedule now. Are you home every night now, or do you?
I go back to Kathy's every night because of her close proximity to Dow. And I have, through these new e-log systems, I can't move the truck, so I can't go home for dinner or something like that. I've got to stay put so the GPS doesn't show me leaving and then coming back, or else I get charged driving time.
Did Mike ever tell you why he filed for divorce?
I think he was just tired of the marriage.
Did he ever tell you what his biggest problems when they were? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I know in the past you said she was very controlling. I don't know if that was one of the things he told you or not, or your conclusion.
That would be my opinion, but I think there was money was a problem. See, ma'am, everything with my brother revolves around money. I mean, it all goes back to money. And it's not necessarily his money. He just wants other people to give him their money so that he don't have to earn it. That's kind of what my brother is like.
Yeah, go ahead and ask about that, because I don't know anything about these kind of things. Go ahead and ask about that. Well, let me preface it with this. The times you were on the property, did you ever drive any of your vehicles?
My vehicles? To Renee's?
Yes.
My mom's.
Oh, white LeSabre or whatever.
Yeah, that one at the time.
Never the black, was it F-150?
It was an F-150.
You never drove out there to help move?
No.
Okay.
They had a pickup, and that was used. But whenever you would take my mom someplace, it was always in her car. So she felt comfortable in her car.
They had a pretty big pasture field type area behind their house, right next to that barn, right? Mike and Renee?
I guess.
Okay. You were never out in that pasture area?
No.
Okay.
The only other area I really need to talk to you about was on your phone that you had then, your cell phone. Your cell phone you had back then, do you think back to then? It was a Nextel, right? You had a Nextel back then?
Nextel or Sprint.
Okay. So whatever cell phone you had back then, did it have an answer machine on it? So like if you did pick up, you could get messages out of it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to forward calls to another line? Like you want to leave your cell phone at home and you want to be at your mom's for some reason, you're charging it, whatever, and you forward calls over to her house or to over your brother's house or something?
If it could do that, I wouldn't know how to make it do it.
That's my question. So if there was a forwarding feature on your phone that you could do yourself, you didn't know how to do it and didn't even know it existed.
I just don't know that stuff.
Me either. So, go ahead.
Let's
He
say,
does, so,
Okay.
I'm the tech guy.
All right.
lawyer.
So you get home from work, you've been driving around all day. You would take your cell phone with you when you'd go driving around working, right? You take your cell phone with you?
In the truck?
Yeah.
Right. Yes, we had to take our cell phones at that time because we were hauling stuff for General Motors, and General Motors was requiring a tracking system to know where the trucks were. So rather than go through the expense of Qualcomms and stuff, they added a tracking feature on the phone. And by God, it worked too. You could tell where that phone.
You knew about that feature when you were doing that.
I had to pay for that feature.
So your phone had a GPS feature that you paid for that you knew about.
Yes, it was like a time track.
Oh, okay.
Thing.
So to track. Okay. My next question is this: you get home from work, you're done. I get home from work. I don't want to talk to anybody. Ringer goes off. Would you just turn your ringer off, or would you turn your phone off at night, like when you went to bed?
I typically never turned either one off, unless they died.
Would it die often, or would you charge it every night?
I don't say I would charge it every night, but I tried to keep up on it. But every once in a while, I would just forget and it would die.
And then charge it, like if you wake up in the morning instead, you wake up and then charge it.
Right.
And you paid for that feature because you're happy for your job.
Yes.
What did you work for at the time?
Short freight lines and basic.
That's who you work for now, right?
I'm back working for them now, yes.
What was the name of that program?
It was some time track, something or other. They would reimburse you for it if you gave them your phone bill, but I never did. It was like $10.
How does he know it worked?
Just ask him. Just go ahead and ask him.
Was it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead.
You just mentioned that you said that this feature worked very well.
Mm-hmm.
Were you required to review your logs? Did you?
Well, no. The reason I knew it very well because our terminal was in Birch Run, and the lady who ran the terminal one time she showed me, and she turned her computer screen around and she said, "See, I can see where every phone is that's registered in here," and it would show going up and down the road and stuff like that. It was pretty impressive.
You know, okay, I appreciate you explaining that to us. So I'm gonna go back to the day then when we did your investigative subpoena interview or you talked to the police. I know that, like specifically when you talked to the police the first time, you had to have a feeling that, hey, I need to make sure that they know that I wasn't involved. I mean, if it were me, I would want to make sure they know I wasn't involved. I mean, that's why they're out talking to you, right? To see if you're involved or if you know anything, right?
Well, that isn't what they said. But.
I know, but you know what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is you could have provided, it sounds like, you could have said, hey, guys, well, don't worry. You can talk to those people I had dinner with because you did give the number. But I would think that it kind of a common sense to me would be, hey, look, I'm on a time track thing, right? Just check with my company or check, you see what I'm saying? This gal over at Birch Run, and they can tell you exactly where I was all night long. Do you see what I'm saying, Charles? That would have been a slam dunk to make sure that they didn't bug you. That would have been like, if I'd have had that, you know, I could go, well, hell, man never left Saginaw. You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I never thought.
I mean, it would put you where, or at least it would put the phone wherever the phone was. Doesn't mean you were with the phone, but most people have their phone with them most of the time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been really helpful to know that.
Well, I guess I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's for work, I guess, and that's.
Okay. And who tracked the information? Who did you say was monitoring the information? You said you talked to some woman who could show you.
Oh, Diane. She was the terminal manager in
She's still around?
No.
She's deceased?
She retired a long time ago. I don't know if she's
Terminal manager for whom?
short freight lines.
And what do they do now with regard to your location? Do they track it? You said some kind of email thing or
E-logs. E-log has a GPS to tell where the truck is, what the truck is doing.
Not on you, on the truck.
On the truck, yes.
Okay.
Did you have any other, like personal, I guess I call it personal electronics, but you had this Nextel phone. Did you have a pager or anything at the time?
No.
And to your knowledge, has Mike had any mental health issues? Have you ever got treatment for, ever saw a counselor about, anything?
Other than my opinion, no.
What's your opinion?
He's going downhill fast. I think his drinking is catching up with him.
Was he a big drinker back? He was, wasn't he, back even when they were married?
Man, he's been a drinker ever since high school.
Okay.
It's just the way it is. He's always been an alcoholic that I've known.
I've now heard an incident about Hannah, him being drinking and Hannah had a gun, him having a shotgun down at college, drinking and having a gun. Would you say that he's got a history or a pattern of drinking and making rash decisions that can sometimes involve violence?
It sure would appear that way.
Did anything happen with the CPS investigation? Like, did they do anything as a result?
I don't think so.
Okay. And did they ever interview you?
No.
Did they ever interview the tipster, which would have been your girlfriend? CPS, she directly talked with them, correct?
Yeah, I think only on the phone.
Okay. Do you have any other information or knowledge whatsoever as to who was involved in Renee's death, other than what you've told us today?
I have thoughts and theories, but that's...
What are they?
Well, one was, and these are just my thoughts and theories, just
We
because...
understand that. This is confidential. We understand this is just your thoughts and theories. It may help us lead us the right direction.
Is somebody was murdered in the house next door?
Uh-huh.
Is that right?
Years before?
Was it years before?
I think it was years before. I know a friend of mine, Dave Sheeter, had a murder that was like next door. But it wasn't the same time or anything.
You had a friend murdered next door?
No, a friend who was a prosecutor handled the murder case.
Oh, okay. And I thought, well, maybe somebody came back to get a second go and
left hundreds of dollars in cash sitting beside her on the bed and didn't take it. Yeah, I know. You probably didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Go ahead.
The other was some lady got some life insurance, Chris Crandle.
Yeah.
Got some life insurance and shouldn't have.
On Renee?
On Renee.
How do you know about that?
Through Mike had applied for some life insurance and was denied because he was a suspect. Does that sound right?
Okay, I want you to stop here real quick. Mike applied for life insurance on Renee?
Benefits.
Okay.
And was denied. And then there was supposed to be another $100,000 life insurance policy. And it went to Chris Crandle lady. Why?
And you found that out from whom?
I guess I found it out through Mike and my mom, and they were talking about it.
Okay.
And why did she get?
And have you ever met this Chris Crandle?
I've never met her.
Have you ever talked to her?
I've talked to her.
Why? Like, who is she in relation to the family?
In relationship to Renee?
Yeah, who is she?
I believe she's a friend,
Okay.
just a friend. I don't think there's any family ties there or anything. I think she's just a friend.
But did you just become aware of this, Chris Crandle, because of this life insurance thing you heard about?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to her about that, or why would you ever communicate with her?
Well, ma'am, I called her. I don't know if I called her or if she called me. I think I asked her to call me, and she called me.
Okay.
And I apologized to her for the bad things I had thought about her
Okay.
and stuff like
Was
that.
that the point of your call?
That was the point of my call was
What had you said about her? I mean, what did...
That's what I had thought about her, that that she was a mean, rotten person and stuff. And
Why did you have that opinion of her? I mean, I don't know anything other than what you're telling me.
why did I have that opinion?
Yeah.
Because it was really what Mike had said about the Chris Crandle lady. And
Because of the insurance thing?
because of the insurance, I guess they supposedly were sending some kind of cards or something like that and things like that. And I don't know if they were, but I thought very bad things, and I felt really bad about it. So I felt that I should apologize to her, because I just don't think she did what I was thinking she was doing.
Which was what? In a nutshell.
That she was being mean and rotten and just
To who?
to my mom, and kind of harassing the kids, which I'm only getting that information like through Mike and stuff like that. And it just isn't adding up anymore.
And how were you able to locate this person?
Facebook.
Okay. And then you had a discussion with her, like on the phone?
Yes.
And the whole purpose was to apologize to her for your thinking negatively of her.
Yes.
And did you apologize to her?
Yes, I did.
Did she accept your apology?
Yes, she did.
Was it a short conversation or?
I don't, we talked, I don't know, maybe half hour, maybe.
Oh, okay. And did you discuss anything else with her other than just, obviously you felt badly?
I felt very badly.
Is that all you discussed, the fact that you felt badly and wanted to apologize?
No, she asked me about the kids, how the kids were doing and stuff like that. And she also had asked me who I thought had and I have a hard time saying that, killed Renee, because, I guess I had thought she might have done it for the insurance money.
Did you tell her that?
I think I did.
Well, that was the point of your call, correct?
Yeah.
And why did she explain to you why she got the insurance on?
No, she didn't explain.
Did you ask her?
I didn't. I
I mean,
didn't.
you at least tell her, look, this is why I felt this way.
I'm sure I said something like that.
Okay. Did you share with her any of your suspicions or anything about Mike?
I had told her about the gun incident with Hannah, and that CPS had been called, although I didn't tell her who called, and things like that.
Okay. So did you tell, and how long ago was this?
Before Thanksgiving.
Is that the only time you talked to her
Yep,
in your life?
in my life.
Did you tell her that you were suspicious that Mike was involved?
I told her I would no longer defend Mike if I knew anything.
Didn't you use the words with her that you that you were going to be his next victim?
I think I did say something like that to her.
I mean, verbatim, next victim.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
I don't know if I said it exactly like that, but I did say that I thought Mike would do something to me next.
You said next victim.
Okay.
Well, who's the first victim?
I guess I could see the kids as victims. Ma'am.
That's not what you meant. Charles, are you really trying to tell me that's what you meant?
Yes.
You meant, I'm going to be his next victim because he killed Renee. That's what you meant.
That is not
That's
what I
the
meant.
whole context of the conversation.
That is not
It's
what I meant.
recorded. The whole conversation's recorded.
Okay, then I said it like that.
I mean, that's why you called the woman, not to apologize.
I did apologize to her.
You called the woman because you wanted to make sure that somebody knew, of all the people in the universe, you could have called to get Mike in trouble for this, how he's handling the kids, what he's been doing. You picked the person who runs a website about who killed Renee. That's who you picked.
Okay.
Yes or no? Not okay.
I called her yes.
Is there even any mention of the suspicions you had of her in the past and this insurance might have, is there even any mention of that in here, Detective?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
No,
No, one stinking word is in there.
not that I recall.
And that's a perjury, by the way, Mr. Pagel. There's not one word in this recorded conversation about you saying anything about, I'm sorry for being suspicious of you. Nothing. I'm
sure
sorry
I
for thinking badly of
apologize.
you. Nothing.
I'm sure I apologized to
You
her.
did not. It's all about something has to be done about Mike. He's going to hurt the kids. I'm going to be his next victim. I believe Mike will kill me at some point. Somebody's got to do something. And of all the people in the universe you reach out to tell that to, it's the person that runs Who Killed Renee Pagel's website, not the police, not CBS. You call her. Now, what is it that you knew or you wanted her to know, given you know her, what her position is?
I wanted her to know that the kids were in some kind of danger.
That's something you call the police about. You don't call Who Killed Renee Pagel. Isn't that something like what the website's called? It's something on her Facebook site. You know that's what it is.
Yes.
She is, you know, before you ever called her, that she's the gal that is pushing the investigation all these years, that really wants them to solve this or charge Mike or whatever. Correct?
Yes.
That's who she is. And that's who you reach out to. Why?
It seemed like the thing to do to me. I swear I apologized to her.
You see why you're sitting here, Mr. Pagel? We have some evidence we can't tell you about, okay, with regard to this investigation.
Okay.
And then we get this. We're already opening the investigation up again because of the evidence we received. And then we hear this. It's recorded, it's transcribed. I would have done the same thing if I was the lady. The brother of the primary suspect calls all these years later and says, I'm going to be his next victim. He's going to kill me at some point. You're not talking about the next victim being the kids getting hurt. You're talking about the next murder victim. There's no interpretation here. And if you can't admit that to us, then I have no sympathy for you if you get charged perjury. None. You need to be honest with us about what you meant by this.
I believe, like I said, that Mike is capable of shooting me. I thought he would hurt the kids.
It doesn't explain why you'd call her at all.
I called her again. I believe I apologized to her in there. And if you say I didn't, I guess I didn't. But that was my intent.
If your intention is to apologize, there's no reason to talk about, is there? CPS and all those other things. There's no reason.
If you say, I'm going to have my next glass of water, what does that imply just by the statement? that there was a first glass of water, right?
Okay.
Right? I'm going to have my next glass of water. There's a first glass of water, right? You say, I'm going to be his next victim. He's going to kill me. Who is the first victim? The first victim.
Yeah, I know.
Again, I see Mike as having many victims.
Is Renee one of his victims?
It's looking more like it every day, but I can't say for certain.
How many victims they killed?
Yeah. You said I would not defend him knowing what I know now. What do you know now that makes you say you wouldn't defend him now? That you didn't know back then?
About how he lies. We found out about his lies and stuff like that.
What else?
Just that he lies constantly.
Have you or anyone that you know ever caught him in a lie about what happened to Renee?
Not that I know of,
Or his
no.
whereabouts?
No.
So you never seen or heard anything that would raise a red flag or cause you to be suspicious that he was involved in her murder? Never. Other than the lies
Other than the recent lies.
that have nothing to do with her, right?
Right.
And you said if his mouth is moving, he's lying.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I'm sure I said that.
You told them that the kids are more and more suspecting that Mike was involved in his mother's death. I asked you earlier, the kids ever said anything and again they're suspicious? You said no. You told this lady that.
Okay.
Okay?
I don't believe that.
You don't believe what? You don't believe what you told this lady? Let's start with this. You admit you told her that?
What's that?
You admit that you told this lady that the kids are getting more and more suspecting that Mike is in their mother's death, involved in their mother's death. Not verbatim. Are you at least agreeing that you would have told Chris Crandle that?
I could have told her that, yes.
Why? Why would you tell her that?
I was wanting something to happen for the kids. I don't know what I was wanting to happen for the kids.
Well, at least you're telling us why you made the call. That's really what you did. You made that call because you thought if anyone could stir the pot, it's Chris Crandle. Fair?
Yes. But I thought I apologized to her.
Well, generally you might have said sorry, and then you said nothing about insurance. You said nothing about talking badly about her.
Okay.
But the point is, you know, after all these years, you don't just call her. You call her because you think she might be able to help these kids, is what you're telling me.
That was I was hoping she could do something.
Did she?
I don't know.
So did the kids ever indicate in any way to you or anyone else they're starting to suspect that Mike might be involved?
Not to me, no.
I didn't say that. Like every other question I say, are you aware of the kids saying to anyone that they're suspecting him now? Have you heard it anywhere?
Well, from Nancy.
Well, isn't that a person? Isn't that anyone? Come on, Charles, stop playing a game.
I'm not trying to play a game with you, ma'am.
Have you heard from any source that the kids are starting to suspect him? Yes or no?
From Nancy.
So it's a yes.
Okay, yes.
Yes, you heard from Nancy, correct?
Yes.
What has Nancy told you? Their suspicions are.
That they're suspicious of him.
Did she say why? What else did she say?
Just because of his behavior and his that they think he's losing it mentally.
Have you have any information from Nancy or anyone that the kids have seen or heard anything to indicate he might be involved? Like he said, anything about being involved in your mother?
No, just that they are suspecting him.
Why?
I don't know why what somebody else is thinking.
You didn't say, Nancy, why they say that? Did you ask them why they're saying that? She said, yeah. The kid said that Mike did or said A, B, or C. That makes them suspicious. No?
I don't think I said that to Nancy.
She didn't share anything, any reason with you why the kids were suspecting him now. She didn't share with you any reason. Correct?
No, I can't think, no.
Well, it doesn't really matter. We're going to ask her, so you better think.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it gives him a chance to change when he comes back. That's okay. So we don't have anything anyway.
But I think we should ask him if Nancy's ever.
Has Nancy ever indicated in any way that she's suspicious of Mike?
Recently, yes.
What has she said?
That she is thinking more every day, as we all are, that Mike was involved. She can't say he was, but she can't say he wasn't anymore.
Do you have any other questions at this time?
2 minutes and discuss it. Don't you?
He's got to go, I know, and I got that thing a half hour ago.
Okay.
Let's just give me 1 minute, okay?
Sure.
We just took a quick break, maybe a minute or two break, because I just wanted to talk with the detectives. They wanted to talk with me and the other prosecutor. This is where we're at. I wanted to kind of consult with your attorney while he's sitting here too.
Sure.
This is one of the longer ones I know. It's just been a long time. We never really got to ask you some of this because of the fifth and all those things. I have a proposal for you. I do appreciate your time. I know under any circumstances it's difficult no matter what you know or don't know. And we both, obviously do not agree on everything. And there's some frustration on our part for sure, I'm sure on yours. We're all tired. I know you are. Here's my proposal. I don't do it very often, and it's really completely up to you, really, in the end. I'll go whichever way you want to go. I can read you the warning that I'm required by law to read to every witness at the end. It gives them a last opportunity to change their testimony before you're locked in. That's what I normally do. From time to time, I adjourn it, or I don't read that yet. I close it out for the day, and with no new date set, but sometime in the future, we'll schedule for you to come in and I'll just ask you the final question. Is there anything you want to change? Those kind of things. I don't normally do this, but I'm asking, would that be beneficial here? Because we're asking you a lot of things about a long time ago, and it's pretty stressful for all of us. I can say that we've agreed to adjourn this, and that at some point, and I promise you, when you come back to have to wrap it up, it's going to be a half an hour at the most, okay? But I just feel like we've been here a long time without a break. And I do want to give you, bottom line, Charles, is that?
What's that?
The bottom line is that I think at worst case, you're a witness in this case, all right? Not a suspect. And I don't want you to end up with a perjury knowingly or not knowingly. And I want to solve this case for this family, so, and these kids. And if this man is a danger, I'm just afraid for those kids, for you, for other people. So what I'm getting to is we would like to adjourn this at this point. In other words, say we're not going to ask you the final question about the perjury, and we're going to let you leave with your attorney. And the next couple of weeks, schedule some time, maybe when you're not, it's convenient for you. It gives you time to talk with your attorney. It gives you time to reflect on it. Been a long time.
Okay.
And then we'll come back and ask that final question. Completely up to you. That's where we are. If you feel comfortable wrapping up now and locking you into your testimony at this point, as is, I'm happy to do that.
So, give me. Okay. So what she's saying is typically at the end of the hearing, they say, is there anything in your testimony you would like to clarify or change that you think might be different now? Okay. So I took notes. There's a lot of stuff.
Because you guys, I never regret it.
Proposing as we get to sit down, think about it, and come back and change
I
it.
have regretted giving him a chance.
Seriously.
Because he could come back next time and say, I just want to tell you, I'm not sure about anything I told you.
Then I'm
I have this condition, that condition, and then
negative.
even if we find out from Nancy some of this,
Or if you can better defense because it's clarified it.
which is great, which is great.
All those things.
We did
Right.
what I asked for her. We did. I think we did all the.
Defensively. And you can't charge though.
Huge.
Coming back with your remaining more. Okay. So there's not a pro con to each decision.
Or something goofy.
No, just we have more time to think about exactly what get a transcript.
She's all over the fucking board about this.
Go out my notes in your memory.
I'll give you her statement.
Okay. The pro is we get to clean up as much as we can. The con is if you are charged, their case looks a little bit better because you've had all that
Doctor's not going
to clarify things.
That's one of her pieces for our circumstantial case.
So we adjourn. I think if that's what you'd like to do,
Then he can't change after he talks to Nancy or talks to
I can say, do you have anything to clarify or change? Probably do.
Then we do it on a proffer. Who cares? We don't charge him. We go, here's the perjury sheet.
Our defense at trial is not as good as it is if you say no now.
It doesn't matter.
But what do you advise? Well, I never found you'll get charged, so I think probably adjourning on the two options, and I can explain to you on the way back to my office, but I'm making a quick decision. That's a long-term decision, too.
I'm going to give that to you.
But I didn't probably
The two arraignments for grand jury. Yeah, we can. Yeah, you can. Okay. Once they're charged and arrested.
Okay. So I sort of, I'll just,
ahead.
okay, sorry. Just for the record, I think what Ms. Konski proposed is actually pretty reasonable. I spoke with my client about sort of the pros and cons of each decision, and we'll talk about it more at length.
I don't really care which way you go at all.
Right. So after I think he'd like to have it adjourned. Obviously, I explained to him we're not getting a transcript of this hearing. That would only happen if you're charged because these are secretive. You're not supposed to share the information, the fact you're here, other than obviously, initially you found that, when they started with the subpoena. This is completely secretive. I think what we'd like to do, and he's okay with it, to come back and answer that final question.
Okay.
I took some notes, so we'll have something to look at, but that's kind of so we had a chance to talk about that.
Okay. It's just easier to go this route than
Yeah.
it makes it worse for people. Sometimes they'll lock them in now and
Right.
there's been a lot of questioning. So, okay, we're not opposed to adjourning it. I will say this. I do have to remind you that, as your attorney said, this is confidential, secret by law. Now that you've testified, you can't share it with anyone. You can't ask your sister or anyone, hey, did this happen or this happen? Which we automatically do as people. Hey, is this what happened? Because I don't quite remember. You can't discuss anything you've said here today with anyone, except your attorney, of course. Do you have any questions about that, Mr. Pagel? Go ahead.
I'm trying my best, ma'am. I really am. If I'm not giving you what you want, I apologize.
I'm just looking for the truth.
I don't know what to say to give you what you want. I'm just not involved in this, and I don't know. It just is kind of all surreal. This is some pretty serious stuff. And I'm just not. I'm out of my league with this. I mean, you guys know all this stuff inside and out, and I don't. And you know, obviously you guys are very well prepared, and I'm not, you know. I've told you the best I can.
I mean, part of this, Mr. Pagel, is to get you to know who you are a little bit, and because I have a lot of things we never were able to ask you, and so, you know, surely you know that it sounds like, based on what you've told me, if you were the stabber, you should take the fifth. You know that. If you were the stabber, I'm sure your attorney would have.
Yeah, we wouldn't be
So
here.
you would take the fifth. We wouldn't be sitting here. Okay. So there's no evidence that you were the stabber.
I wasn't.
Okay? Right. And we've all assumed that. Okay. But also, if I'm going to ever charge anyone else in the world, whether it be your brother or Mr. Dagger, whoever, anyone in the world, whoever the murderer is, okay? If I'm ever going to charge them, I have to make sure I can eliminate other people too. So part of me pressing you is I have to be able to make sure I can say, whoever we charge, whether it's your brother or somebody else, okay? That, well, did you look at the brother? He didn't like her. Did you look at her sister who hated her? Did you look at, I have to be able to say, yeah, and I ran him through the courses. I went at him, you know, and I made sure I challenged them and what their truthfulness and all that, so that I can eliminate those people, which is part of what we're doing here today. Okay?
Okay.
That's part of what we're doing here.
I would help you, ma'am. I will help you if there's whatever I can do.
Even if it's your brother that's the one that did it?
You know.
I mean, years ago you said you wouldn't help us.
I know. But again, I will tell you, I have changed my mind about my brother.
Okay.
Completely.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. As long as I know that you're going to be truthful, I want to believe that. Believe me, I want to believe that.
But, you know, it's kind of like you're going at me and I don't answer something the way you want me.
No, it's not the way I want. It's what I know I already have. That's the thing you're not getting, is that it's based on what I know I already have. I am telling you this right now. Nothing is going to happen here with regard to you. I am giving you this grace period to go talk. I'm not saying that I'm going to charge you perjury one way or the other. I'm saying that I'm giving you this grace period because I want you to be able to take the time. I want you, if you are a witness in this case, to be a witness. It doesn't help me at all if witnesses charge you perjury.
What do you mean by that, ma'am?
I want you to, if you have any information about the stabbing or what happened to her, any information about someone's state of mind before or after, anything they've shared with you, I would rather get that information from you and use you as a witness against the stabber, whoever they might be. I don't want to have to charge witnesses with perjury and then have them get arrested and then still have to put them on the witness stand in front of a jury and say, oh, yes, he was charged with perjury, but please believe him when he tells you who the killer was. Do you understand that? It doesn't benefit me to charge you with perjury if you're not the murderer. That doesn't serve any purpose unless you're withholding information with regard to the murder. I don't know how to better explain it. Your attorney will explain it to you. He's lived it with other clients. So that's the benefit of the attorney that you have. He has been through this exact circumstance with other people who are not murderers, but unfortunately didn't want to snitch on the murders or get involved, and they got in trouble. So he does have that, you know, fortunately have that background with us. So, okay. I just want to make sure you know that. We're going to, by agreement, adjourn this to a date that's going to be convenient for the parties. Nothing's going to happen. You're not going to get charged with anything, whether you can be or not. I'm not saying you could be at this point, okay? You may have been completely truthful here today, and I hope you were. But this just gives you a grace period to think about it in a relaxed environment. If there's anything that that you want to change or that comes up or your addition, you can do that the next time, okay?
Okay.
I just think that's more fair to you and everybody if we do it that way, and I'm glad that that's what you think also. Okay?
Okay. I hope we can
figure this out.
I mean, I do. I don't know. It's been a long time.
I know.
You know, and I guess if it could be put to rest, it should be put to rest.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's been haunting me, and I'm sure you way more than me. You're part of your family, so.
And it's very clear you care about those children a lot.
And your mom. So,
well,
all right.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense? All right.
Less than 3 weeks later, Charles tells investigators he has something important he has to tell them.
Okay, today's date is February 3rd, 2020. It's now approximately what time, Detective?
11:19 a.m.
11:19 a.m. This is a testimony. Will you say your full name again for the record?
Charles Alfred Pagel.
And what's your date of birth, Mr. Pagel?
5/11/61.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm required by law to remind you of the rights that you have, that every witness has before they're testifying. They're the same ones I read to you last time. But you have to answer everything truthfully and completely, whether you want to or not. You may refuse to answer if a truthful response to anything I ask you would tend to incriminate you. Do you understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I kind of butchered it there, but you understand that if I ask you something and the truth would tend to incriminate you, get you in trouble with the law, implicate you in any way, then you could take the fifth. You understand that, right? Don't you, Mr. Pagel?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you say can be used by prosecutors in a subsequent legal proceeding. And if you have an attorney, which you do, Mr. Fabian, I know people do that to you, don't they, Mr.
They
Powell?
do, yes.
That you certainly have a right to consult with your attorney at any time. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. I've also told you in the past, and it applies today, that everything you say here is confidential, secret by law. We cannot tell anyone you're here or what you've testified to during the investigation. That's confidential. We've told you to do the same, correct?
Yes.
And if you do choose to lie, mislead us, withhold information, tell us you don't know or don't remember when you do, and we can prove it. You know you can be charged with perjury, correct?
Yes.
You know the maximum amount of murder investigation and investigative subpoena, which is what this is up to life. You know that.
Yes.
You know that's serious.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're here today because I'll just restate quickly. We've been here probably for, I know, a good hour and a half-ish or so. Is that about right? A little over an hour? All right. And we came here today at the request of your attorney. I understand that he was, on your behalf, asked us to set up this meeting so that you could tell us you wanted to clear up or tell the truth about what information you had about this investigation. Is that a fair statement, Mr.
Yes.
Pagel?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you voluntarily came here today with your attorney. We spent the last hour or so talking with you. It was recorded. My question for you is did you tell us the truth when we talked to you under what we called a proffer or a statement that you made not under oath today?
Yes, ma'am. I told you the truth.
Okay. And tell us again for the record why it is that you've decided to come forward at this time with this information after doing your investigative subpoena a couple weeks ago.
The truth just needs to come out, and I need to get it off, and our family needs to go on. And
tell us why you waited so many years to tell us.
I waited at my mom's request to tell you.
And your mom has since passed, correct?
Yes.
When did she die?
September of 19.
And prior to this, you've made some attempts to finally get this truth out, correct?
Yes.
It's my understanding that that was at least part of the motive or rationale for your girlfriend contacting CPS. You were fearful for Hannah, Mike's children, about his behavior and his possible violent behavior based in part on what you knew about him, correct?
Yes.
And then you also reached out to your attorney, Mr. Piazza, who's your attorney originally in this investigation years ago, who represented you at the investigative subpoena, to let him know that you would like to get this off your chest and tell the truth with the authorities, and you sought his advice on this. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, ma'am.
And that's all before we ever investigated. We sent you a new subpoena.
Yes.
But then you did come in, it's my understanding, then at the last investigative subpoena, and it's my understanding you intended to tell us the truth about what you knew, but you weren't able to do that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell us what was going through your mind. I know you shared a little bit with us on the recording, but why was it so difficult for you to tell us you had the opportunity at the last investigative subpoena?
I'm really not sure why. I just couldn't get it out. I couldn't make it come out. As I told you, you gave me several great opportunities to come right out with it, and just something wouldn't let me talk.
And in fairness, it sounds like you didn't even share that with your attorney up to that point.
No.
Okay. You've had time since the investigative subpoena. We gave you some time to meet with him. You live in a different county than he lives in, and you were able to spend some time talking with him, and then your attorney reached out to me. Can you just tell us briefly, what evidence do you believe you have as to who was involved in Renee Pagel's death?
My brother told me that he had killed Renee, or he put it that he had finalized his divorce and showed me a knife.
And do you remember what year that would have been?
2011, I believe.
And where were you located at the time when he revealed this to you?
On a bridge out by the Shiawassee Game Refuge.
And you said he showed you a weapon?
Yes,
And what kind of weapon was it?
it was a knife.
And what did he do with the knife after he talked with you about it?
He threw it into the creek.
Did it appear to you that he brought the knife there with the intent to throw it in the creek?
I don't believe he did.
What makes you say that?
I don't believe he was going to throw it. I think he got mad at me when I wasn't going along with his, I don't know, whatever his, I wasn't cheering him on and telling him what a great job he did or something like that I wasn't going along with him or supporting him in this. I think he got mad and threw the knife.
How did you react to the information?
I was shocked and I was mad.
Had you up to that point, you and your family supported him and believed that he was innocent?
Everybody that I knew of believed he was innocent.
And you said you believe it was 2011. Is it possible it was a different year? I know it's been a long time. You had some reference point as to it was close in time to when some other event happened?
It was after my stepdaughter's wedding.
And what's her name?
Kayla, her name is Kayla Budd. Now it's Kayla.
And and the property where you were prior to this incident happening, you were at your mom's house, is that correct, in Saginaw?
Yes.
Or it was your residence also?
Yes,
And he'd come out there and then you went out to this wooded area near this game reserve?
right.
And would you be willing to show the detectives the general location to where you believe the knife was thrown?
Yes, I will.
And does anybody else know that you have this information?
The only one I told was my mom, who has passed away.
And when did you tell your mom?
I told my mom that day after it had happened.
And did she act surprised?
She did not.
And did she make a request of you?
She asked me not to do anything until she was gone.
And have you shared some of this information, or at least indicated in some way to your girlfriend that you know he killed Renee? Have you shared that sentiment with her?
I have, yes.
Is there anything else that you testified to previously? I know we actually gave you a copy of your original. The first time you were here, you thought that you had maybe testified some other time in addition to what we were aware of on the original investigative subpoena. Since then, we found the transcript from that hearing, and I turned it over to your attorney. I'm sure you've had a chance to look at it. Is there anything else you've testified to in the past that you wanted to clear up with us?
I just didn't remember some things correctly. And it's been a long time. And refreshing my memory from that, I remembered.
Like the dinner you had maybe that night, things like that.
The dinner, and one other thing that has stuck with me is that I said I actually did know Mike had a girlfriend at that time, so I guess I did know he had. I didn't remember.
So if we agree then with your attorney and with you that everything that you said on the recorded statement you made this morning, we're going to incorporate that by reference. That means that you're now saying under oath that everything you've said in that statement is true. So if you lied in that statement at all, that's subject to perjury as well. Is that fair?
Yes.
You feel confident that what you told us this morning is true?
Yes, I did.
If any doubt?
No doubt.
Okay. I'm going to remind you, for your safety and for the investigation, nothing's going to happen, today, tomorrow. Okay. We will, if anything does happen, this is what my expectations are, that we will continue to investigate, complete the investigation. And then at some point, if there are going to be charges, we certainly are going to contact your lawyer so that you can be prepared if in the event that occurs. Okay? We're not going to surprise you with anything. We're not saying it is going to happen. We have to finish our investigation, but we want to make sure that if someone, anytime we have a case and I have a witness and a homicide, and I'm going to charge the person with the homicide, then I for sure give my witnesses a heads up.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's where I'm coming from. Okay.
Okay.
But I again ask you not to share with your family or anyone about what's happened here today. Okay.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that you're going to give us permission, or you can think about it more if you'd like to at some point contact Mr. Piazza just to verify that you reached out to him prior to getting subpoenaed about you wanted to come forward, or you at least wanted some advice on whether you should come forward. Is that fair?
Could you say it again, ma'am?
Yeah, that you did indicate that you reached out to Mr. Piazza at some point
Yes.
prior to getting subpoenaed about whatever information you had about the homicide.
Right.
Or about whether you should come forward, how you should handle it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we may reach out to him and then he'll contact
Oh,
you.
yes, of course. I
Okay,
shouldn't
okay.
talk to him.
All right. Anything else, gentlemen? My law, I'm required to tell every witness at the end of their testimony that you understand because you're under oath that you are subject to possible prosecution for perjury if you chose to lie, mislead us, withhold information, and we can prove it. However, the law says this is about getting to the truth. You've said that since the beginning. So even if you've lied the whole time today, the last time, years ago, as long as you clear it up before you walk out those doors, you can never be charged with perjury. Do you wish to change your testimony in any way?
No, ma'am.
Have you been truthful with us today, Mr. Pagel?
Today I've told you the truth, yes.
Mr. Pagel, I want to thank you very much. I feel terrible that you're in the situation you're in. I feel terrible for your whole family, especially the children. I just want to thank you for coming forward finally.
You're welcome, ma'am.
All right. Okay.
I'm glad I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Armed with this new information, police search the river and find a knife that matches the description of the murder weapon. In February 2020, police arrest Michael for Renee's murder, and he agrees to a plea deal involving a second-degree murder charge and a 25-year minimum prison sentence. Then, at his plea hearing, Michael surprises the court by claiming that he'd actually hired his brother Charles to kill Renee. Investigators bring Michael back in to testify under oath.
Let me start with this. We're going to go through kind of all your rights and everything. I know you've been through this process before years ago, but I want to make sure, given the circumstances of where you are in your process with your case, that everything is all up front and you know exactly what you're doing, what you want to do.
Okay.
Okay. So today's date is July 7th, 2020. It's now approximately 3:19 p.m. This is a testimony of, will you just say your full name?
Michael James Pagel.
And what's your date of birth, Mr. Pagel? Okay. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. This testimony is being taken pursuant to 1995 Public Act 148 of the Michigan State laws. We're taking it in the Kent County Courthouse. I'll slow down. I go really fast. You doing all right?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, but
All right.
yes.
I'll keep my voice up. We're taking your testimony pursuant to Michigan statutes. We are taking it in the Kent County Courthouse in Grand Rapids, Michigan, specifically in courtroom 11B as in boy, Judge Trusak's courtroom. Also present are
Dan Helmer with the prosecutor's office.
Bill Marks with the Kent County Sheriff's Department.
Laura Joyce on behalf of Mr. Pagel.
Norman Arms with Mr. Pagel.
okay. In an investigation of this type, it's a policy of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office to advise every witness of their legal rights before testifying. Did you receive a subpoena either from your attorney or from one of the officers?
Ms. Joyce did say that I had a subpoena, but I did not receive it.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had. I never had a physical copy of it. I just
We
informed
need
him we had one.
We need it. Do you have a blank one with you? Or?
It's attached to your email.
Oh, great. We can just print it out in Trusak's. Want me to? Why don't you just email it to Renee? She's back there.
Email me and I can print it from right here.
Oh, show off.
If I can make it to there.
We'll print one off right here and give it to you.
Okay, thank
So
you.
you know it's been authorized by a judge. We had it on the original petition before we charged you. But we went ahead and applied for a new one given that the circumstances have changed. And so we have authority to serve you with the subpoena, and then what you choose to do, you choose to do.
Okay.
Okay. All right, do you want a moment to read through the subpoena? I will go through everything for you, but it's completely up to you and your attorney. I know that she was aware of it, and your counsel are very aware of what these subpoenas look like, but you have it. If you want time to read it, you certainly can.
If you want to proceed, I'm good if you are.
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. And a lot of times when we bring people over from the jail, we serve them on the stand anyway because we don't want you to have some of the jail that maybe is not good in your paperwork. A lot of times people don't want to get that ahead of time, so we just bring you over kind of blind. So, okay. It's policy of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office to advise every witness of their legal rights before testifying. As you are well aware, the Kent County Prosecutor's Office and the Kent County Sheriff's Department have been investigating possible violations of state criminal laws involving the murder of Renee Pagel in 2006. Now, this portion of the investigation that's been approved for investigative subpoenas, additional witnesses, as you know, has all really been triggered by the disclosures that you made at the time of your plea and then at your proffer afterwards. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And I want to understand that we are here to investigate whether or not anyone else is involved in the homicide.
Right.
Other than you.
Right.
So I know your attorney did ask me, rightly so, what we were going to be asking you. You know, we don't have to tell you what we're going to be asking, but it's obviously to our benefit to cooperate and tell you kind of where we're going here. Essentially, we're here because of the allegations that you made about your brothers, Charles Pagel or Beau's involvement. And we had not really heard that before from you until actually us at the plea and then at the statement you made after, correct?
Correct.
Whether or not, I'm sure you shared it with your attorneys or whomever, but we first got it from you at that time. You made those statements. Certainly we are obligated to investigate it. If there's truth to it, then anyone else involved should be charged if the statute of limitations hasn't run. Now, it's run on things like accessory after the fact and lying to the police and things like that, but it has not run if you were a principal or you were an actual accomplice or an aider and abettor in the crime. There's no statute of limitations then on a homicide, okay?
Okay.
So that's what we're investigating. Was someone else involved in the homicide? When she asked me what we were going to be asking you, we simply want to ask you, are you willing to put your version, I'm not trying to say that like it's not the truth because it could be, but your statement regarding what happened and led up to the murder and your brother's alleged involvement. So we would be going through your timeline, kind of like what you did before with us. We questioned you and laid out what the facts were leading up to it, and what happened as far as you know on that night, and what happened afterwards. The only new things I think that we would ask you is we want to hear what under oath, what your statement of facts is about what happened, and then if there are some things that we have certainly have been investigating since that time. And so I want you to assume, in fairness, that anyone that you led us to, and maybe other people that they led us to, that we probably question those people as well. You would expect us to do that, right? I know you mentioned, I can't tell you by law who has testified under oath, just like I can't tell anyone what you say today during the course of investigation while we're investigating it. But if I were you, I would assume that we've questioned everyone that you led us to, and you know whose names you gave us that might corroborate things.
Right.
You know, for instance, someone I haven't investigated subpoenaed, your attorneys. Did we contact your attorneys about follow-up on some things? We certainly have at your request. Have we followed up with Mr. Frank Stanley about some things that you indicated? Yes. Have they revealed anything to me? No. All we did was put out the feeler that if you want to talk to your client and have more information to back him up, then we're happy to hear from you on it. But we've also talked to other people that you led us to, as well as people maybe that they led us to. So I want you to assume that, because if there are things that they may have said along the way or other things you've learned since you talked to us, Mr. Pagel, we're going to probably ask you that at the end of it, like, okay, well, do you know anything about this, or do you know anything about that? I will tell you right now, I don't have any smoking gun kind of like DNA at this point. I know you know that there's some DNA under being tested. I think you probably know that from your lawyers.
Right, she did
Okay,
let
good.
me know.
So I want to be all upfront about that. I don't know where that will lead. We're still waiting on the results, hopefully in the next couple weeks. And then we'll share immediately with your attorneys what the results are.
Okay.
So I want to be completely upfront about this. That's where we're going. We will ask you if there's inconsistencies about those things as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, you've been subpoenaed to testify regarding this investigation. I want you to understand that you have to answer everything truthfully and completely. I also want you to understand that you have a right to refuse to answer anything if a truthful answer to anything I ask you would tend to incriminate Michael Pagel, your Fifth Amendment right. So you have a right to refuse to answer those questions. And certainly I would say everyone here is on notice that you have a Fifth Amendment right today, because while you've pled guilty and admitted under oath your what you say is your role in her death,
Right.
You certainly haven't been sentenced yet. You certainly have appellate rights after that if you choose to appeal. So I tell you that because I'm sure your attorneys have told you this as well, but we want to make sure it's clear with you that if you choose to take the Fifth Amendment today, refuse to talk, about the incident, then that's your right. Okay? Only you can waive that right. It's up to you. I can't make you say anything today. It's completely up to you. Okay. With that said, you can't refuse to answer or take the fifth to protect someone else, or because of any other reason, only to protect yourself from possible incrimination. Do you understand that, Mr. Pagel?
What I heard you say is, I can't take the fifth to something about somebody else?
Yeah, you can't, I always tell people, because this is right, you can't take the fifth or refuse to answer because you don't want to get involved in the case. That's what I normally have.
Oh, okay. I
or
understand.
because you don't want to snitch on someone, get them in trouble, or because you're afraid of retaliation. Those are the normal reasons people, or you don't trust the police. Those are the normal reasons why people refuse to answer.
Okay.
But in this case, I want you to understand that when you tell us what happened, you, by the nature of the case, you are incriminating yourself, because if you're gonna talk about what your brother did, you have to talk about what you did, you know?
Right.
Now, you've already done that. That doesn't open you up to any other crime, okay? So, except if you lie, okay? And I want you to understand this, that, you know, you admitting everything about your involvement in your wife's murder doesn't really open you up to any other charges, okay? It doesn't incriminate you any more than you already have incriminated yourself, unless you lie. I will tell you, I don't care what you said to us at the proffer, the statement you made after the plea. I don't care what you said at that time. It could completely change today. Today you're under oath, okay? Now, you did make some statements under oath at the plea, but I want to tell you this. As long as you're truthful today, I don't care about pursuing, let's say we find out that you lied under oath at the plea, because you tell us a little bit something different today that you say is the truth. I'm not going to pursue charges for you for committing perjury at the plea as long as you are 100% truthful today. This is all I care about, is that you have an opportunity today under oath, like all the other witnesses, to say what happened. As long as you're truthful, as far as I see it, and your counsel should comment on this too, I don't see how you open yourself up to any other type of incrimination or charges. But perjury is a real deal, and they're issued quite often in murder cases. So if you lie about that, then you're looking at a possible consecutive life sentence. And that's the max on the perjury. So I don't anticipate you're going to lie, but I'm not you, and I'm not your lawyers, okay? So if you choose to take the fifth, we're done, and that's fine. If you choose to tell us under oath and willing to tell us everything that happened, then that's up to you. But understand, I just don't want you to sit up there and commit perjury and expose yourself to more problems. But if you're clear that you're not going to do that and you choose to do this, then that's great too. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm not trying to encourage you. I just want it to be clear what you're walking into.
Okay.
Do you need any time to talk to your lawyers before we continue?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Oh,
Anything?
I just wanted to mention one thing, is that we had discussed a little bit of concern, like knowing that he participated in IS in 2007, that I assume your office isn't going to pursue charges against him for any statements he made in the IS in 2007.
Absolutely not. We're not.
Okay.
And I think statute of limitations is run on the perjury anyway. It's either 7 or 10.
Okay.
So, but no. I mean, I'm looking for the truth today.
Right.
Okay? Now, if you lie, you understand, if we prove you lied at the plea, or we prove you lied here, that might be 2 charges, okay? Bottom line is, if you're truthful, you have nothing to worry about.
Right.
If you any hesitation, then you should not testify. Okay?
Okay.
About as fair as I can be here.
And just procedurally, just because it's kind of the way we're set up, I just indicated that if he needs a break or needs to speak with us, for you to speak up and say that you need to do that, since you can't just let me know. So just say, I need a break, or I need to speak with my attorneys. You are allowed to consult with us before answering questions.
Okay.
Anything you don't understand, any confusion, anything like that, just stop and look to us. All right, we'll come over and talk to you.
Okay. Okay.
Do you understand everything, Mr. Pagel?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, and we're not going to judge you because you want to take 100 breaks. You have to protect your rights, and you want to make sure you understand the questions and what you're answering. So you let me know. If you need a break, no judgment. You need a break, okay?
Right.
All right. I want you to consult with them if you have any questions along the way here.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Okay. Anything you do say may be used against you by state prosecutors in a subsequent legal proceeding, and if you have an attorney, which you obviously do, you're permitted a reasonable opportunity to consult with your attorney if you so desire. Please don't hesitate to do that at any time. Do you understand all your rights?
Yes.
The last two things I'm required to tell every witness, I've already talked about the perjury. That's usually the last thing I do, but you understand that what perjury is, correct?
Yes.
It's lying under oath.
Right.
You do that in the course of an investigative subpoena, which is what this is, into a homicide, which is what this is, then the maximum on that is life. And while it's not life without parole, it still could be life for any number of years, and it's potentially consecutive, which means they could stack it onto what you get on your murder and extend your 25 years beyond that. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, I mentioned this, but I want you to understand that this is confidential, secret by law. Some people may know you're over here for this. I don't know who else you've shared that with. But we cannot tell anyone what you say in here during the course of investigation. If no charges arise out of this, we cannot reveal the content of this as far as I know. Now, this is kind of a unique situation in that we've already charged the homicide with you. But normally I would expect that this, let's say no charges, further charges come, then whatever you've said in here today, unless you commit perjury, remains sealed. If charges come of this, then that's a whole different story, and we probably will have to consult with your attorneys and see where it goes. The final thing I want you to understand is that you understand that even though you're agreeing to do this and being cooperative, that we're not making any promises or representations about any further plea deals. It's 25 years. I'm not saying that couldn't change, but there is nothing on the table. We are not making any representations about this. You're doing this because you feel like you want to get this off your chest and testify truthfully. I'm sure there's part of you that also would like some consideration if down the line there is a charge.
Yes.
Okay, but you understand that we're not promising that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on that, counsel?
Just that, yeah, outside of what is in the proffer letter that you have a copy of, you understand that nothing is promised out of doing this particular hearing.
Right.
Okay.
Anything else, counsel or Mr. Marks, Detective Marks, Sergeant Marks? Covered everything?
Very well, thank you.
All right, I know it was a lot, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Do you have any questions?
No.
Would you like to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Real quick, I think I need to go through all the incidentals with averages and all that kind of crap or any of that. I'm just going right into the story. Okay. A lot of times I go through what you do for a living and your addresses, and we've already covered all that. And we don't need to do that. So I'm going to go right to this. Is it your testimony under oath that you planned and conspired with your brother, you call Beau, Charles Pagel, to have your wife killed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me when that conspiracy or when that planning or discussion with your brother about that began?
In the spring of 2006?
The same year that she was killed?
Yes.
And do you remember the first time that you approached your brother about this?
The spring of 2006.
Do you remember where you were located? Was that by phone or in person?
In person, I believe it was at my mom's.
And was anyone else present when you talked to your brother for the first time about hiring him to kill your wife? That's what you're claiming, correct?
Right. No one else was. It was just he and myself.
And what made you think that your brother would be open to that possibility? It's kind of a big thing, to ask anyone.
Right. He has done things in the past that he had gotten away with, and he is not very stable. And because of him getting away with things in the past, and I asked him if he would do it.
So part of you must have thought it's a possibility he would accept.
Yes, that's why I asked. Yes.
At any time before that or after that, did you approach anyone else or inquire with anyone else as to whether they would be interested in working with you on this?
No.
Did anyone else offer to work with you on this homicide?
No.
What did your brother say when you asked him?
I asked him, and I said, "What are the odds?" And he said, better than half, and that was my indication that he had accepted.
Did you discuss any details of what you wanted him to do or what he would get, if anything, in exchange?
What he would do is murder Renee, and in exchange, I offered him $100,000.
And did you make that offer at the first meeting that you had with your brother?
I don't recall if it was at the first meeting.
Was the amount negotiated in any way, or was that the one and only amount that was ever mentioned?
That was the amount, as I recall, that was the amount that I brought up.
Did he ever ask you for more?
Yes. He changed the amount. He raised it, and I don't know the exact times, but he did say that he did mention more at other times.
Was that prior to the murder or after the murder?
After.
So prior to the murder, is it your testimony that you offered your brother $100,000 in exchange for killing your wife? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that he accepted that amount? He said he would agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any... was there any agreement prior to the murder about how that money would be paid? When, or what installments, or all at once, or from, what account? Any details about how that money would be paid and when?
No.
Did you make any representations to him that you would expect to receive, any insurance monies, or you would expect to sell the house? Because you obviously didn't have $100,000 at that time.
Right. I didn't have the money at that time, but he had made the indication that my mom's farm would be his individual retirement account, and the assumption was that the farm would be when the inheritance came from the farm, that would be the monies would be used to pay him.
Now, the only thing that has kind of confused me about that, since you told us that before, because you told us that after the plea, remember?
Right.
Is that at that time, your mom is years from passing away. Years.
Right. As I recall, he made some reference that not a good idea for a large sum of money to transfer at that time, back and forth.
And did you agree that you would allow him to have the farm? Is that what you agreed to then, for the $100,000, or that you would sell the farm and you give him $100,000?
Right, $100,000. At that point, I offered to pay $100,000, and that was what I assumed was going to be the amount that it was an agreement. That was the amount that I
just an oral verbal agreement between the two of you, said out loud.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not. No, I told him that I would pay him $100,000, but as far as the farm goes and how it was going to happen would be, my mom would eventually pass away, and I would get inheritance, and then I would pay him the $100,000.
And did you convey that to him, communicate that to him before the murder?
That's what I'm saying is it was implied that would happen.
Okay, so by him saying, is this correct, and you tell me if I'm wrong, by him saying, well, you're offering me $100,000, I'm counting on mom's farm being my retirement plan.
Right.
So
right.
By that statement, or that's not the exact words, by that statement, you assumed he understood that you were going to take it out of your inheritance.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
But that was never specifically stated.
Correct.
So you never mentioned anything about any insurance that you might receive or any funds you might receive from selling the home after she died? Nothing?
No, nothing
more
like
immediate
that.
than your mom died?
No.
At the first meeting, was there any discussion between the two of you about how the murder would be accomplished? What weapon would be used, when it would occur, any details as to how it would actually go down?
No, I left that up to him.
Did you tell him that?
He offered to do it, so it was his decision how. I didn't want to know.
And did you say that? I don't want to know?
I don't know as if I verbalized. It was a long time ago.
But he never asked you, do you want her shot? Do you want her stabbed? Do you want her drugged? Nothing.
No.
The means was never
No.
discussed.
No.
How many times did you either meet in person or communicate by phone or otherwise? And when I say communicate, I mean in person, by phone, by social media, email, any way, with your brother prior to the murder about planning the murder?
Again, it was a long time ago. I'm guessing 5 to 10 times, perhaps, at various locations.
And were
Excuse me.
all of these in person?
I perhaps talked to him on the phone as well. Social media wasn't a thing at that time.
And did you ever email him
Excuse me.
about any of this?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think that would probably be the smartest, and you're a pretty intelligent guy, so I wouldn't think you'd want to email someone something about this.
I don't recall, and I don't recall.
Okay. But it sounds like you don't think you did. Or do you just
I don't
recall?
think I did.
Okay. That's fine. I'm not
Okay.
holding that for you to do that, okay? So you must have then, it sounds like then you met in person multiple times. You might have also had phone calls, but you met more than once in person.
Right.
And what did you provide, either by advice or guidance or tools or supplies, to have this murder accomplished?
He asked for a county atlas. He asked for a special kind of 12-gauge round. It's called a dragon's breath. And he needed tape, plastic wrap of some kind. Gloves, which I provided him. I'd been working at Altacor. And he asked for like a layout of the buildings, how the buildings, where the driveway was, where the barns are, and how far back, that sort of thing. So I drew diagrams. He asked for a floor plan of how to get in. I'm sorry, you asked, did he provide anything else?
No, I'm asking,
Or did I provide?
You said he asked for all those things, correct?
Right.
So he asked for those things, he didn't volunteer those things?
Well, when we were talking about it, he said those are the items that he would need.
And was this like in a list form? I'm going to need this, this, and this? Is that how it was?
Probably knowing how I am with lists, more than likely, yes.
So you would have written this down, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean,
Probably.
you are a list maker.
Yes.
Okay. And would you have kept that, or would you have destroyed that?
He, whenever we would meet, he immediately took anything any drawings or anything that we created, he took after the meeting.
Okay. Now, it doesn't make any sense to me, though, that I understand the maps and those kind of things and diagrams. He would
Right.
need those, correct?
Right.
But if you were making a list of things that he's asking of you, I got to think you need to take that list with you.
Possibly, probably, yes.
And would you have kept any of those lists in any of your journals or anywhere else that could be documented?
No.
You would just fill the list and bring it to him, and then there'd be no list? Is that?
Well, it wasn't a very long list either. It was less than 5, 6 items, so it wasn't a grocery list.
But I've seen hundreds of lists you've written, and some of them aren't long.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if that would exist in a journal, or did you carry a journal with you, or did you just put on a scrap of paper, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he never asked for a weapon?
He answered your question directly, but he did ask for the particular round.
And where did you get the rounds?
I don't recall where. A dragon's breath round is something you would get out of gun show, possibly. It's not something that you could go into a gun store and it's not a very popular round.
But you obtained it for him, you're saying?
Yes. I don't recall
How did you
where.
obtain it?
I don't recall where, but it was likely I got it at a gun show of some kind.
And did you go to a lot of gun shows?
Oh, yeah, I did, yes.
And at those gun shows, would they have hunting gear such as knives and things like that, or military knives in addition to guns?
They would have all sorts of items, yes.
Did you purchase or provide any other type of ammunition or weapon or anything associated with weapon to your brother other than this dragon's breath ammo?
No.
Have you ever fired this dragon's breath ammo?
No.
Do you understand what it really does?
I've seen advertisements for it in Shotgun News, but that I've never seen one go off. I don't know what it does, other than it makes a large flash of light and a heat.
Right, and so if you knew that, and you don't want to get caught, and you don't want your brother to get caught, why would you want to say, okay, let me get you that dragon's breath? It's going to be like fireworks if you fire it.
He said in case he has to shoot his way out of there. So I'm not sure. He asked for that, and I provided it with him. He asked for it, and I provided it to him.
You're such a researcher, and you're a researcher. I'm a researcher. You're a researcher. You look things up. You educate yourself a lot. I can see based on the different things I've seen of your writings over the years. And I can't imagine if you want to get away with this murder, and your brother asks you for, hey, can you get me some bottle rockets, which is essentially what this ammo reminds me of. No way he's going to use that in there. I'd be like, well, Bo, if you use this ammo, you're not going to shoot your way out. You're going to light up the entire sky, and the police will be on us immediately. I've got to think you would be concerned about that.
I've never fired a round of that type. I don't know if he's fired a round of that type and knew what it. He asked for that, and I provided him that. He must have known what it would do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me for that particular type of ammo.
I just would think that you'd have more of an invested interest in wanting him not to get caught.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. He asked for it, and I provided it. He wouldn't have asked for it unless he knew what it was capable of doing, or like I said, perhaps he just shot these off before. He must have, or else he wouldn't have asked for it. I wouldn't think. Please, yes, I can hold it until then.
Now too, it's fine.
I appreciate it.
We can do it now too, it's fine.
I'm sorry, my hearing.
We can do it now too, it's fine.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so in addition to providing those items and planning with him on multiple occasions, did you actually go to the property and do any surveillance or work prior to the murder with your brother?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
About a week before the murder,
Is this when she was camping or out of town? Or do you know?
I believe she was out of town with the kids, and that's when we went, yes.
And you would have known that because...
She had the kids.
Correct, and you didn't.
Right.
And did you know who she went camping with? Do you remember?
I don't know if it was camping. I knew that she wasn't going to be there.
Okay, so out of town.
Out of town. Well, not there. Okay.
And so you picked that date because your brother wouldn't know. You had to have told him, hey, she won't be there on this date, let's go on this date.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That's reasonable, yes.
Well, did he pick the date or did you pick the date to go do surveillance?
I believe he stopped over, and I knew that she wasn't going to be there, so then we went. I don't think it was anything that was planned, weeks in advance. It was he was over, and we decided to go and take a look because I knew that she wasn't going to be there.
Okay. And so you said he came to town completely unrelated.
Oh no, I understand what you're saying now. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Yes, he came over, and that was the motive. That was the
purpose?
plan. Yeah.
Okay. So he came to town to help talk to you about the murder and perhaps go do surveillance.
Right.
And then you said, oh, she's gone, we can go do it now.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. He didn't come to town just to visit.
Right.
Okay. And did he come to town by himself that week before when you went to surveillance?
Yes.
What vehicle did he drive here?
His red S10 Blazer. I'm sorry, red S10 Blazer.
Was that the vehicle he normally drove back then?
Yes.
And what vehicle, how did you get over to her house to do the surveillance?
I don't recall. I believe it was my vehicle, but I don't recall 100%.
Okay,
Okay,
that's all you have to say.
okay.
If you don't recall, you tell me you don't recall, okay?
I don't recall.
As long as that's the truth.
That's the truth, I don't recall.
What vehicle did you have at that time?
At that time,
Yes.
I had a Mercury Sable,
What color was it?
gray or silver. I'm not quite sure the exact color.
Is that the only vehicle that would have been at your home the week prior when your brother came to go do surveillance at her house?
Yes. The only vehicle of mine other than his, yes.
Right.
Right.
All right. So approximately what time of night do you go there? Is it nighttime?
Yes.
Where do you all park? Regardless of which vehicle you took, where do you all park when you go to do surveillance?
Pulled in the driveway and right up to the barn.
Did you know whether or not the tenant would be there?
No.
You didn't know.
Well, there were no cars in the driveway, so that was the assumption.
So normally would the tenant park in the driveway?
Yes.
Not in the garage or in a garage?
As far as I knew, the tenant was not parking in the garage. But I read some on the police report. I think I read that he was parking in the garage. But at that point, a week prior, I did not have any knowledge that the tenant was parking in the garage. So no car in the driveway would mean that he wasn't there. To me.
Okay, so if you had seen a car in the driveway, you would have kept going.
Right.
So are you saying that you did not park anywhere other than in the driveway?
Correct.
Okay. And was it just you and Bo?
Yes.
What happens when you get there?
I went out and went to the back. I went out. I went on would have been the west side of the barn, and I went to the back of the barn, and I went up the stairway that led to a patio deck on the back of the barn. And then as I went up the stairs, I got to the top of the stairs, or close to the top of the stairs, and I realized that Mike Decker was there, and it startled me, and I turned around and ran down the stairs, moved as fast as I could, and I tripped. And I had a flashlight, and I dropped the flashlight. I couldn't find it, so I left. And I walked back around the west side of the barn, and got, as I recall, got in and left.
Where was Bo when you were checking out the tenant?
I don't know where he was. I don't know where he was or what he was doing. All I know is what I can remember is what I did, and that's what I did. I don't recall what he was doing. I don't know if he got out and looked around. I don't know if he stayed in the vehicle the whole time. I assumed that I can't say because I don't know.
So when you get back in the vehicle, I would say you're in a hurry. You're in a hurry, correct?
Yes.
Do you drive out of there, or are you driven out of there?
Driven out of there. He was, I do recall, I believe he was driving. I'm trying hard to remember.
Did you or your brother attempt in any way to conceal your appearance when you went to the property that day? No masks, no gloves?
No.
So is this correct? Neither you or your brother went inside any of the structures on the property on that occasion?
I did not. I did not go in as I saw Mike Decker there.
Okay.
I don't know if he went in and
When
the
you sit
house.
in the car when you pull out.
Right, when he pulled out. I don't know if he got out, looked around, or what.
Can you tell me what was the plan to how you were going to get in there when you went out to do surveillance? You obviously wouldn't go out there and try to go in, right? If Decker hadn't been home, you would have gone inside and said, well, this is where this is, and this is where, walk through the layout, correct?
I think it depended on what happened when we got there. If Mike Decker had been in the driveway, we would have went right by. It was there was no agenda or no list to do this or that.
Okay, why don't you tell, that doesn't make any sense to me because you already told me that when he came in town to talk about this and you knew she was gone, so you went over there. Are you telling me you had no plan for when you got over there?
To look around.
Okay, and what did he want to see? What were you going to show him?
I think he wanted to see where the driveway was and where the house was.
Okay, since this is happening now, Mike needs to take a break too, so if you take a break right now.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop this.
Yes, and I'm going to say the time right now is 4:03. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go slow. I just want to make sure you understand.
No, I know it's totally fine. He just needs to take a break, and I'll go get the.
I think we're going to be for a good another hour.
Another hour?
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're back on the record, Mr. Helmer. It's now practically 4:16 p.m. We took just a quick break for everyone, and we didn't ask you any questions or talk to you in any way during the break, did we?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I think we were talking about you went over to the house to do some calling surveillance with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Is it the weekend before, or do you remember exactly when it would have been?
I believe it was the weekend before.
Her death.
Yes.
And my question is, if you, and I'm just trying to listen as closely as I can, and if you assume that Decker wasn't home because there's no car in the driveway, why would you even go up onto his deck? It's not even part of the house. It would have nothing to do with committing the murder.
As I recall, there was a light on, and so I went up to see if he was there. And I went up there, and it startled me that he was there. So then I left.
Did you ever see anyone come out or respond to the noise of you dropping the flashlight or anything or falling?
No, no, he did not.
And what were you able to see when you looked inside?
He was in his back to me, was on the phone, as I recall. And then
Does he have more than one room in that unit or not?
it's one, no, to answer, well, I believe there's a bathroom. It's like one long room.
And where would you have been specifically when you saw him?
As I was getting to the top of the steps, I recall looking in through the patio door, and he would have been on the right-hand side, which would have been the east side of the area, the living area.
Okay.
And he was on the phone, and as I recall, his back was to me.
Okay.
And then I got out of there quickly.
Do you know if that would have been on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday of that weekend?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
As long as that's the truth, that's your answer.
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever see you? Did he ever turn toward you?
No. That I know of. I turned around but I don't believe that he did. I did not see him see me, let me put it that way.
Then you had to run down the stairs, run down the driveway, and jump in the vehicle.
No, go down the stairs, down along the west side of the barn, and then get in the vehicle.
All right. Did you or Bo have any weapons with you at the time you went to do the surveillance? And what I mean by that, anything to protect yourself with, a bat, a gun, a knife, anything?
No.
And so if you bumped into someone, what was the story going to be?
I don't think that was thought of.
Were you sober when you went there that night or not?
I'm going to say I probably had a drink or two, but I was not drunk, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that is what I'm asking.
I was not drunk, no.
But you had probably a couple drinks.
Right.
Drink back then. Were you a beer drinker or a liquor? Beer?
It's likely. Or Jack and Coke, usually.
Okay. I mean, those are the two things you buy that day after the murder. When the police come by, right?
Okay, yes.
Beer and Jack?
Right.
Okay. And was your brother a drinker then?
No.
You said, and I'm going to pause for a moment, but you said when you first approached your brother because you knew he had done some things he hadn't got caught for?
Right.
And so you thought he might be open to this?
Yes, that's correct.
What things do you know he's done that he's gotten away with?
Well, the one thing, he was in trouble with the IRS for some taxes. And he knew that if his tax records were destroyed by some kind of an accident, that somehow he could evade the IRS. So he told me that he had purchased some property up north. I'm going to say, I think the area is Lake George. It's up north of Clare, maybe a little bit north and east of Clare. He had purchased a trailer home and burnt it down so that he could get out of his trouble with the IRS, as well as not get caught with burning a home down with arson. But he had gotten away with that.
And did he admit that to you?
He admitted that, yes.
Were you involved in those crimes?
No.
In any way?
No.
Was anyone else involved in those crimes with him?
I don't know. He did not say. He just told me that he did it. So that's I don't know.
Okay, what other bad things did he do that made you think he'd be willing to commit murder?
He just all of his life he's been into, the first thing that I can recall is he somehow stole a semi-truck, and that was, I think I was in either junior high or high school at the time, and he had brought us a semi-tractor trailer truck back to the farm, and somehow he had gotten away with that. I don't know the particulars. I was young at the time. He got away with that, and he just the big thing that I can recall is the trouble that he had with the IRS, and that he wanted to cover that up and get out of the financial problems.
But did he harm anyone in the course of that? Injure anyone?
He didn't say. He didn't. I assume not.
Injure anyone?
No.
Okay. You never heard that anyone was burned in that trailer,
No.
were they?
No.
Okay. My question then for you is that while those are criminal, possibly, or certainly maybe signs of bad moral character, assuming those things happen, they certainly don't rise to the level of thinking that someone would be willing to kill someone. I mean, unless you have some information that we don't have, that you knew he had injured someone before, or that he had killed someone before, or that he was capable of this, because I haven't heard anything like that.
Well, I don't know what happened to his wife, Rebecca, but I know she had passed away, and I remember from the police records it said low blood sugar, but it seemed like he was involved in some way. I don't know. No one told. He did not say anything. He never talked about Rebecca and her how she was killed. But
were you involved in her death?
No.
Did he ever ask you to help him with that?
No.
Or cover for him in any way?
We were estranged at that time. So no, to answer your question directly.
So you go to hire him for this or approach him about it, and I would think that if he's willing to do this, that he's willing to tell you, I killed my own wife, so this is no big deal, or I know how to do this, let me do this. He doesn't make any reference or admission that he was involved in his wife's death.
Correct.
And you don't ask him?
No.
What was it about the agreement that, the other thing that's kind of troubling, Mr. Pagel, maybe you can explain it to me, is that not only are you asking, you asked him to kill your wife, and you let him come up with all the details of it. You're not involved in the details of it at all, it sounds like, correct?
Correct.
Other than what this list of things you provided for him.
Right.
And the surveillance.
Correct.
And he's willing to take all that on, the planning, the execution of it. You don't have to do anything except come up with $100,000 someday.
Correct.
That's really what you're telling me.
And that's what happened, yes.
Was anybody else involved with Bo in committing her murder?
No.
No one else?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Was anyone else involved in the planning of it other than you and Bo?
No.
Was anyone else privy to it? Did anyone else know that you were involved, either at the time they knew you were involved, or since that time they've learned that you were involved in it with him?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Not your mother?
No.
Did you confide in anyone about it?
No.
Never?
Never.
Did Jim Kaniska have any involvement in her murder?
No.
I guess I want to be clear when you're asking these questions that not that he's aware of, that Michael Pagel's aware of. Obviously, if Bo Pagel involves somebody else in some way, he's saying, just to be clear, that you're saying you're not aware of personally.
I'm not aware of personally,
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Okay. what happens, and when I say that nobody else was involved, you didn't ask anyone else to get anything on your list. You got the items, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't ask anyone to provide a vehicle or provide a weapon or provide anything else for this murder?
No.
Did you ever return to the victim's property, Renee Pagel's property, after that one surveillance time, before she was killed? Is that the only time that you did surveillance of the property to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did Bo ever go back to the property prior to the murder to check it out any further?
Not that I'm aware of.
What happened once you discover that the tenant is there? Tell me what happens next.
I recall leaving, and that's it. I don't remember anything after.
Did Bo spend the night at your house that weekend or not?
I don't remember. It's likely that he did.
After this encounter with the unexpected encounter with the tenant, was there any discussion about what to do if he goes there for the murder and the tenant's there? Or how do we make sure the tenant's not there when we come for the murder? There had to be some discussion after you that's a close call.
I don't recall what was said after.
Was there any, you talked about how he wanted this ammunition, and I think, at least at the statement you made after your plea, said that he was planning on taking a gun with him too, in case he had to shoot his way out, correct?
I do recall that, yes.
Is that true? Was that a true statement?
That is a true statement, and he did say that, yes.
Okay. And did he ever say, or did you ever say that shooting your way out meant if the tenant was home?
No. Can you ask the question again? Because
I'm trying to figure out, this is what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
I'm not tricking you here. I'm trying to figure out who did he or you think you had to shoot your way out against? Certainly not Renee.
That's what he said, and I provided him with what he asked for. I don't know what he was thinking he had to shoot his way out from, or what he would run into. That's what he said.
You said earlier something I hadn't heard in your statement after your plea about he asked you for tape, and maybe you said it, but I don't recall it, tape and some kind of saran wrap or plastic wrap.
Plastic, yeah. I recall that there was some kind of, he had watched some kind of like a CSI where somebody would wrap like your plastic and tape to prevent DNA from getting out, so it was a precaution he had taken.
Did you see that CSI?
No, I don't know. I don't know what he was talking to. I just provided him with the tape, and I can't remember if I gave him plastic or if he came up with it.
Well, I thought you said it was on the list.
It was on the list, right?
That he asked for. Correct?
Right. Then I must have provided him with the plastic. Yes.
And was it what kind of plastic? Are you talking about like a roll of saran wrap you get at the store,
yes.
or is it a big piece of plastic?
Like saran wrap you get at the store is what I'm. Yeah.
Do you remember where you purchased it?
No, I don't.
And what kind of tape did you provide him?
I don't remember. I don't remember the exact type.
Well, I don't mean the brand, but was it like a Scotch tape kind of a thing?
Like a
packing
tape.
Or was it like a duct tape?
Duct tape, packing tape, yeah.
Okay, duct tape.
Duct tape, yeah.
And what you're describing, what did he say he was going to use it for?
To wrap it around his ankles to prevent any kind of DNA.
Around his ankles?
To prevent like the hair or skin or something from coming out. Yes. That's what I recall.
So there were no contingency plans made after that surveillance.
No.
Went the way it went.
Correct.
And then when he goes home, do you discuss at all with him? Do you have any long conversations with him that when he returns home that weekend about what happened or what should happen next or anything like that?
No, not that I recall.
So whatever conversations you had after surveillance that weekend, you discuss while you're in person?
Can you rephrase it?
Sure.
Can you say that again?
I'm trying to figure out, did you have any need once you went through the surveillance that weekend and then he either stayed the night or didn't and then returned home, any need to discuss anything with him about the murder or anything else when you got home that weekend?
Not that I recall.
Was there anything you can think of that you had to discuss that was left undone?
No, excuse me.
All right, what happens next?
Then Thursday, I talked to him on the phone and let him know that the kids were going to be with me that weekend.
How long was that conversation?
Short. I can't imagine. I don't recall the exact length.
What did it
I
be?
just want to clarify too. So when you say what happened next, you mean what happened next in terms of the planning stages of the murder? So
I do.
Okay. So next meaning, so his next, he's answering this question is saying the next stage was I called him on a Thursday.
That's why we're talking
Yes.
timeline.
I just want to be clear on that. Okay.
Yeah, but we don't want to say what happened next in your life or the time.
Right.
But what's the next thing that happened to advance the plan?
Right.
You called, that's what you assumed, correct?
Right, that's what I thought you were saying, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. So then you give him a phone call, hey, I got the kids this weekend, because it wasn't your planned weekend that next weekend, was it? Didn't you take them because of her hospitalization?
Right, yeah. I believe that was the reason. My mom was there as well.
Yeah, because I believe she asked if she could switch when she was capable of taking them back, and you didn't want to switch, correct?
I don't recall that, but I do. What I do recall is the kids were going to be with me that weekend.
Right.
Okay.
And that's because of her surgery, correct?
I don't recall the exact details, but she did have surgery, yes.
Okay. So you call your brother and essentially say, hey, look, I got the kids. She should be there alone.
Yes.
Did you agree at any time, the two of you, about which day or at what time of day he would go commit the murder?
No.
You left that up to him.
Yes.
And he didn't say?
No.
He didn't say, I'm going over there Saturday then, or I'm going to go over there Friday?
No.
Is it fair to say you gave him updates? I mean, you did have phone conversations with her, the kids did when they were with you,
Okay.
correct?
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Is it going to be better if I sit here?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot better.
So, and you two stop me if I say something incorrect, okay? And there's something that I'm misstating based on the investigation. Okay, so the kids are with you. She gets out of the hospital. You don't go visit her in the hospital, correct?
No.
In fact, you know you're not welcome there. Fair?
That's correct. And I wanted the kids to see her, so as I recall, my sister took the kids up to see her.
That's my information also.
Oh, okay.
Okay? All right. Did you have contact with Renee's sister Michelle while Renee was hospitalized to kind of monitor when she was going to be by herself during that time period? To make sure you could tell Bo, hey, look, her parents are there this night, or she's having friends spend the night, or you can make sure he knew who was going to be at the house that weekend.
It's possible, but I don't recall that was, I don't recall.
Well, you knew that her parents might stay with her after she got out of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you feel as if it was your responsibility, or you should let him know what's going on at the house that weekend in case he does decide to go do it? Or did you care? If her parents were there, were they going to be collateral damage?
No, I had no knowledge that her parents were to be there. No. Michelle did not give me any knowledge that her parents were going to be there.
Okay? So you never asked her about that?
I don't recall.
We just said she didn't give you any information about whether her parents were going to be there.
I don't recall if I don't know. I don't recall Michelle giving me any information, and I don't know anything about what her parents were going to be doing.
Well, let me ask you this. Was there ever any discussion at any time before the murder between you and your brother about if someone was there when he went there to kill her?
He would not have done it.
Well, how would he know? How would he know unless you kept him informed?
Well, cars in the driveway would have been in the indication.
Did you talk about that? Hey, look, if cars are there, don't do it?
Probably. I think that's my assumption.
But there was never a discussion about, I mean, what if someone had gotten dropped off there, a friend or a relative to stay with her? There was no discussion about, what if you go in and someone's there? You never said, hey, Bo, if you go in there and someone's there, you know, just run out of there. Don't hurt anybody else. You never talked about possible collateral damage, someone else getting injured?
If there was any indication that someone else would be there, I would not have went through. I would not want any collateral damage. I don't.
You said I would not have gone through with it. That's what you just said. You said that you don't know when he's going. You don't know what he's going to do and how he's going to do it. What control did you have?
None. That's how he would have handled it.
So you didn't give him any advice or directive, like, please don't kill her parents if they're there. Please don't kill anyone else. You didn't tell him that, did you?
No.
So if that happened, it was up to him.
It was up to him, yes.
And you obviously didn't care either way. Fair?
Fair.
You just wanted her dead.
I'm sorry, yes. I don't know what I was thinking. It was very wrong.
Go ahead, Helmer.
So you have this call Thursday night that you say was a short phone call, basically saying, hey, I got information that she's going to be there because I got the kids, right?
That's correct.
Thursday night.
Thursday night.
And that's with both. Do you remember if you called him or he called you?
I don't recall.
Okay. And now, just so we're all working on the same timeline here, Renee is killed either late Friday night, very early Saturday morning. You know that, correct?
Okay.
So we're talking at least a day before she's killed, correct?
Okay.
Did you talk to your brother at all between that call saying, hey, she's going to be home alone until when you found out she was dead?
Not that I recall.
How often did you talk to your brother when all this was going on? I mean, did you guys talk every day?
Probably not every day.
Okay. And you're sure that call was at night, Thursday night?
I believe it was Thursday night at night, yes. And I don't recall talking to him again until Saturday morning, about 7 in the morning.
Okay. You didn't know she was dead at that point, though?
No.
Okay. So you don't remember talking to him for almost an hour Friday morning? An hour?
I don't remember. No.
What would you talk about for an hour?
I don't know.
And Friday night, do you remember talking to him for about a half hour?
No, I don't. Perhaps I've got my Thursday and Fridays mixed up or flip-flop. Not flip-flop, but...
Let me do this real quick. Tell us again the date and the day that she's killed.
She's killed more than likely early on the 6th.
Which is what day?
Saturday. Is that the correct date? 5th, I'm sorry. 5th. So 5th is Saturday.
Okay.
Okay? So she's either killed very, very early into the 5th or very, very late on the 4th, which is a Friday.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You talk to him, what you just said, Thursday night, say, hey, Renee's going to be home alone.
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. Records show you talked to him for an hour Friday morning. 2 calls you place, each about a half hour. 7 in the morning. And then a half-hour call the night that she's killed, that Friday night.
Okay, then I must be wrong. It wasn't August 3rd that I talked, Thursday, August 3rd. It had to have been, according to your records, then I talked to him Friday. I'm reaching back, trying to recall the last time I had talked to him, and I thought that was Thursday. I don't recall talking to him on Friday. But according to your records, it sounds reasonable that that is what happened, and I talked with him.
But we're talking in a 12-hour period, 7 in the morning to, 13-hour periods, 7 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. Over an hour and a half of that you've spent on the phone with your brother. And they're all calls you made to him.
Okay.
And if I could ask you, they're not even all calls are made like on something you would automatically be able to track. Are these credit card calls?
These are all calling cards. You were using a calling card at the time.
Yeah.
Correct?
I don't, a calling card? I had a landline.
Right. If you were going to make a long distance call, you'd use a calling card for that.
Okay, I didn't recall that, but I don't know why I would do that unless it was less expensive to use that.
But you don't recall what you talked about with your brother on that the day before Renee's killed for an hour and a half?
For an hour and a half? No, other than like I mentioned to let him know that the kids are with me.
You said you and your brother didn't talk all that often, but I guess probably some regularity, but I want to go back to that weekend before when you did the dry run. That was the 28th, 29th, roughly?
Okay, of July.
You said it was the weekend before she was killed.
Right.
And did both stay at your house that night and come back to Saginaw like the next morning?
On the 28th or 29th? I don't recall, but I'm assuming that sounds likely.
If phone records showed that, would that be accurate?
Yes.
So he's there the 28th, you do your dry run, he goes home sometime during the 29th. Do you remember talking to him that day he went home?
No, I don't recall.
We're talking the day after the dry run.
Correct. And what you just told Ms. Konski was you made all your plans then, you did your dry run, and you didn't talk about it again. What would you have talked to your brother about by telephone the night he went home?
I don't recall.
And we're talking 2 calls around midnight.
I don't recall.
For an hour.
I don't recall.
What's hard for us here is that I'm going to be a skeptic just because I've done this too long. However, I'm not saying if we didn't think there may be truth in what you're saying, Mr. Pagel, we wouldn't be sitting here.
Right.
Okay? So obviously we are trying to investigate the very best we can, because if someone else is involved, so be it. Let's pursue that and let's get everyone that's responsible. I don't care what your motives are. If you want to, as we've said, if you just want to be throwing your brother under the bus, maybe you're throwing under the bus because he deserves to be thrown under the bus. That could be. Okay? I don't really care what your motives are for telling us, if it's true. Okay? But it's very hard for me when you minimize your role. Come on. There's not a person, at least at our table, okay, and probably in my office, or maybe in the world, other than maybe your attorneys, and I'm not gonna speak for them, but that believes that you just completely said, and that Paul would agree to this, hey, give you $100,000 someday. Okay, I got this, bro. Bring me saran wrap, some tape, some MacGyver. Saran wrap, some tape, a map or whatever, and whatever the hell else you brought, the plastic gloves. And you know what? There you go. Build what you want to build. Do what you want to do. There is no stinking way that anybody here believes that. And if it's true that he helped you, you are not helping us by minimizing your role. There's no way. I know how organized you are. You're way more intelligent than your brother. On paper, everything I've seen about your lives, you're a detailed guy. Big time. There's no way I believe for a second, and I don't really want to hear more unless you're willing to tell us for sure accurately your involvement. I'm okay with your brother's involvement. If he did it, let's get him. I am dead serious about that. But you're not helping the case by minimizing your role. No way you turn over the reins to your brother, who, by all accounts, including yours, has got mental issues. That's your description. Here you go, mentally ill brother. You go do what you want with these items. Don't, do whatever. Kill her anywhere you want, or whatever you want. I'm not telling you any of that. Have at it. Because there's no way, because he gets caught, your bumbling brother, which is how everyone describes him, the first person they're going to look at is you. The first person. So don't sit there and tell me that's bullshit. And that's how I feel about him. That's how I've always felt about it. Because if this brother did it, let's get him. I'm with you 100%. But you are not being honest about your extent of your involvement. You are a supervisor. You are a detail guy. There's no way I believe this.
That is what happened.
Okay. I don't have anything else, then go ahead. Ask them the rest if you want. I'm done.
Can we just have a second before we wrap up?
Yeah.
Well, you did say about...
And I want to tell you this. Under the law, so you know, and your attorney, I tell you this, you could have lied the whole time. I don't care. The law says before you walk out those doors, as long as you've cleared it up, no one's judging you, no charges, no perjury, because you've cleared it up, okay? And I'll tell you, this is always a process, getting to the truth here, okay? And I know I'm being tough on you, but it's because if this is the truth, I want to get this guy. But I can't do it unless you're being straight. I'll stop there.
Don't say anything else.
No,
Yeah, we're done. We're gonna talk, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna turn the recorder off.
Yep.
Look, can we leave them alone or not?
I can have the deputy sit at the window and watch you through here.
Is that all right?
Yes.
I mean, are you gonna hurt them?
I'm not.
Are you too afraid he's gonna hurt you?
No.
Well, I'm not afraid of it,
No.
but if he does.
Right, no, I am not. That's not a concern.
All right.
It's gonna be,
All right, we are back on the record.
It's now 5:01 p.m. and did you have enough time to talk with your attorneys, Mr. Pagel?
Yes.
And we did not talk to you at any time during that period, did we?
No, you did not.
Okay, so I'm gonna let the Detective Marks and Mr. Helmer finish questioning you.
I guess we just had a couple more questions, and I'll back up a little bit. You guys have had a chance to talk at length about what Ms. Konski had to say before we left. During your conversation there, has anything come up different, or did you learn anything more, or would like to tell us anything about what you guys discussed, or
change your testimony in any way?
No.
okay? So continuing through the timeline, we have up until Thursday night and or Friday morning, whichever, with the phone calls. And you eventually get the kids back on Friday, right? You get the kids back on Friday from, how does that take place, the whole child custody transfer on Friday?
The kids would have been brought over on Friday.
Do you remember by who?
I believe it was either. I'm not. I know that Renee's dad brought them over, and I know that Renee brought them over.
So Renee's dad brought them, and was Renee with them?
Oh, Renee's. I don't think so.
Okay, so Renee's dad brought them over, but Renee was not with them.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept the children Friday night into Saturday morning when the murder occurred.
Yes.
And during that time, did the children leave the house at all?
No.
Did you leave the house at all that night?
No.
Did you have any visitors over that night?
No.
Who else was home with you besides you and the children?
My mom was over.
Okay, and it was just you, your mother, and the children at home, and by home we mean Carey Street.
Yes.
And nobody else had come over that evening, and nobody left that evening.
Correct.
Okay, up until the next morning. And what did you do the next morning?
At about 7 o'clock in the morning, I got a call from Bo. He said, "It's done. Be ready for the police." And he said he was going canoeing.
And what detail did Bo give you at the time outside of those 3 details?
One more time.
What details did Bo give you at the time outside of what you just said?
That I recall it being a short conversation, and that was it. The phone records would show that.
The phone records tell us it's about 6 minutes if memory serves.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, 6 minutes isn't a real long time, but it's certainly longer than the 3 statements you just said.
Okay.
Do you remember anything more about what was said during that
I don't recall
call?
anything more, no.
Okay. All right. I think, just to kind of reiterate what Ms. Conti said earlier, and maybe you guys discussed this also, but what it really boils down to for us, I think, is just like she said, you are a planner, and you're the kind of person that would go to great detail, to great length to make sure that details were covered, that things are taken care of. It just seems really hard for us to understand you giving up that type of control over this situation, knowing what you have at stake, knowing that if Bo's caught, then essentially you're going to be caught too. So to not have any further involvement in how it happens, to not think to yourself after being caught by Decker at the house, boy, we should really discuss what might happen if Decker's home, to not say you should really use this method as opposed to this method because you're going to be hurt or seen if you do this. All of those things seem pretty important to us sitting back here, living it 15 years later. I can't hardly believe that those weren't important to you at the time, knowing what was at stake. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yes.
Okay. Knowing that your brother's not so much a planner, not nearly as much as you are, what made you want to rely on him? What made you comfortable enough to rely on him that it was something he could get accomplished without being caught?
He is quite a planner. I don't know where you got that impression. He drives truck, and he's in his truck all the time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to take away from him if he is a planner, but my experience with him has not been that he's a planner to the extent that you are.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay.
I know I create a lot of lists, but I don't know if that makes me a better planner or a worse planner.
Okay. When was the last time you were in Renee's home?
Prior to her death.
Prior to her death?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Probably picking up the kids. I can't recall her letting me in after I moved out. I can't recall her letting me go back into her home after I moved out in 2005.
And by in, we're talking about, and by moving June 2005, right?
I moved out sometime either June or July of 2005. I moved out of 9050 13 Mile into June or July of 2005, yes.
Okay, and you don't recall being back in the home after that point?
I can't recall.
Up until the time of the murder? You obviously went back in the home after the murder at some point, correct?
Right, I went there with Mr. Stanley at one point, yes.
Okay, and how long after the murder was that?
I don't recall.
Days, weeks, months?
Weeks, months.
Okay.
Can I just have a second with him real quick?
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, Ms. Joyce just reminded me of the time I went in. I was over at Renee's doing some work on the farm, and I went in there to take some items. Yes, and that was June. It was in the summer, June or July of 2005.
That was the home invasion we previously discussed.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
So
all right.
that's
Where I
obviously
taken
year-
the photo albums.
That's obviously the
Yes.
year before Renee's murder.
Right.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, I just want, I'm not paying attention for a minute. Is your testimony under oath that you were not inside that home, anywhere in her home residence structure? You're not talking about the barn. Anytime then in 2006?
No,
Is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
And you certainly weren't in there on the night of the murder, correct?
That's correct.
Where were you on the night of the murder?
At my home in Cary Street.
In June of 2006, you were arrested for drunk driving.
Yes,
Okay, where were you coming from when that happened?
from Jim Kanichkas.
Okay, what were the events leading up to that arrest? How did that day go? Start me at the beginning of the day and tell me what happened.
I drove over from Grand Rapids to the Kanichkas. I went to the Kanichkas. We went canoeing, and then after canoeing, I had drank too much, and I got in my car and I went down the road, and at one of the first turns, I hit some gravel and went in the ditch. I went in the ditch.
Okay, and by we went canoeing, who was all there when you say we?
Bo, Kelly Kanichka, Jim Kanichka, and I don't, maybe his daughters.
Jim's daughters?
Maybe Jim's daughters, I don't
Okay.
recall
Okay.
anymore.
And following that, after your vehicle was damaged during the accident, correct?
Correct.
And you drove another car for a while
Yes,
following that. What car was that?
that was a green Alero that the Kanichkas let me use of theirs.
A green Alero.
Yes.
Okay. If somebody were to say it was an Aurora,
Oh, it's an Aurora, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
okay.
I didn't know.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same car.
That is the car.
Okay, so it's an Aurora. And you had that car for how long?
I had it until I got my Mercury Sable, and then mid-July, that's when Bo wanted the car to remain at my mom's, and he said he'd return it. So I don't recall how the car got to my mom's, but it was the car was left at my mom's, and Bo said that he would return it.
Did Bo tell you why he wanted it to remain at your mom's?
At that time, no, but later that month, when I was visiting my mom, I remember that the car was there in my mom's pole barn, and I asked him why, and he said that he was going to modify it so he could turn the lights off, and he did something with the back seat. So that.
And this is later that month. By that month, do you mean before or after the murder?
After, or before. This was July, mid-July is when I was at my mom's, and that's when I saw the car was still there, and I asked him why, and he said that he was going to modify it.
Okay, but didn't you just say that Bo told you he wanted the car to remain at your mom's when you initially brought it back over there, or when it arrived there?
Let me think. I took it back. He said he was going to take care of it. I don't recall exactly. All I do is I remember I was surprised when I saw it was there when the Aurora, Alero, or when the Aurora was there in mid-July.
So when the Aurora was there in mid-July when you went to visit, you were surprised.
Yes.
But you knew that when the Aurora went back to Saginaw, you don't recall how it got there, but when it went back to Saginaw, that Bo wanted it to remain at your mom's house for a period of time.
No, I'm sorry. That's not right. I took it back. Somehow the vehicle got back to my mom's.
Did you take it back?
I can't remember if I drove it back, got Bo, then we both drove back to Rockford, and then he drove it back, or vice versa. I don't recall the details. All I know is that the vehicle, I was done with the vehicle, and it went to my mom's. It was at my mom's, and then I'm sorry, I'm getting confused.
So whether you picked up Bo or Bo picked up you, the two of you brought the Aurora back to your mom's in Saginaw.
Yes.
Okay, and that was in early July or mid-July?
That was in early July.
And at that time, Bo said, I want the car to remain at my mom's house.
No, I assumed he was going to take it back to the Konitschkas.
Did you ever contact the Konitschkas and tell them that their car was at your mom's?
I don't recall, no.
Is there a reason you wouldn't have done that?
If Bo said he was going to do it, I assumed he would just do it.
But assuming, I guess I'm stuck on the point that if he's simply saying, I'll bring it back for you tomorrow, don't worry about it, that's no big deal, that's one thing. But to say, I want it to remain at my mom's house for a period of time, and for you to go there and find it 2 weeks later or whatever you're stating and say, I'm surprised by it, at that point, do you call Jim Konitschka and say, hey, we still have your car? Did you know it was here?
What I recall is I remember the car got back to my mom's, and Bo was going to take care of it. Then,
if you have two of you there, because somehow two of you had to transport this car back to Saginaw. Why didn't you just take it to Jim's right then and have both of you?
I don't know.
And what's even more strange to me is you pull up at your mom's house, you look in the driveway or in the barn or wherever it's at, you see the car, right? And you see that he's now altered the brake system.
No, not the brake system. He told me that they made the lights so that the lights would go off, that he could turn the lights off.
And for what purpose did he do that?
Later he told me that he did that so he could drive up to the driveway.
But you borrowed this car from Jim Konitschka on your word that you were going to use the car.
Right.
It had nothing to do with your brother Bo. And
Right.
he wasn't under any obligation to keep it safe or return it or anything else. You give it back to him, again, assuming he's going to return it.
Assuming he's going to return
But that
it.
he wants to keep it for a while. You learn before the murder ever occurs that he's now altered the brake light system and modified the back seat. And again, this is before the murder occurs, and you don't bother even at that point to contact Jim and say, hey, not only did we keep your car longer, we've apparently modified it too.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so what did you think was going to happen with the car then?
With him doing the modifications, possibly he was going to use it with the murder. Or I'm guessing.
Are we really still there? Possibly?
That he was going to use it.
Come on, Mr. Pagel.
That he was going to.
It needs to be your words. Don't let
I
her.
want you to say it because I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Okay? Do I think your brother could have been involved? Absolutely. But every time you can't explain simple things like why you wouldn't take this car back to the man you bought it from unless you and your brother decided, or you decided, this is a car we're going to use, or whatever happened. For some reason, you're not willing to tell us what really happened with regard to that car. Just tell us. Please.
Okay, the question is,
The question is simply, tell us what happened with the car. Tell us what sequence of events from the point where you got it, what your intentions were, how it got back to Saginaw, who had it, and how it eventually got returned to Mr. Konitschka.
Okay, I had the DWI, I needed a vehicle. The Konitschkas let me use their vehicle. So I used their vehicle. I got my vehicle and didn't need their vehicle and needed to return it to them. The vehicle then was at my mom's, and Bo said he would return it. And then in mid-July, I got there. That's when he said he had modified the lights and did something to the back seat. And I didn't, because he did that, he was going to use it in the murder. Because he did the modifications of the vehicle. Yes, I knew that he was going to use it in the murder.
At this point, we're May, June, July. You're 3 months into the planning process of this murder.
We're at mid-July, yes.
So admitting to this part that that was the car you were going to use doesn't seem like it should be that big of a hurdle.
Doesn't seem like
It should be that big of a deal for you just to say, yeah, simply, we kept the car because we were going to use it. It seems like a very small step. It's a small piece of a big pie, but we already know we're 3 months into this planning process. Why is it so difficult now for us to talk about this and for you to be truthful about that part?
Well, when I took the car back, he said he was going to return it.
But that he wanted to keep it for a little while.
He did keep it, and then when I was back, I was surprised to see that the vehicle was still there at my mom's. That's when he shared that he had modified it.
If I'm understanding your timeline correctly, though, mid-July is when you finally learn he's kept it.
He's kept it, yes.
That's roughly a week after you return it, right? Because you said early July is when you returned it.
Early July, yeah.
Okay, so early July.
Couple of weeks. Yeah.
Week or two.
Week or two, right.
Okay. Why didn't you return it as soon as you were done with it?
I don't know.
I mean,
did you plan on using that car from the time you got it? You probably did. I mean, you've talked to Bo several times over that period of time.
Right.
I don't have the records memorized, but several times. You had already, for 2 months, 3 months, discussed this murder and the likelihood that it was going to happen. You probably needed a car that you were going to use. Did you plan on using that car from the moment that you gave it to Bo that time in early July? Was that your intention?
No, I didn't find out about it he told me in mid-July when I was there that he had modified it, and that's when he's going to use this car. Yes, he's going to use this car in it. Possibly use
I think you can appreciate why that sounds slightly unbelievable to us, right?
Okay.
you get your drunk driving on June 3rd. June 4th, you go to Jim Konechka's house in the morning and you get the car to borrow, correct?
Okay.
No, not okay. You have to answer yes or no, or explain it.
You get your drunk driving on the 3rd. The next morning, you go and get the car.
Okay, yes.
Or
Right?
if you don't remember that being the date, you
I
can also say I
don't remember. No,
but safe to say you get it the next morning,
Okay.
regardless of what the date is, right?
Right,
Because you can't get back to Grand Rapids without it.
right,
And you're in Midland County Jail.
right.
Okay, so you go to Jim Konechka's house and you borrow this car long enough to get this Mercury. Is that correct?
Yes,
And as soon as you get the Mercury, are you done needing Jim Konechka's car?
yes,
Okay. You title the Mercury on the 23rd of June.
okay.
So 19 days. 23rd of June, you title that Mercury. Why do you keep the Konechka's car?
It didn't work out to return it. They didn't need it, and it didn't work out to return it.
If you remember that, then you must remember how the vehicle got from your house to Saginaw.
mom's?
Did you drive it?
I don't remember, but I'm assuming that I drove it there.
Well, who else would have taken it back to Saginaw for you and not have a ride back?
Well, okay, I drove it there,
Are you
but
saying I drove there because you did drive it there?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to dicker about it anymore. Okay, go ahead. That's what you need to ask.
I think we've covered it 2 or 3 different times, and I'm not sure that we're getting anywhere. So,
Do you care about asking anything else?
yeah.
Real quick. Okay. See what I'm saying?
Give me a second.
Yeah, what do you want to do it? Need a second.
Yeah, I'll ask him straight. It's easy.
Do you know what that picture is?
Mhm.
What's under?
Assuming they're all uploaded.
Hope so. I've got it on my phone.
I'll tell you what. I have it on the shared drive. Go ahead and ask the questions, and I'll find it real quick. So we don't
Do you
hold
want
it
one? There's Diet Coke and water. Do you want either one, guys? There's some back there.
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Do you want anything else, Mr. Pagel?
No, thank you, I'm good, thank you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right,
Right. So
that's exactly right.
So you knew he was going to use the car. My point. You had always said on the letter, but you knew he was going to use the Aurora for that.
Don't you think?
Do it.
Because you knew that.
No, do
That's
it.
why he left it. That's why he used it, so his blazer would be at the house when the sheriff.
Okay, yeah. So,
I'm saying, I remember you saying that after the plea, right?
okay, yes.
So,
I'm not sure I'm not, that's exactly what I'm saying.
okay.
I just want to find it.
So he modified it so he would use it. He
I'm saying the
modified
question
it.
is, you knew he was going to use it in the murder. That's the point.
And didn't I answer yes?
Right, but I think before we can answer
I think so,
that
but I just
question.
want to be clear that I'm not about that. So maybe we can just
Can you take your
revisit it
mask down?
again.
I gotta read your lips.
I can't. Okay. Because I just want to make sure that maybe we can clarify that. Did you know he was going to use it?
When, why is it so hard to not believe that he made the decisions? I didn't know if he was gonna use that car or not.
After you knew.
He modified it,
After
but,
you knew he modified it, you knew he was going to use it, right?
yeah, well, I didn't know, but I assumed, yes, because that's the whole motive to make us look at the lights, then we could leave the, yes,
Okay. Did you or did you not know?
yes, he modified the vehicle. He was going to
You
use
knew
it.
that in mid-July that he was going to use that car.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not feeling very well. I
Let's
really
pull it
am.
quickly. I just don't want to
Okay. All right. Do you want to stop?
No, we can keep going, but if I need to stop, can we stop? 'Cause I'm feeling
You just got to
sick.
say it because I'm sitting over there.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
Can you email it to me?
All right, so,
I guess, I don't know if we want to clarify about the
sure,
car.
sure. I know you just had a conference with your attorney. Is there anything that you want to clarify or change about your testimony?
Well, I'd like to clarify that when the Alero was modified in mid-July, when he told me that it was, I did know that he was going to use it.
Why were you not straightforward about that originally?
I didn't know why I wasn't being clear. I'm sorry.
No, come on, Mr. Pagel. Mr. Pagel. Did you intentionally attempt, and you can't get in trouble for it now because you've cleared it up. Why did you intentionally try to mislead us about your knowledge of the car?
He modified, when I was talking to Ms. Joyce, it makes sense.
I don't want you to tell me what she said
Well,
to you.
he modified the vehicle. He modified the vehicle so that the lights would go off.
I know that from based on what you told me.
And from that, I knew that he was going to use that vehicle.
Okay, but you didn't say that originally.
I'm sorry. I should have been clear.
Why didn't you?
I don't know.
I want to know. Why did you not be straightforward about that? Just please. Why were you not straightforward about it?
I don't know. I don't know.
You have to understand it's kind of the simplest of things. It's the simplest of things about what car you were going to use or what your plans were. It's a very it's the beginning of this planning process. So if we're not getting a straight answer about that, about the simplest of what car you plan to use, how could we feel like we're actually getting to the bottom of the rest of the questions that we ask, especially when some of the ones that are tougher to believe.
Right.
I guess if I can just ask some clarifying questions about I think if he was confused about the way the question was being asked. So if I can just ask some clarifying questions about the car. It's so, when you went to your mom's in Saginaw, you've said Alero in the past. We now know it's an Aurora. That was just a mistake, right?
Right.
Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. When you went to your mom's house in Saginaw, you saw the car there. That's when you learned that Bo had done some modifications to it, correct? And it's at that moment, at that time, that you said then you knew that he was going to use that car in the murder, right?
Yes.
And you knew that because he had told you, I believe, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, he had told you at some point that he wanted to make sure his car was in the driveway at his house, right?
Right.
On the night that it happened,
So,
right?
right, because the township policemen
Okay.
typically or frequently patrol that area.
Okay. So just to clear, that's his understanding of the whole car situation. Just want to be clear about that.
Okay.
Mr. Pagel, I'm going to show you two photographs. One is labeled, just so we're establishing a record, image 1169 JPEG, and the other one is called Tanto Knife 002 JPEG. I will email these to the detective to make part of the case for today, but I'm going to call these Exhibit 1A and 1B.
Would you show them to the defense counsel?
Yep. And it's just so you can see the name up at the top. One's like a generic picture, and then the one's an actual picture.
Okay. Yep.
So the first one I'm showing you, this Tanto Knife 002. Have you ever seen a knife like that?
The one on the top?
This one here, that's the case and that's the knife.
Oh, yes.
Have you ever held a knife like that?
Yes, that knife is in my martial arts bag.
Okay, so you own a knife like this?
No, well, yes, it's my knife, and it was in my mom's den with all my martial arts stuff. That is my knife, yes.
This exact knife?
Well, I don't know if that is one that looks very, very close to it, yes.
And when did you get that knife?
I don't recall. I collect lots of knives.
And did you have this knife prior to Renee's murder?
Yes.
And why was that at your mom's house and not at your house?
I kept that with size and throwing stars and.
At your mom's house?
In my mom's den, yeah.
Why didn't you keep those at your house?
I kept all my martial arts stuff like that at my mom's.
Where did you get this knife?
Probably a gun and knife show. I don't recall exactly where, but that's where I would get.
Has anyone ever loaned you a knife like this?
No.
Has anyone ever given you a knife like this as a gift?
No. No, I would. I recall that knife is one that I bought. Yes.
And you don't recall where you bought it?
No.
When?
Prior to Renee's murder.
By prior to, how long are we talking?
I don't know. Probably a long time before, because.
Months, years, days?
Years, probably.
Years.
How long before?
Years.
Years. Years?
I'm saying years, yes, because that type of knife is one that I kept that knife and size and throwing stars in a martial arts case at my mom's.
Case or a bag, or what's it look like?
Looks like a computer, a very small computer case.
Color is it?
It would be black.
So like a tote.
Yes, for
Where was
size.
that in the house?
In the den.
Where is it now?
I assume it's still either. I'm assuming it's at my mom's.
You believe that that black bag is at your mother's house?
Well, it's been gone. The house has been empty. But I'm
by mother's house, we're talking the house on the road.
Right.
And when's the last time you personally saw that bag at mom's house?
Or anywhere?
A long time ago.
So how would you know that it's still there now?
Probably prior to the kids being born. I haven't had a sigh for a long time.
So the last time you saw the bag was prior to the kids being born, and it was at
Long time ago, yes.
And it was at your mother's house.
That's where I kept it in the den. Yes.
And you think it's still there now, or would have been prior
to being moved out? Yes.
And so if she was moved out when?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in the details of emptying my mom's.
Who would have been responsible for that?
Nancy, my sister.
And Nancy, so it'd be safe to say that if we contact Nancy, she'll tell us that she found a black small bag with size and throwing stars and that knife inside of it.
I don't want him to speculate what Nancy's going to tell you.
Fair enough. That would be the person that we should go to ask if we wanted to ask that question.
Yes.
I'm just, so I show you this other picture that we talked about. Image 1169 was the actual knife recovered in that case. Would you agree that's the same knife we've been talking about?
Can you bring it closer? Yes.
For the record, the picture you, and counsel, I'm sure you know, is the murder weapon.
Yes.
Do you know who manufactures that knife?
No, I don't.
Have you ever ordered, is it Cold Steel?
Cold Steel.
You ever ordered or purchased or had any other knife from Cold Steel, any other product?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever order out of a catalog from Cold Steel ever?
I can't remember ordering from them.
And you're testifying under oath that no one ever gave you a knife that looked like that.
No, not that I recall.
Correct. No. Did you ever get a gift from anyone of any knife? Have you ever gotten, I can tell you right now, if you ask me, have you ever got a knife as a gift? I know for a fact I did not. Have you ever got a knife, a hunting knife, a military knife as a gift from anyone?
Yes.
Who?
My kids would have gotten me one.
Okay, who else? Anyone else? Your kids?
Bo would have given me something like that.
Well, did Bo give you something like that? That's the question.
Possibly, I don't recall if he
But
did.
the knife you see in this photograph, you recall that you purchased yourself a knife, that knife, correct? I'm not saying the murder weapon, I'm saying that style of knife.
That style, right?
Okay.
And
Prior to the murder.
yes,
And the last time you would have seen that, the last time you laid eyes on that bag was before the kids were born.
long time ago, yes.
And the last place you saw it was at your mother's house.
Yes, in the den. That's where I kept that.
In the den. Where specifically in the den?
There was a file cabinet, as I recall, in the southwest corner, and I kept it. I kept it like wedged between the file cabinet and the paneling of the wall.
So safe to say, I know you said you purchased it years, but how old are, so 20, Joel and Hannah are 21, correct? So we're talking 1999 at least that this bag got put at your mom's house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So that knife was in there.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Is that where you last saw it?
That's where I last saw it, yes.
So knife had to have been purchased prior to your kids being born.
The
Correct.
knife you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
And how long did you own the knife?
I don't recall.
Did you buy the knife and the throwing stars and the other things in the bag at the same time, or were they purchased individually?
Individually at different times, yes, I'm sure.
Have you ever received any type of training in martial arts?
Yes.
And what type of training did you receive?
Taekwondo.
Okay, and did it involve these throwing stars and what were the other items? I don't want to...
Size.
A sai.
And possibly nunchucks as well.
Nunchucks, okay. And did you receive training in all of those items?
No, I had martial arts training in Taekwondo.
Okay. Anything that involved knives or knife fighting?
No.
And any other formal training in the use of anything else in that bag?
No.
Okay.
No formal training, no.
So did we find out why you would put the knife in your Taekwondo bag then?
That's where I kept all my martial arts, things like that.
So that is a martial arts item?
A sai?
That knife?
Yeah,
Is
isn't
that
it?
what it's called, a sai?
The three...
No, I'm talking about this knife. Wasn't this knife in your martial arts bag?
Yes.
And you use that for martial arts? And maybe I'm missing it.
Yeah, that's a martial arts
That
item,
knife
yes.
is?
I believe so, yes. That's why I kept it all together.
Okay.
And again, can I just be clear about when we talk about that knife? We're talking about the photo of the knife that he was, not the murder weapon photo, but the photo of the knife that he was shown. I just want to be clear.
Correct.
Okay.
But he has said that the knife in the water, the murder weapon, looks to be the same kind of knife,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
So you saw the picture, at least, of the knife that we found in the water, correct? You've seen it a long time ago. Through your attorneys or through the paperwork, certainly you've seen the photograph, correct?
No.
Is this the first you've ever seen this photograph?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay.
Describe to me again one last time where this was stored. You described a filing cabinet on the south side of the residence, and you described the paneling alongside and the bag being wedged between the paneling.
The den would have, the file cabinet is located in the den, and the file cabinet was on the southwest side of the den, and I wedged the bag either behind the file cabinet, which would have been the south side, or the southwest side of the file cabinet. That's.
So you're describing it as being like in the wall behind the paneling, or between the paneling and the file cabinet?
In between the file cabinet and the paneling.
Okay.
Yeah. If you look on the side of it, you would have seen it.
Okay.
Why? Why is it there? There's a whole pole barn where you guys have all your stuff. There's boxes of stuff of yours and your brothers and your sisters. Why keep that in your mom's house for all these years behind a file?
I wanted it out of the reach. I didn't want the kids to get it. There's sharp
I think you
items
said
in
the
there.
kids weren't born yet by the time you last saw it, did you not?
You said the kids were not born when you last saw that knife, that bag.
That's right.
So you have no kids to keep it from. You're screwing yourself over here. You're making no sense.
I'm sorry. I'm not.
Do we need to take a break or stop?
Yeah. Let's take a break. I'm not feeling well. I'm sorry.
Okay, this will be the last break, or we need a break. We just want to shut it down. I don't think I need to hear anything else.
Did you get all your questions in?
Well, he does have a right, though, to clarify any testimony still.
You're
so
right.
I want to make sure we have
You're
time
right,
for
Laura.
him to do that.
She's right. Sorry, I'm getting tired too. So, yeah, we'll give you the time.
In October 2020, Michael Pagel was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison. Charles Pagel was never charged with any crime connected to Renee's murder.